Morning. All right, Tanya. Let's make sure the YouTube is going here. Tanya's first in. There we go. Looks like it's going. Is there audio? Yes, there is. Okay. Good morning, Tanya. Peter Biker's in the house. Julia, official timekeeper, out on the rock. Chiang. Morning, Chris Lee. Found the performance of Emily on the live stream, approximately 7 minutes in. Somewhere in there, there's a dedication, a couple of dedications in there too to some people. There's a really great one to, well, I mean, they all are, right? But I just remember the response to it, Darren and Jolene and Emily. Oh, you? Okay, we've got MH. Thank you for that. MH, Linda M, Nova Scotia 44 is in the house, and we got Nikki in here, Michael Penny. What was this? Let me play this little clip for you. And hopefully the audio will come across okay. I wonder if CBC clipped out the beginning part of the press conference yesterday. On to Blackmore.
We have already conducted over 150 interviews with witnesses and victims, with more anticipated to take place in the coming days. There's nothing about motive. No, and unfortunately, now that Miles is deceased, we may never have an understanding of that motivation. And we've conducted 120 interviews to this point.
Sorry? How many interviews?
Motivation. And we've conducted 120 interviews to this point.
Okay. A few minutes earlier, it was very emphatic.
We have already conducted over 150 interviews.
Numbers just keep, even the media, a little while later, they're like, I don't know if it's because he picked up on it or just because.
You mentioned the number of interviews that you've done so far. And you mentioned that we might never have a definitive or good motive for what happened. What are you going to do with those interviews? Will they be made public? And as we talked about sort of the healing process here and the unanswered questions, this is obviously drawn an international audience. This has drawn a lot of eyes here. Mm-hmm. So if you've done 100 plus interviews.
I don't know if it's because he caught that or if it's because he's just like 100 some odd interviews. 150, 120. I noticed this with Darren, the 400 number that he picked out. 400 was actually tasks, and tasks didn't even have to do with individual witnesses. It had to do with number of witnesses. But then they'd interviewed 217 people. He said about half of that by that point. Now, on the 28th, very interesting. All the SITREP reports, of course, all of the updates that were going on then, not present. There's nothing until May 8th. I think we're going to find that the RCMP does a little bit of.
We have already conducted over 150 interviews And we've conducted 120 interviews to this point. There's
A little bit of that. There's a little bit of fuzzy games going on. If you listen to that press conference yesterday, it was quite remarkable how little they knew about anything. Was he driving the rogue? Well, I don't know. We haven't found the rogue yet. Was the other good person involved? Well, all indications are that we think he was involved. We don't know, and we'll probably never know. What was going on with the missing time? We don't know. Those are gaps that we're still filling in. It's an ongoing investigation. I'm like, just the whole thing, it just kept going. And yet we have all these technological things we were bringing out. They had the DDoC. They had the DDoC. Sandwich bus was in a full effect. This afternoon should be very interesting. Yeah. Okay. So I got some more. All right. We got Charlene in here. Good morning, Charlene. Invasion 1. Brenda Grant, Lily Bomb, Glow Watcher. Thank you, everybody. My late thumbnails, but I think everybody knows probably I'm going to be streaming in the morning. Caged up when asked about drugs. Oh, he died, but you're never going to see the autopsy. Don't worry about it. But he died. He died of something. We used life-saving measures. He was breaking in vehicles to get first aid kits, but he had no injuries. The 150 kilometers an hour. There was another one. Oh, wow. Yeah, pretty quick. In custody, and then dying. Transported to hospital. And this is the process. I was talking to somebody last night who's all that ends. And it's just, I'm just like, all it is that they do something. It appears as though they do whatever they do. It takes them 4 days in this case. And then we're going to have an inquest or an inquiry. That's what happens. Roll out the machine of all the other things. That's the investigation part. 100, yeah. Okay. Shameful to distract from MCC. I don't know. Like, I think something happened, obviously, over there. It's just a timing. I want to stay away from the guns. Definitely want to stay away from the guns right now. Deja vu. Oh, yeah. Well, there's a few of them. Deja vu over time. The one, June, I think it's June 2020. That one's a spooky one. Whew. And all the events that were surrounding it. Everything's similar. Invasion 1's pick snacks is a task. Well, I'm sure it's what's on the sandwich, too. That's very important. Made a point of spelling out a timeline. The week timeline, I think I showed a little bit of that. I'd like to touch on a little bit more of that because I came across, what time have we got here? We got a couple minutes. Okay, maybe I better do it fast. I'll go into a little bit more. Where am I here? Why did you do that? I do want that too. Internal email. Dave Chubbs. Hi up. To Brennan. CC Rob O'Reilly and Lee. Ma'am, please do not share. And Brenda, sorry. Brian and Brenda. Ma'am, Brenda, do not share, as the medical examiner still have 5 victims who have not yet been identified. These 5 will need DNA. Blank DNA. Pardon? I said, pardon? You're identifying people? I want to know if family members were formally notified. That's what I'm digging through last night. Were they formally notified, everybody, by the 23rd? This is Ontario time, so that would be 1:32. Were they everybody formally notified that their family members were dead? Then you start looking at who. Remember that picture I had a long time ago? This one? This was conceived by the 20th. I believe on the 19th, but it is for sure by the 20th. And there are some people in here, I'm not sure. And there are some people that are missing in here. Woo. Anyway, can't dwell too much in this stuff right now, but and you've got obviously 7 burn victims, right? So that would be this part. Where is it? This is the 23rd. Heidi, Lisa, Heather, Kristen, Sean and Alana. Okay. Greg and Jamie. Dawn and Frank. We're now up to 4. The Tuck Oliver family. Gina. Corey. Tom. Lillian. Lillian's got a lot of question marks. And Joey. So you have 5 in the media out of 7. But your email, well, there's still 5 unknowns. Ooh. If families were being told a loved one was dead and they had no confirmation of that yet. Ooh, that's going to be bad. Robert Thomas. What the heck? Jolie said it was with guns. Nosies in the house. So many similarities in the case. Is that the June 2020? Oh. All right, so Oh Dear's got a new video. I'm sorry, I haven't seen it. Or maybe we should watch. Okay. Oh, the 10:30 to 11. I gotta get this out. I need somebody who's an assistant. So maybe we can. I don't know how best to do this. Could not fit all that I wanted to get in. So many similarities in which cases over there. Is the June 2020 case? What is it? Wildman? Is that Wildman? That was totally fucked. Silver SUV. I ran through it, I think, back then. Somewhere I've got quite a montage built on all that. There was a lot of things going on then. Robert Thomas. Okay, so this afternoon, Kelly Blair, good morning. Oh, it started? Bollocks? Okay. This morning, it's bollocks, people, I think, by and large. Interesting, though, James Butler will be interesting, I think. Remember that there were 2 chiefs, 2 deputy chiefs, and Kinsella identified as issues in the wellness report, I believe. And he was a deputy chief that left Halifax Regional. Deputy chief support at the end of 2020. Okay. All right. But this afternoon, lots of interesting people. Darren, Desjardins, Ferris. We've got a bunch of the women's groups in here. Fifield, okay, we'll be back. Okay. Steve Graham, Dan Kinsella, Dustine Rodier. Should be a bit of an interesting one. Let's get, sorry. Where did I have? I thought I had that lined up and I should hear it. I guess not. I'll just have to open a new one. A lot of people this afternoon.
Contracts, which means that it contracts with municipalities to deliver municipal policing services as well. In addition, Nova Scotia has several grown in Nova Scotia municipal policing service agencies, which vary widely in their size and in the size of the communities they serve, from Annapolis Royal on the small end to Halifax on the larger end. In some areas, particularly Halifax Regional Municipality, police services are delivered both by a municipal police service and by the RCMP in a somewhat integrated way. In others, the boundaries of RCMP policing areas are immediately adjacent with municipal agencies.
The picture is further complicated when one considers Indigenous policing services, which in Nova Scotia are largely governed by a tripartite model involving the federal, provincial and First Nations governments. So, for example, in the Truro and Millbrook area, the Truro Police Service, RCMP provincial and municipal services provided from Bible Hill Detachment, and Indigenous police services provided by the RCMP at Millbrook First Nation exist in a relatively small geographic area. Each of these police services operates under a slightly different contract or regulatory regime. Until recently, the RCMP's Operational Communications Centre was also located in the town of Truro. It has now been relocated to Dartmouth, with the result that RCMP and Halifax's OCCs are both located in the metropolitan core of Nova Scotia. The RCMP supplies specialised services such as forensics and ERT to many, but not all, municipal agencies. Under the applicable legislation and contracts, the governance and accountability mechanisms for the RCMP and municipal services are somewhat different from one another. In short, the delivery of police services in Nova Scotia is a complicated geographic, demographic, cultural and legal picture that to a certain extent reflects the complexity of Nova Scotia itself. To a certain extent, the complexity also reflects a history of reform to the delivery of policing services in Nova Scotia. For example, the transition of many municipal police services to the RCMP in the 1990s and the legacy of reforms to the Police Act. As we heard at yesterday's roundtable, the picture becomes even more complex when we consider the delivery of policing services in the context of the delivery of other essential community safety services, such as mental health crisis services, services to women who've experienced gender-based or intimate partner violence, and so on. In order to seek to understand the present picture, the Commission has interviewed police chiefs, many senior members of each division of the RCMP, and representatives of the Nova Scotia government, as well as service providers, community safety service providers, in order to better understand how these arrangements work in practice, and these interviews form part of the Commission's record. Today, we will build on these interviews and on other aspects of the Commission's work to consider the history, the present, and potential future structures of policing in Nova Scotia. As facilitator of this roundtable, I will be directing the questions, asking follow-ups, and moderating the dialogue. I would particularly like to acknowledge the contributions made by the Research and Policy team members Krista Smith, Nicole Elizabeth, Selena Henderson, and Laura McEnany to the preparations for this roundtable. To those roundtable members who are joining us for the first time today, I would ask you please to speak slowly for the benefit of our accessibility partners. As you know, roundtable discussions will form part of the Commission record. They're being live streamed now and will be publicly available on the Commission's website. The Commissioners may choose to pose a question or ask for clarification at any point. Today's roundtable will last the full day of proceedings, and this afternoon the roundtable members will be joined by representatives nominated by the participants in our process, and so our group will grow larger. This afternoon we'll explore many of the same themes we unpacked this morning, but we'll also explore some new questions. And so to get us started with the day, I'm going to ask each of the roundtable members to introduce yourselves and the ways in which your work connects to the issues we'll be discussing today. If I can begin, please, with you, Jane.
Thank you, Emma. Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jane McMillan. I am a professor and chair of the Department of Anthropology at St. Francis Xavier University. I'm a legal anthropologist who has worked with the Mi'kmaq Nation for the last close to 30 years, examining the impacts of the Marshall Inquiry and its recommendations and uptakes, the challenges of developing an Indigenous justice system that truly reflects the cultural practices and beliefs of the Mi'kmaq Nation, and also working around treaty rights and treaty rights implementation and Indigenous rights and resource management. I'm also a member of the Mass Casualty Commission Research Advisory Board, and we've conducted a lot of research on the Marshall Inquiry, but also on First Nations policing. Thank you.
Jane, thank you so much for joining us today and for your many contributions to the work of the Commission. Harry, if I can turn to you next, please.
Thank you so much, Emma. Good morning, roundtable members and commissioners. It's a real honor to be here. My name is Harry Critchley. I'm an article clerk at Nova Scotia Legal Aid in the Dartmouth Criminal Office. I had a career before then as an educator and a researcher. And most recently, I worked at the Access to Justice and Law Reform Institute of Nova Scotia, where I was the coordinator of the Talk Justice project. A project I know was very near and dear to Commissioner McDonald. I'm also the vice chair of the board of directors for the Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia. I'd like to speak in a little bit more detail about kind of two aspects of my experience that are perhaps most relevant to the roundtable. So I'm currently the co-chair together with Professor Sheila Wildman of the East Coast Prison Justice Society, which is a participant in a coalition together with BC Civil Liberties. East Coast Prison Justice is an advocacy-based organization which works to advance the rights and interests of criminalized Nova Scotians. In particular, focus in three areas. So the first being conditions of confinement for people in provincial custody. The second being policing practices, evidence and accountability. And the third being deaths in custody in Nova Scotia and fatality inquiries. I first became involved in police-related advocacy after working with the family of Corey Rogers for several years. And as many people know, Corey Rogers died in the drunk tank in Halifax in 2016. From there, I was the co-founder of the Nova Scotia Policing Policy Working Group in 2020, a subcommittee of East Coast Prison Justice. We worked on a variety of advocacy projects I'll hopefully touch on a little bit later. And then finally, based on some of this advocacy, Dr. Al Jones, as many people know, was asked by the Board of Police Commissioners to oversee a consultation and research process that ultimately led to the drafting of the defunding the police report for the Board of Police Commissioners. And I was the lead author on this report with a particular focus on chapters 2, 5, and 7. And finally, after having completed this work for the report, I'm now a member of the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners. I was appointed in September 2021. And since my appointment, I've tried to push for the board to take on a stronger role in keeping with its statutory mandate. I pushed to conduct an independent civilian review of the HRP's role in the eviction of unhoused persons on August 18, 2021, and in particular drafted a legal memo outlining our jurisdiction to do that. I initiated the board's first ever public consultation session on the annual budget. I pushed successfully for the board to hire a full-time research staff. I initiated an HR study regarding mental health concerns and understaffing concerns in HRP. I brought Sunny Mariner to Halifax and initiated a process to work towards implementing the Violence Against Women Advocate Case Review model in Halifax. And finally, I brought a successful motion to conduct a special expert consultation meeting on intimate partner violence and gender-based violence with the Halifax Board, which will occur in fall 2022. Again, I want to thank the commissioners for the invitation to present today, and of course, to be here with the other roundtable members is a real honor.
Harry, thank you very much indeed for joining us today. Scott, if I can please turn to you next, welcome.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for the invitation and the privilege of presenting in front of the roundtable and the commissioners this morning. My name is Scott Wardley. I'm a professor at the Center for Criminology and Social Legal Studies at the University of Toronto. Throughout my career, I've had a variety of research interests, ranging from studies of youth violence, victimization, street gangs, gun violence, but also looking at issues of policing, police accountability, racial bias within the criminal justice system, and police oversight systems. Recently, I've led a number of inquiries into policing racialized communities for the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission, the Ontario Human Rights Commission, and the British Columbia Human Rights Commission. We're also conducting another major investigations into particular police roles, including school resource officers in Alberta. I started this journey particularly examining issues of race, crime, and policing with the Ontario Commission on Systemic Racism way back in 1994 when I was a doctoral student. So it's been an interest over the last 25 years, and hope to be able to discuss those experiences over the course of the day.
Thank you for joining us today, Scott. Heidi, if I can turn to you, and thank you very much for joining us today.
Good morning, commissioners. I just want to thank everyone for the invite today. And my experience stems back about 30 years as well. I was involved in the first negotiation of the Onamagaw Tribal Police, along with Alec Denny and Senator Dan Christmas. And so that was a really long struggle. So I kind of understand that process and how that worked and how those agreements worked. And I know that there were grave concerns, and there still is today. I'm also a professor at Cape Breton University. I actually have a class today this afternoon during our lunch, and I teach in Indigenous studies. I teach governance and Aboriginal and treaty rights. I also have a law degree, and I was one of the first graduates of the Indigenous Black Enigma program back in 1992, I think it was. Yeah. So I've been involved for a while. My particular interest is advocating for Indigenous women and Indigenous women's rights, which I've been doing for over 30 years as well. And I'm one of the founding members and the main founder actually of the Jane Paul Indigenous Women's Resource Center in Sydney, a center for high risk and vulnerable First Nations women, and most of our clients are involved in human trafficking and drug abuse and alcohol, and so and the center is there to keep them safe and to provide them with culturally holistic programming and services, and that's just about it, I guess, for me. Thank you.
Heidi, thank you so much for making time to join us in this first week of classes. And while I know you've also stepped back into an active role at the Jane Paul Centre, and so I know you've got many things on your plate, and we're really grateful to have some of your time today. Jim, if I can please turn to you next, and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. And again, thank you to the Commission for the invitation. I'm very much looking forward to the discussions today. I'm over 30-year police officer in the province of Nova Scotia. I started my career in Campbell, Nova Scotia for a short period before enjoying a 28-year career in Halifax Regional Police. In my career in Halifax, early days certainly were frontline patrol and criminal investigations, and then later in my career in senior management involved in many aspects of administrative and operational aspects. I retired as Deputy Chief of Support a little less than 2 years ago. Since then, I went to Campbell as a constable and frontline for about 9 months, and just over a year now I've been the Chief of Police in Campbell. So I have a different perspective from a small town as well as a large municipality in policing in Nova Scotia. So I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you.
Jim, thank you so much for joining us today. Bill, if I can turn to you now, and welcome.
Good morning, commissioners, and to the other panelists. My name is Bill Moore. I'm presently the Public Safety Project Lead with the Halifax Regional Municipality, managing a policing transformation project. Prior to that, I was a police officer in Nova Scotia for 31 years with Darren Police, and then through the amalgamation into the Halifax Regional Police. Retiring in 2017 as the Deputy Chief. I was also an active member of the Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police, serving as Secretary and Vice President. I went on to become the Executive Director of the Canadian Associated Chiefs of Police in Ottawa for just short of 3 years, looking at policy and operational issues nationally and internationally. In addition to my operational work, I've also went back to school and I have a master's degree in criminology. So I've been involved with the commission. I've been on previous panel and interviews, and I'm looking forward to today's conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Bill. And I'll just pick up and add one thing to the experience and projects that you've shared, which is that you also conducted, I believe, a review of community preferences with respect to policing needs in Colchester County, which we'll pick up on a little bit today. Thank you. And Hayley, welcome back. You've been tremendously generous with your time with the Commission in the last little while. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to yourself and the commissioners for inviting me again to participate in today's roundtable. So my name is Hayley Crichton. I currently serve as the Executive Director of Public Safety and Security Division for the Nova Scotia Department of Justice. Part of our mandate within that office is oversight over policing, and that includes RCMP and independent municipal police across Nova Scotia. So my own experience stems beginning back in academia, research in the areas of corrections, and then moving towards policing, and work as a civil servant in 2 Atlantic Canadian provinces as well. So I joined the Nova Scotia Department of Justice about 2 years ago, and I'm very, very happy to be here today and hope to learn as much from this conversation as I can provide. Thanks.
Thank you so much again, Hayley. So let's turn first to a deeper conversation about how police services are presently delivered in Nova Scotia. I'll admit that my introduction was quick and complicated, and in part that was a rhetorical device to demonstrate the complexity of the policing landscape in Nova Scotia and the challenges of understanding the mix of jurisdictions, of regulatory and oversight regimes, and the complexity of the history to the present that we now have with respect to police services in Nova Scotia. But Bill, you've been involved with policing in this jurisdiction for far longer than I have. I wonder if you could share on the basis both of your experience as a police officer, but also the policy-oriented work that you've been doing since your retirement from HRP. What insights would you share about the nature of the current structure of policing in Nova Scotia, both in terms of the description you would offer of that structure, but also any insights you'd like to share about the places where it works well and the places where it has shown some strain?
Thank you for the question. I would describe our present situation as being in flux. Nova Scotia's policing history, I think you did a very good job of describing the complexities that were present. I think most know policing is a municipal responsibility in Nova Scotia, thereby putting municipalities in the position to provide and make a decision on what type of policing service they want to have for their communities. There's a lot of levers in that. Some of them are economic, some of them are service-based. So each municipality makes a decision, but that is overseen obviously by the province of Nova Scotia. The Minister of Justice under the Police Act ultimately has the ability to make sure that there's efficient and effective policing in the province of Nova Scotia. And then we have laid another layer on that by providing our federal force, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, as the provincial police force, which brings with them a great amount of resources and expertise, but also a different level of government, I'll call it bureaucracy. And so it makes for a very interesting mix. Within the province of Nova Scotia, I would say was quite a collegial kind of approach. There was not a lot of formality in relation to interoperability between agencies. Most was done by a smile and a handshake. Some even said decisions were made on the golf course. But what we're seeing now is, I think, a move to examining a number of assumptions that were used for a number of years around services, how things were being paid, who was doing what. That's coupled with a deeper and more meaningful interaction being requested by boards of police commissioners, by citizens. I would call it the spotlight placed on policing locally, but also nationally, internationally, has created an environment where a lot of assumptions that have been used for many, many years are now being questioned, and in some cases found to be really not based on a lot of actual legal or contractual, and unfortunately, in some cases, that has created some angst where some have basically built a lot of their ideology on policing along those assumptions. So when the fundamental foundational assumptions are now in question, it kind of makes it very interesting to be able to look at how we've been doing things, and we can't use those same paradigms that we've used on a go forward. So there's been some major changes in policing. I would say that the amalgamation in Halifax in 1996, with the bringing together of the Halifax Police, the Bedford Town Police, and Dartmouth City Police together to form a regional force. That was a forced union, provincially mandated amalgamation. That brought with it a number of issues in growth that I think were probably just coming out of 20 plus years later. The Cape Breton work, that was I would put that in the category of it was amalgamation, but it brought with it a lot of emotion. And then, as you rightly shown, is that there's been some changes in smaller police agencies being removed or shut down. So it's the nice thing I think about Nova Scotia is that we're a small province and we're very, very close. But also the problem is that we're a small province, we're very, very close. So the collegial aspect may have gotten a little bit in the way of more formality. So I think as we look to the future, there's going to be, I believe, a lot more questioning of those previous assumptions, and people will have to start understanding that the decisions of the future cannot be made on the assumptions of the past. So I think I would offer that, and I'll just leave it at that.
That's tremendously helpful, Bill. I wonder if I can invite you to reflect a little further on that experience, which of course you lived through, of the amalgamation of the police services in the Halifax area. Why did it take 20 years for that process to settle in? What were the kind of challenges and the phases and the process of integration? What did that look like?
Yes, so I would say the biggest issue was the culture. For three police agencies in a relatively small geographical area, separated, we basically surrounded the harbor. But if I could characterize each of them differently, Halifax, I would say was a very command control type of organization. Dartmouth was a little bit looser. There was a more latitude for people to do things. And Bedford was, I don't use the word boutique in a negative way, but Bedford had a very strong tax base, and the citizens wanted a certain level of service that they're prepared to pay for and have delivered. So when you bring together three different although they all wear this police patch, their fundamental outlook to the way they provided services were different. And so when you bring them together, you have different outlooks and procedures, and it was at that time we were on a shared records management system. And we were differentiated by having an H number for Halifax, a D number for Dartmouth, and a B number for Bedford. And we used to joke early on that this would never, ever smooth out until there was no longer any of those numbers left in the organization. Because even to the point where new people coming into the organization that were never, ever there previous, because they worked with people from the organization, they talked about the past as if they lived it. And it just took a while to work through. And then, the practical parts of creating a new standard operating procedure, single operating procedure, standardizing equipment. So it was, we worked through it. Some things were easier than others, but there were many that never ever, I've used Tuckman's example of forming, storming, norming, performing a lot of times. There was a number of individuals that just stayed in storming. They could not get to the point of moving on. And because that would require, in some cases, them to change their underlying outlook and their identity. And unfortunately, a number of people left in very unhappy circumstances during that time period. So I think it's just a natural evolution of organizations. In hindsight, there are probably things from a leadership perspective that could have been, put in place earlier to help the organization move through those phases to get to a performing. But in reality, that's where I tend to go back to that structure in a number of organizations. In the void, sometimes it'll just happen organically, but unfortunately, a number of times you need to add energy into that system to be able to move it through and get by some of those, I would call them very difficult conversations that have to be had, but they have to be had if you want to move forward. If not, you'll just stay in a position of flux. And so I would leave it at that.
Yeah, Bill, that's really helpful. Thank you. And certainly the use of the forming, storming, and norming metaphor is a helpful one to help us understand the theme of the importance of having difficult conversations, despite the fact that it can be difficult, is one that we heard yesterday as well. And I think it's implicit in the answer that you just gave me that one of the things that leadership could have done to move the organisation through that process perhaps a little better might have been to have some of those difficult conversations. I guess my question is, first of all, am I right to interpret your remarks that way? And secondly, what are the other things you think leadership could have done that may have made a difference?
Yeah, so I would characterize that issue would permeate the organization from bottom to the top. So I'm not suggesting that the storming, the storming was just in the worker part of the organization. It permeated all the way through. And in hindsight, there were times where decisions were still being made based on previous thought processes. And, I think there just need to be a stronger management team cohesion, if I could use that term. That may have, because there was certainly indicative that the lack of cohesion showed through in the process. So there was not a consistent outlook from the senior management team. And because there was not a consistent outlook, those that prescribed to different outlooks were allowed to continue to keep those outlooks in the organization. And I think that's probably, it's very easy to armchair this from now looking back. But I look at it, and I would go back to my earlier comment to say, I think from a leadership perspective, adding the energy and getting the collective, and this would include, the Board of Police Commissioners and the oversight, being able to set direction, and the city, or I guess it's called the government through the Police Commission, to be able to set strong direction, be able to provide a framework that says this is how we want our police service to work. That could have helped form that operational cadence, I guess I would say, inside the organization to bring the organization in line. In the void of that, there was a lot of people doing what they wanted to do in not moving in a single direction. That being said, a lot of great work was done. At the end of the day, the task cohesion of the organization coming together, even with other police agencies in the province, when it came time to do the work, a lot of that went to the side. Task cohesion became the focus to do the work, keep Nova Scotians safe, all those types of things. So, but there is another piece on the side of this around the governance and the organizational structure and organizational development that probably could have used a little bit more focus and probably even some help from the outside. people that don't agree in a room and just letting them kind of duke it out may work for a little while, but maybe the option of a mediator or someone else to help them bring them along, and maybe even discover that they're in violent agreement in some cases, and use that as the basis to start to build a better organizational structure on top of that. People can get mired in their positions, and it doesn't make for very good negotiations.
Thank you so much for sharing your reflections on that time, Bill. It's very much appreciated. I'm going to move on, Hayley, to you if I can. Bill, we'll loop back to some of the themes that you've discussed as we proceed through the morning. But Hayley, for now, one of the things I'd really like to surface at the outset of our conversation today is the role that's played by the province in policing services in Nova Scotia. And let me begin by asking you about the role that the province plays in ensuring that adequate policing services are provided to Nova Scotians.
Certainly. So as Bill began to discuss, the decision on service provider for policing in the province of Nova Scotia is made by the municipalities based on the Police Act that we have. So municipalities can make a decision on who they prefer to be their service provider. The province's responsibility is more overarching with respect to governance and accountability and the assurance of adequacy. So despite the choices made by the municipality, ultimately the approval for that model of policing has to be approved by the Minister of Justice before it can move forward. So that's an important step in the decision making undertaken by municipalities. So that certainly is a role we have to play. We also have a role with respect to setting standards for policing in the province. And I really appreciated Bill's comments of decisions of the future cannot be based on assumptions of the past, because that's really work that we're moving through at this time, is understanding the context of policing historically to help move us forward in a way that supports systems of governance and accountability and formalization to support understanding adequacy of policing in Nova Scotia. And I think I said, sorry, I just want to add in a previous roundtable that the word adequacy is challenging. It's a challenging word to define because it means different things to different people. And so moving through this work, that will be one thing that we're certainly looking at is how do we define adequacy, adequate for whom, and how do we continue to evaluate that over time so that that definition doesn't stay stagnant.
Thank you, Hayley. And so for the value of the record, really, Section 5(1) of the Nova Scotia Police Act provides that the Minister of Justice shall ensure that an adequate and effective level of policing is maintained throughout the province. And so, Hayley, I just wanted to sort of ask you to clarify a little, while a large portion of the paying for policing services is the responsibility of municipalities, and they have, as you say, freedom to contract as they see appropriate, subject to a certain amount of scrutiny. How has your department interpreted that language of the minister's responsibility with respect to adequacy and effectiveness until now?
So we work quite closely with our policing partners across the province. So that's both the RCMP as contract management for the PPSA, but also with independent municipal police forces as well, to ensure that the coverage received across the province remains adequate, that members of the public are receiving a specific level of service, and that includes both frontline policing, but also specialized services as well, is a part of those considerations.
Thank you. And is that level of service articulated through policing standards or in some other way?
So we are in the process of developing our provincial policing standards. And if I may, I can take a little bit of time to discuss that work now. Okay, great.
Absolutely. Thanks, Hayley.
Yeah. So I think throughout the work of this commission, we've been talking about policing standards, but we've been talking about them quite in the abstract. So I really appreciate this opportunity to kind of discuss in more detail, to get into the granular details of how that work is moving forward. So Standards set a base minimum requirement for police agencies in Nova Scotia, and they will serve as the fundamental starting place for police modernization. That is our belief, is to set the stage for how we can move forward. We need to have proper systems of governance and accountability. So they lay out the fundamental principles and guidelines to which government can hold police accountable as one component of the metrics used to determine police adequacy. So meeting the base minimum requirements will certainly be one measurement, but there will be other metrics used to determine adequacy of policing as well, including how those standards are received by members of the public and how to evaluate that moving forward. They also serve to situate the Department of Justice as an appropriate governance and overarching oversight body that has the authority to drive change if an agency is non-compliant. And I think that this is important to note in the context of Nova Scotia, given the complexities of the policing model, as we've previously discussed, where there's the municipal police services, the RCMP as provincial and municipal First Nations policing contracts as well. So it really does set us up to be the appropriate governance body with some authorities there. Regardless of the policing model, these standards would apply. So regardless of number of agencies or how it's organized, each agency still must meet our base minimum. So they're not prescriptive regarding police operations, but rather they provide what we would consider to be assertive stewardship over policing. So we're trying to take an active role rather one that is passive. And they'll cover all areas of policing in Nova Scotia, from police organization to use of force to police investigations and high-risk incident response as well. And so just to provide kind of an example of a standard, just so we can, again, take it from the abstract and put it into a more kind of understandable framework. One example of a standard could be, a potential standard could be police dogs. So the standard for canine services won't dictate what policies will say. That will be dependent on each agency, but rather it will state police agencies in Nova Scotia that have canine units have to meet specific standards. So they have to have certain policies in place. They have to meet minimum training requirements. They have to meet minimum reporting requirements, etc. And so it will also state, however, though, that police agencies in Nova Scotia that do not have that service will have to show evidence of formalized access to that service. And what that does is it allows government to ensure a consistent level of service provision across Nova Scotia, regardless of the size of the police agency. So you can be a smaller police agency without these services, but still provide evidence that you have formalized your access to those services that will assist us in our role as governance and oversight. So it does provide a flexibility in the model of policing in Nova Scotia. We wanted to ensure that was included there, but it also ensures a level of service that's consistent from Yarmouth all the way to Sydney. So, and just to clarify as well, they will apply to all police agencies in Nova Scotia. That's inclusive of the RCMP as our provincial police force and all the independent municipal police agencies as well. So that work remains ongoing.
Thank you so much for providing more explanation of that work than you've had the opportunity to do until now, Hayley. I wonder if I can take us back to the Nova Scotia Police Act and the duties of the Minister of Justice. Section 5.2 provides that the Minister shall promote the preservation of peace, the prevention of crime, the efficiency of police services, and the improvement of police relationships with communities within the province. I wonder if you can speak to what work has been done in the recent past and is being done pursuant to Section 5.2.
Certainly. So the work of the Department of Justice in this arena is dynamic. It's multifaceted. It includes a number of different divisions. So Public Safety and Security Division is certainly one division in the Department of Justice that has kind of work in this area. But I want to certainly preface this by saying that work is dynamic, and so it's not one particular project or initiative. It's ongoing work that's continuing to change based on societal need and societal context changes. So to be specific about the work that we're doing, so we support a number of community-based programs that include participation of community members and police agencies across Nova Scotia. We also support municipalities to have discussions about policing efficiencies with respect to cost, and that's specific to the RCMP as our provincial police service. And we engage in a large number of different projects. So I'm sorry that that's a bit of a nebulous answer, but the work is so dynamic and far-reaching that it's difficult to define within this kind of framework.
Thanks, Hayley. I do appreciate that. It's a quite diverse list, not least within Section 5.2. I wonder if I can pick up on one aspect of the work that you alluded to, and that is the Provincial Department of Justice support for community programs. Are they largely supported through core ongoing funding, or does that tend to be a project or grant-based model of support?
So there are some initiatives that are core funding. So those are initiatives that are led outside Public Safety and Security Division, but there are a number of programs from the Public Safety and Security Division that are program-based. They are grant-based programs. So one is a community grant program where we provide about 18 different small community organizations with a grant on an annual basis. We also provide funding to the Mobile Mental Health Unit in Halifax, iMove, which is an arts program. There's quite a number of programs that we provide support and funding to, but yes, you are correct that those are program-based and grant-funded.
And to the extent that you can, and you may not be able to, I wonder, has that been a deliberate policy choice to have the two somewhat different models of funding for these two aspects of the minister's responsibilities, or is it sort of a historical legacy?
My understanding is that it's a historical legacy, so I can't speak to how those decisions were made, but when I came to the Department of Justice, that certainly has been the organization since I've been here.
Thank you so much for sharing your sense of the history of it and your sense of how it's presently working. If I can turn now specifically to RCMP contract policing, could you please explain what roles the province, municipal governments and the federal government each play with respect to negotiating PPSAs and MPSAs, and then subsequently with ensuring that the terms of those agreements are implemented?
Certainly. So they're quite different arrangements when you're looking at the different policing services provided by the RCMP in Nova Scotia. So I'll try and be brief and concise despite the complexities of the different levels of service and also how they interrelate. So perhaps the easiest to parse out is the federal policing services that are provided by the RCMP. So those are services that are separate from our provincial contract. They are still co-located in the Dartmouth headquarters. However, they operate on the federal mandate. So they work specifically to meet the federal mandate, and programs and operations move forward that way. The next organization is the provincial policing contract, and this is really the bulk of policing in Nova Scotia. So the PPSA there are at least 40 municipalities currently under the provincial policing service in Nova Scotia. So that means that there are 40 municipalities that are represented by the province to have the RCMP as their service provider. So essentially, municipalities under the PPSA delegate their negotiating ability to the province. I apologize.
Please don't worry, Hayley. Thank you again for all the time you're sharing with us.
Okay, my apologies again. So those delegate the negotiating ability to the province when we're talking about our conversations with our contract partner, who's the federal government. So Nova Scotia is responsible for 70% of the cost share of the RCMP as a provincial police, and the federal government is responsible for the remaining 30%. There are 5 municipalities in Nova Scotia that also are under what we call a municipal police service agreement, so an MPSA, and those municipalities direct contract with the Government of Canada for policing services. So it's still the RCMP as a service provider. However, they contract directly. So they pay either 70% or 90% based on their population, and the federal government pays the remaining 30% or 10%.
And I wonder, it's a question I've wondered about, I have to admit. What might prompt a municipality, to the extent that you can speak to it, to either work through the province and the PPSA, or alternatively to choose to enter into a separate MPSA? Why might that choice be made?
So there are different reasons why that choice are made. The main one, quite frankly, is population size. So there is a population threshold within the PPSA, after which it is incumbent upon a municipality to enter into that direct contract. So PPSA policing is largely for rural policing models. However, in the context of Nova Scotia, again, because we like to add layers of complexity and differentiation, Halifax Regional Municipality was grandfathered into the PPSA. So while they are certainly not rural to the same extent that other areas are in the PPSA and have well surpassed that threshold, they were grandfathered into the original agreement, so they do remain under the PPSA.
And one more question, then I'll give you a break. So can you help me please to understand, given that the Police Act says adequacy and effectiveness in general terms assigned to the minister, but delivery assigned to municipalities, and given that the PPSA and the MPSAs have provisions, do I understand you correctly to say that notwithstanding the sort of the differing contractual arrangements that may exist, policing services are delivered by ultimately by the municipalities, or at least kind of by the RCMP as a municipal responsibility, that the province itself doesn't see a role for itself in the delivery of police services in the present arrangement, simply in the overseeing of the delivery? Is that a fair characterization?
So I would say it is not. So thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. And perhaps I'll take a moment here to discuss the cost arrangement, because that's really where the kind of nuts and bolts are there. The province has an absolutely active role to play in the contract management for the RCMP, ensuring that services are provided across Nova Scotia in a way that meets the needs of communities. We are in constant contact with our municipal partners. We have an RCMP liaison to the Department of Justice who's dedicated to receiving those calls from CAOs, mayors, and other officials and municipalities to discuss their policing services. So we certainly have an active, engaged, and ongoing role to play in the overseeing of the RCMP in the province of Nova Scotia. The RCMP is also required to meet the priorities of the Provincial Minister of Justice. So the Minister of Justice sets provincial policing priorities for the RCMP. And at the end of the year, the RCMP is required to report to the Minister of Justice how they've met or exceeded those priorities and the various factors that are incumbent there. But with respect to the complexities of municipal engagement, if I will, and this might take a moment, but I think it's very important for the commissioners to have this information. So there's really two areas of cost organization for policing that I think are really vital to discuss as it pertains to our policing model, and they're interrelated. And the first is our RCMP cost mechanisms for municipalities under the PPSA. But secondly, there's something called service exchange, which I think is vitally important to consider as we move this conversation forward. So with respect to the RCMP, for right now, I'm just going to discuss detachment level policing, because there are other layers, but I think that's where the focus should be at this time. So there are currently 40 municipalities, as I said, in Nova Scotia that the RCMP is their policing service provider under the Provincial Policing Service Agreement, the PPSA. So pursuant to the Nova Scotia Police Act, policing and the costs associated with policing are the responsibility of the municipality. So that's where you get this kind of delineation of duty and responsibility. So the RCMP bills the province for their services for our 70% cost share. The province then pays the RCMP based on our budget that's allocated, but then we actually go in cost recovery for those services provided to municipalities. And we do that based on how many officers are allocated to that municipality. So we commonly refer to this as the per officer billing model. So we take the totality of policing costs, that's including fuel, vehicles, salary, benefit, shared services, records management, all of that. We divide it by the number of human resources, so the number of police officers, and that's how we get our per officer billing rate. So for example, if I'm town X and I have 6 police officers, my per officer billing rate is 6 times that amount to get the amount that we cost to recover for policing services. And so oversight, so because policing is a municipal responsibility, and I mean the administration of policing, obviously oversight is the responsibility of the province, but the addition or subtraction of officers, the number of officers must begin with a motion by council in the municipality, and then after that process has concluded, the province will adjust our billing based on how many officers they add or remove. So I can't speak to why this per officer billing model was established, but it is what is in place in Nova Scotia. There are many different models across Canada that do not use this model, and the reason why I'm going down what seems like a garden path on billing models is because of the effect that it has. So first, because policing is not broken out into budget lines or billed as a police service, the only way that a municipality under the PPSA can seek efficiencies in policing costs is to look at the number of police officers that they have servicing their area. So we're receiving a lot of requests to review policing services, to review costs, and really one of the only opportunities we have is looking at the number of police officers. However, as the overarching responsibility for adequacy of policing, we're unable to suggest the removal of officers for the sake of cost. We need to balance public safety with the cost of policing. And secondly, there's been a lot of discussions in this process about municipal borders and how this model affects municipal borders. And I'll give an example. Is if town X and town Y are beside each other, they're both policed under the PPSA. They both have 6 officers allocated to their municipalities. But town X has a wave of illness, and so 3 of the officers go off sick. What this model disallows is flexibility for coverage because town Y will say, but I pay for 6 officers. And so while, of course, we work very closely with the RCMP and we've been responsive in looking for pathways of flexibility and operational coverage, it does make it more challenging when we're also having to have conversations with municipalities about what flexibility needs to take place in order to ensure coverage. So that I think is important kind of baseline knowledge. And secondly, that the cost organization for policing in Nova Scotia is not independently made by the Department of Justice. So we work with our colleagues in municipal affairs and housing on something that is called service exchange. So what that is a delineation of responsibility for payment of services where the province is responsible for certain areas and the municipality is responsible for other areas. So in September 2021, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing has actually received his mandate letter, and part of his mandate is to prioritize the renegotiation of that cost arrangement. So that work is ongoing. Policing is one part of it, but it means we can't parse policing out specifically. It has to be seen in this broader context of work being done.
Thank you, Hayley. And the cost sharing and service exchange is something that we'll pick up actually a little later in the morning. So, but thank you for giving us that rundown now. And before I move away from it, I'll rejig my facilitation guide slightly. But one of the questions I want to ask, based on your example of towns X and Y, where town X has 3 officers go off duty sick, and town Y has the full complement it's paying for. It's my understanding that under the RCMP policing model, when 3 members go off sick, even for an extended period of time, that those positions are not replaced rapidly, so that the active complement will remain 3 while those 3 officers are off duty sick. There won't be a transfer from Ottawa or from some other place. Is that understanding correct?
That is correct. So the model currently employed by the RCMP is that backfill for those positions is more informal. there's not a formal mechanism to one-to-one replace an officer because the person who's off sick still holds that position. It's what we call a soft vacancy. So that position is still owned by the individual who's off sick. And then there are more informal mechanisms for overtime and backfill to ensure coverage is put in place.
Okay, thank you. And commissioners, the environmental scan documents that practice has been the subject of comment and recommendation in a number of past reports, including the Brown Task Force and Bastrash. Thanks very much, Hayley. I'm now going to step us back into municipal policing and the municipal police agencies for a few minutes. Jim, if I can turn to you, and you've had experience as a senior officer in a couple of municipal police services, as you mentioned in your introduction. The first question that I want to ask you relates to your experience as Chief of Police for Kentville and as a senior officer in HRP with the board process. So can you describe how police boards operate with respect to municipal police services and what your experience of that process has been?
So in Halifax, certainly my experience has been as someone who would go and give presentations. The chief obviously would be the first contact. So my Halifax board experience is limited to presentations and watching. The Halifax board is a much more formal structure for sure than the Kentville board, in the sense that the discussions are more strategic nature than they are in Kentville. Bill mentioned things about everything being in flux, the current state. My experience has been policing's been in flux my whole career. I think we've, when we talk, and I'll go back to the boards in a second, but I think when you talk about the culture in Halifax, I think Bill did an excellent job of, and a very personalized assessment of it, and I agree 100% with his assessment of it. And I think what's happened with, in policing, certainly in Metro, you have the amalgamation of three municipalities, and they all have different views on how the policing should work, and community standards were different depending on the community. And then so you had three cultures, for lack of a better term, trying to come together. And then you add 8 years later an integration with the RCMP, and you have a fourth culture with multi-layered views with municipal, provincial, and federal layers on that. And then of course your governance body is your police board. And I think, and I know I speak for Bill, and I know I speak for all chiefs, in the importance of the police board and what we as chiefs want from them. We'll get into the police later, and I'm sure Harry will be much more detailed in it. But as a chief, you want to have strategic governance and community input and how you want them to how you want us to police. We talk about the delineation between day-to-day operations are the role of the chief, and there's some discussions in Harry's paper about that. But strategically and as a community contact, what you want from your boards is, give me a broad strokes of priorities of communities, things that I wouldn't get because my lens is a police lens and I'm looking at operations and I'm looking from a police perspective. I'm looking for certainly strategic governance and guidance on priorities and policies for that matter. So that's what I find different with the boards. Certainly in Kentville, I find I have a very positive relationship with my board and I find them supportive. But we definitely deal with more granular day-to-day matters as it relates, because it's a smaller community. So those issues come to those councillors and to the community members directly, and they are very focused on the day-to-day issues, where I think my experience in Halifax has been more strategic and larger project type initiatives. So it's a bit of a different experience for sure.
Thank you. And appreciating that, as you quite rightly say, you were in a slightly different role in Halifax than you are now in Kentville. What reflections can you share about that more formalised structure that you experienced in Halifax, and what was good about it and what was challenging about it from your perspective?
So, I think certainly there's clear priorities came out of the Halifax board, and I find them, the board members very engaged for sure, and they all have a variety of perspectives. I think the struggle with that I would find is the discussions are much more formalized and clinical and not as free flowing. At least in my experience, it's been that way. Now, Bill could probably talk to that more, and this afternoon, Chief Kinsella can certainly talk to it in his experience. But it's a much more formal process, whereas my discussions certainly in Halifax are very fluid, and I find at the end of the day, you have more of a clear understanding of what's expected. Where I think it's more of a reporting relationship with the chief to the board, and going away, coming back with information to assist the board in making strategic decisions. I know there's going to be some more discussion on the role of the board later and what that means, and I don't think you'll find any chiefs disagreeing with revisiting what the role of the board is, because at the end of the day, we serve the public. So if it helps serving our communities with more information from the boards, we're all for that.
Thanks so much, Jim. And just to clarify one thing you said, just want to confirm that your experience in Kentville has been more fluid than in Halifax. Have
Certainly,
I heard that
yes.
correct? Yes.
It's more fluid conversation and a much more of a conversational style than like a roundtable style.
That's great. Thank you. And then if I can pick up, thank you for sharing your reflections on Bill's remarks about the growing pains of Halifax Regional Police's integration. I do want to pick up on your comment about then the addition of the RCMP into the mix. And as you said, the introduction of a fourth culture in certain respects. Can you please describe for the benefit of the commissioners and the participants how integration works in Halifax Regional Municipality? Let's begin with that.
Sure. Now I have to qualify this, as I mentioned earlier, I'm 2 years removed from Halifax, so there could be nuances that are different today, although I understand they're very similar. So as Bill mentioned, there's a Halifax Regional Police at primary policing Halifax, Dartmouth, Bedford, and the RCMP patrolling the former county of Halifax. So in 2004, roughly, I can be corrected by Bill on that date, but roughly 2004, decision was made to explore integration of various units and functions. So I think there was some officer exchange programs with different detachments versus divisions, but ultimately we settled on the criminal investigation division was integrated and some support units like the court unit, records, and the summary offense ticket office, kind of a process-oriented phase. So my experience in Halifax certainly has been on both ends. I was a staff sergeant in 3 of the 4 sections in integration. So I would supervise RCMP sergeants and report to an RCMP inspector. And, I would suggest, despite some of the formalities of agreements, certainly in the earlier years, integration went quite well. Bill talked about, collegial relationships and informalities in Nova Scotia. And I think he's right, where we need more formality. But I think that's also one of the strengths in a small province and a small policing community is people get the work done, regardless of sometimes the distractions that may occur at a senior level. The folks that are responsible for public safety on an operational level absolutely got the work done. So certainly my experience in integration in the criminal investigation division, I would say as a staff sergeant was very positive, and it was a very, I think, fluid and just get the job done type of relationship. Also with the support side, for example, there's RCMP officers assigned to the records unit, to the court unit, and summary offense tickets, and everyone took care of business. So if someone was off, the business still got done. I think the struggles happen, as Bill had pointed out, and I know Haley can attest to, when you start having disagreements on what policy you follow, who's ultimately in charge, I think is what some of the struggles come to. When you look at, a chief of police in one role and a chief superintendent and assistant commissioner in another role, sometimes those discussions happen, and how things go sometimes end up in a disagreement with the senior leaders. I do think it's important to say to the board or the commission, though, there's been a lot of discussion on, RCMP versus municipal agencies and disagreements. And I think, and I welcome any different opinion. My experience been in my career and currently today, I think there's still an excellent relationship between municipal police and RCMP. We disagree on issues, and sometimes it involves funding. Sometimes we may disagree on specific incidents. And I think they're sometimes often personality-based disagreements, but I have no illusions that if I call the RCMP for assistance tomorrow, they're going to come, and they're in the same boat. If we actually assist each other daily on an operational level, and even when it comes to specialized services. So I think I had to mention that because I know there's a lot of discussion on a fracture in the relationship, and it may be certainly at some aspects at a low. I know from talking to my colleagues in the RCMP and other chiefs, we're absolutely optimistic that the relationship will only improve, and Nova Scotians need not worry that we're not going to show up and help each other when the time counts, because we will. But I had to inject that because I know when Bill talked about culture and some of the differences, and Haley talked about the discussions on the future role of policing, it's important to know that I don't think it's as fractured as people may be led to believe based on some of the discussions at the commission.
Thank you for sharing that perspective. It's very helpful to hear that from you, Jim. And I infer from what you've just said that that remains as true in Kentville as your experience in Halifax.
Absolutely. I had received a call from senior RCMP officer today offering me some assistance in something that was unsolicited. Now that's based on relationships, I believe, other than function. But I know in Kentville, day in and day out, the Kings District RCMP and the Kentville Police work together. And I have constant contact with the inspector and the superintendent in that area. So I really don't have any concerns. I think any of the issues really come from a future state. What is policing going to look like in the future? Who's going to pay for it? How's it going to be paid for? And who's going to be in what roles? And I think when you talk about those discussions, it's certainly normal for an agency like the size of Kentville to wonder, will we exist 10 years from now? Or should we exist 10 years from now? So I think that translates into the smaller agencies. So I think some of the struggles happen with trying to envision future state, which is something that obviously we welcome the conversation.
Indeed, I think that's a very insightful remark, and thank you for sharing it. Bill, if I can just sort of interrupt my facilitation guide for a moment to turn back to you, I just wonder if there's anything that you would like to add to agree with or disagree with respect to what Jim has just shared about the RCMP integration in HRM and your experience of that.
Thank you. Jim was correct. In 2002, Halifax Regional Municipality undertook a policing study. They hired Perryville and Taylor as a consulting firm. And as a result of that, there was, I believe, either 81 or 83 recommendations on how two police agencies in one city could work together more closely. I was actually seconded out of the police department and sent to the city hall as a project manager in that first policing study to be managed. And coming out of that was the integrated criminal investigation, but also a number of other things. One of the things was the RCMP at that time came onto a records management system for HRM. The CAD, computer aided dispatch system, was a common CAD for police and fire in the city. So the decision was made to have the emergency services for HRM being able to be interoperable on a computer aided dispatch platform. There was also a discussion around prior to that, RCMP and the county were being dispatched by their OCC, Operational Communication Center. They then came in under a single dispatch system for HRM. Again, police being both HRP and RCMP, and fire services, and also the consolidation of 911 for all of HRM. So a number of the recommendations were implemented. There was some MOUs put in place earlier on. Some of the issues were looked at and just decided that they could not be done. One, for instance, was around forensic services. The decision was made not to amalgamate forensic services. So HRP continued to operate their own identification section. And if an event occurred in the RCMP primary jurisdiction, then the provincial resources for forensics would be done that way. So operationally, it worked. It was a little clunky at times because you ended up having two different units depending on the location of the crime responding. But those were worked out, and there was a good level of work being done in those areas. So and then as the years progressed, some things, for instance, Jim mentioned the officer exchange for various reasons. Some being, I won't get into all the reasons, that officer exchange kind of went by the wayside. That was connected to integrated traffic, where then because there was no exchanges, members were removed from traffic. So integrated traffic really was not integrated any longer, and it just kind of evolved over years. I would say too, in the fact that we did not keep up on a formalized process. And I agree with Jim's comments on the collegiality, but I would say that was fine with the changeover of staff. When you bring new people in to manage those areas, they have different outlooks. And so what was the assumed practice was now being challenged, and therefore to begin to evolve. So I think that was one of the issues of not keeping up with some kind of mechanism to be able to describe how things were going to continue to operate. And so that when new people arrived, they at least had something to be able to say, this is the standardized process, as opposed to looking at it and going, no, I don't think I like that. I'm going to make this arbitrary change. So that's just the comments I would add on the integration. And so thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing those reflections, Bill. They're very helpful. I was about to turn to Harry and to a conversation about your experience as a board member and your work on governance as well. But in fact, Commissioners, I'm going to suggest that we take a break now and return at 11 a.m. subject to your agreement. Thank you. Yes, we'll see you at 11 Atlantic. Thanks all.
Didn't last long. Oh yeah, they're not saying. Let's have a look at some of the things that they said. Let's go back to so the wellness report. Now the wellness report, never did they issue the full copy. Leather said that that was going to be destroyed. Everything was going to be destroyed. Frankly, public safety pays at the end of this. It does. And this is all the backroom garbage that they go after. I'm not going to claim I understand it. I don't understand frankly, I don't think anybody's good in the story. Oh. So if we go to here, wellness report summary, the summary, and the tapes will get destroyed. Remember Leather? I'll try and see. Hopefully we can play some of that. Relationships with provincial and municipal partners. This is the summary. The Quintet Privy Council Office, Zeta Astravas, Spin Machine, trying to fucking deal with, like, it's totally falling apart in Nova Scotia. It was and is. And frankly, between all of their goop that they're spinning out, clunky and, oh, our communication went by the wayside, look between what they're telling you. They just don't want to tell the truth. They're not talking. It's money. It's fucking shit. They're not getting on. This is what the wellness report is. Relationship with partners and municipal partners. Almost all participants spoke at length about the RCMP's role at Nova Scotia Provincial Police and major dysfunctions, which they said that they had been allowed to exist over many years. They described poorly drafted, poorly managed legislation embodied in the Nova Scotia Police Act and the Provincial Police Service Agreement, particular Article 9, which was cited, interesting, which provides funding. That bizzo sitting there reading her screen, which was all prepped. That was all prepped, all cleared. Where's Wanda? Wanda Fletcher. Boom. Okay. Which provides Mark Fuzzy Furry, former RCMP, which provides funding formulas related to emergencies. Many pointed to the provincial authorities, such as Minister of Justice, Deputy Ministers, and others in the Department of Justice, who they said for years have underfunded the RCMP on an ongoing basis, have been slow or stingy in implementing Article 9 when needed, because due to the small tax base, quote unquote, provincial authorities are looking for a, quote, bargain. This is safety from Ottawa, but want to still have access to, quote, ready resources deployed whenever called. Some participants pointed to H Division's relatively small federal component and large provincial one. They describe divided chains of command, divided priorities, divided funding, all of which required a sound legislative framework. Fuck, man, this stuff is not hard. Even that lady didn't understand what the hell is going on. She literally said that. I don't understand how this is working. The math. Because it's reverse. I'm going to divide it up per. Come on. This is your family safety. They said, however, none of that exists and led to constant funding shortfalls, resource turmoil within the province and inside the division. They said that many provincial authorities simply do not have any idea what it took in dollars, skilled people, and sophisticated equipment to operate a modern police force. And some others, okay, so this is the highlights that I have here are the ones that were redacted in the old version versus the new version. And as you can see, they still redact. Some others were describing, quote, playing a game and hoping to get something for free, end quote. And then whatever this is not good. Because they leave stuff in here that they're now that's removed, that's not very nice. Some participants described a few within the H Division federal policing as reluctant to share resources, one calling it a, quote, castle with a moat taken to the extreme, end quote. This is all higher. This is all white shirts in the RCMP. Or robin, predominantly robin, leather, gray. Leather identified 4 people, particularly that had issues, big time issues. Many said that the RCMP province and the RCMP had gotten along for years based on, quote, personal relationships. Okay, so that's nepotism. And a, quote, handshake, end quote. And that this was no longer sustainable. Well, of course, because some people move along. No longer sustainable in a modern environment in which higher quality service and resource accountability was paramount. This is not how you do business with your friends. Many spoke about similar funding issues with Halifax Regional Police, which serves the Halifax Regional Municipality and operates under integrated policing model in Halifax Regional District, RCMP. A brief perspective is reflected in the following quote from the HRP website. Halifax Region operates under an integrated, one-of-a-kind, policing model with both municipal police force, Halifax Regional Police, and a contracted police force, Halifax District RCMP, serves the citizens of the municipality. Halifax Regional Police is responsible for policing the urban core, which includes Halifax, Dartmouth, Bedford, and all communities extending to from Bedford to Sambro Loop. The remaining areas, okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so several participants indicated that the HRM Chief Administrative Officer and the counselors, this is all redacted, had a poor understanding of policing in general, and in particular, the integrated model, and as with provincial authorities, expected service, quote, on the cheap, end quote. Several said that the CO, commanding officer, Bergman, had previously served as chief superintendent of Halifax, RCMP, when she moved from West Coast, right? West Coast, East Coast. Good videos in the back. And served as chief superintendent and widely acknowledged the arrangement was, well, there's that word again, clunky, end quote. Some said that the was ongoing, quote, turf battle, end quote, over operational control and funding, and that the memorandums of understanding were poorly drafted and not adhered to. A few said that they were not truly integrated and had different policies and procedures. Oh my God, the bureaucracy. A number of individuals said that this was redacted, current chief and 2 deputy chiefs of HRP. What do you want to put $1 down that Chief James Butler was one of them? I'm going to go down, and I'll put $1 now. We're actively undermining their RCMP colleagues, not acknowledging their presence on a daily basis, denying them access to information, and leaving them out of critical meetings with the HRM officials. Again, I'm not defending the RCMP, but you can see that this is not working at all. Whoever, you guys got a big fucking problem over there. And it's the province, because it extends to the province. Several mentioned that the previous chief, who was a retired RCMP chief superintendent, of course, that would be Bertram. Or sorry, actually, who is chief? I don't know. Sorry, that's not coming into my head who that is. Maybe it will pop in. Tried to make the integrated model work, but the current chief, Dan Kinsella, this was all redacted, was actively working to make it fail. A few participants bluntly called him an, quote, asshole, end quote, and personal information, whatever that is. This is the mass casualty decided that. Somebody said this. A, quote, psychopath, end quote. These participants stated that the chief's destructive behavior trickled down. Notice how he said, oh, you know, blah, 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 down to the regular guys. Quote, trickled down, and quote, through portions of the HRP officer cadre, impinging on cooperation and effectiveness. This is your safety. And these people have their head up their ass. But it was not evident among sergeants and below. So we're talking about white shirts, basically. Several participants said that despite the RCMP doing its best to partner with the integrated model, the leadership of the HRP was doing everything it could to undermine and break the relationship with the RCMP in order to access more money, basically more resources from and stuff from HRM and the province. A few individuals commented that Cape Breton Regional Police worked with a better sense of partnership with the RCMP outside integrated model, and that there had been friction with the RCMP Truro Police Service, and it's related to suggestions by the chief up there in Truro, Dave, and that they could take over a larger regional responsibility in areas currently served by the RCMP. So there's this fucking power struggle, you know, and they gobble up contracts. Maybe at lunch I'll go through Moncton. And there was a dude who died, got almost killed, a cop out there because of that. It's very freaky. Many participants made the point that the RCMP provides many services and expertise drawn from across the country and that would never be available to the province and HRM doing their own policing. Redacted, but regrettably, neither provincial nor municipal leaders understood this. Because it's so fucking complicated. This is easy, really. Most of the participants indicated a dysfunctional relationship with the province and HRM was a constant drain on their professional and personal resources, causing stress and anxiety. Many expressed great frustration, and some were angry, saying, this redacted, saying things like, quote, if they don't want us here, we'll just get the hell out and see how they like that. They won't survive. They can't do it. They're 20 years behind the times, end quote. A few said things like, quote, "I'm done. I can't take this bullshit anymore." Something more in here because the quotation isn't finished. Provincial policing. All the participants commented on the way, in one way or another, the challenges involved provincial policing as distinct from federal policing, highlighting the differences between regions across Canada, as well as differences in experiences and expectation members arriving in new division from different regions. Several commented bluntly that attitudes towards policing in Nova Scotia were, quote, 20 years behind the times, end quote, compared to high-tech yum, which they can't even find. Was he driving the gray car, the gray Rogue? Oh, we don't know. All indications was that the brother was involved. These people don't know. The high-tech is fucking shit and should be trashed because they use it for other stuff. High-intensity policing requirements, predictive crime? What do you have your head up your ass? In Canada, but said Maritimers were reluctant to change or accept advice from outsiders. One of the far and aways. I wonder if I get some far and aways. I think maybe. Other participants commented that it was important for those with federal backgrounds to make the effort to learn and understand special requirements in provincial policing. Further, a few individuals, while acknowledging the systemic provincial and municipal problems, said that members were coming from federal policing and policing in large urban areas needed to better understand the history and culture of Nova Scotia. Lots of cops are from there. Lots of RCMP. They just get a straight posting there. I don't even know. I'm trying to figure out how that works. And would contribute better partnerships. They pointed out the need for outsiders to understand and adapt to largely rural province, slightly under 1 million people and almost a half in one city. They said that if those who were critical of Nova Scotia look closely, they would see that in moving ahead with modern interests, yet bound by historic institutions, industries, and traditions. They also commented on the need to understand.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. Before the break, we were discussing some aspects of the Nova Scotia Police Act and the complexity of arrangements that govern the delivery of police services in Nova Scotia.
My ass.
We've begun to touch on questions of governance, and I'd like to turn to those in more detail at this point. And so, Harry, I'll begin with you if I can. You're a member of the board that governs the Halifax Regional Police and acts in an advisory capacity to the RCMP in Halifax. Of course, you've also researched and written about police governance. In the paper that we have shared in today's roundtable package, you describe a democratic deficit in policing in Nova Scotia.
Listen to them talk.
Could you please start by explaining the concept of democratic policing and the ways in which you feel that Nova Scotia's present governance arrangements fall short?
Yes, thank you, Emma. I'm happy to do that. So I'm going to just give a brief roadmap of what I'm going to do. So I'm going to first provide an understanding of what democratic policing is. Then I'm going to talk about what it is that boards do, what the statutory framework for boards. I'll talk a little bit about the history of the statutory framework and history of boards, if that's all right. And then if it's appropriate, I can then talk about my own experiences as it relates to the democratic deficit.
You anticipated all the nested questions I had for you, Harry, so please go ahead.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate that. So democratic policing is a paradigm of policing, police government relations, really, that has been identified by a number of commissions of inquiry and scholars, including Kent Roach, as really the kind of most appropriate model of police government relations in Canada, given our constitutional structure. And so, for example, in the Ifferwash inquiry, allow me 1 second here. Democratic policing was described as promoting democratic participation by encouraging policing policy to be debated, evaluated, and established in a transparent and accountable manner. And Kent Roach has also written that democratic policing entails a balance between respecting the independence of the police to make law enforcement decisions in individual cases, while also allowing many other forms of legitimate political direction of the police. So that's the general paradigm of democratic policing. And I would suggest that the model of civilian oversight of police, in particular municipal police boards, is in keeping with this model and paradigm of democratic policing. So to give a little bit of background about the statutory framework for boards. So under the Police Act of 2004, a board of police commissioners must be created by every municipality that establishes a municipal police department. The municipality establishes the board and sets its rules and regulations. 55 sub 1 of the Act sets out that the board is required to serve the twofold functions of, one, providing civilian governance on behalf of council, and B, the administrative direction, organization, and policy required to maintain an adequate, effective, and efficient police department. 55 sub 1 sub C through E lists the prohibitions on the board's jurisdiction. And I think it's important that I speak at some length about those prohibitions because they're often misunderstood. And in particular, I've heard today kind of many references to what is often referred to as the distinction between policy and operations. This idea that operational matters are the purview of the chief and policy matters are the purview of the board. And keeping with Justice John Morden's report, the Morden report, I would suggest that it's important to keep in mind that this language of a distinction between policy and operations is actually not present in our Police Act. It's not what the prohibition reads. It's important that we hew closely to the words of the legislation. So under sub C, the board has no jurisdiction with respect to complaints, discipline, or personnel conduct, except in respect of the chief officer. That was a change that was implemented with the 1989 Police Act. And before this time, all complaints were first forwarded to the board for review. Sub D requires that the board not exercise jurisdiction with respect to a specific prosecution or investigation. And I would suggest that this prohibition is in keeping with the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in Campbell and Charose from 1999, where it said that police independence in respect of decision-making regarding criminal investigations is a principle that underpins the rule of law. So that would be the rationale for sub D. And sub E, the most important one, is the actual day-to-day direction of the police department. So again, there's no mention there of operations, but it's direction with respect to day-to-day matters. And notwithstanding those prohibitions, 55 sub 3 sets out a list of statutory duties that the board must fulfill. And I think these can really be distilled down to two. The first in sub D, a requirement that the board ensure that police services are delivered in a manner consistent with community values, needs, and expectations. And in sub E, a requirement that the board act as a conduit between the community and the police service provider. And as you noted, Emma, the Halifax board is unique in Canada in that it also serves a joint function as an advisory board for the RCMP. This, as you indicated, this means we only act in advisory capacity. We can't make binding direction with respect to the RCMP, but we can recommend policies, for instance. So there's fundamentally two functions of the police board. So the first is, and this is language that I've taken here from Justice John Morden. So the first is what Justice Morden calls the governance function. And Justice Sinclair, actually, in his review of the work of the Thunder Bay Police Board, argued that police boards have expansive authority in terms of policy development and implementation. And this was a point that was confirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada in 2003 in Ojibwa State and Woodhouse, where the Supreme Court confirmed that police boards have broad discretion to determine what objectives and priorities to pursue or what policies to enact. And Morden refers to this as the governance component of civilian oversight, and it's a proactive, forward-thinking process in which the board makes policies and decisions for the adequate and effective operation of the service, which create the arena in which all aspects of a police service's statutory and common law responsibilities are carried out. And so together with the governance function is the oversight function. And having implemented policies and provided direction to the chief, police boards are required to effectively monitor compliance with those policies and directions. And this is what Morden refers to as the accountability component of civilian oversight. And this is, in his words, the process by which actions and activities already carried out by the police service are evaluated to ensure they are consistent with existing policies in order to ensure that decisions which have been taken can be evaluated and addressed in a transparent manner, and that lessons learned can be applied to future decisions. So Having provided that kind of overview of the statutory framework, I want to provide a little bit of background regarding the history of police boards, and particularly the history of Nova Scotia. So police boards are not unique to Nova Scotia, and in fact, they actually predate our country's foundation. The first board of police commissioners was established in Upper Canada in the 1850s. And the model of a civilian board to oversee a municipal police service is the most widely practiced form of police governance in Canada. It's used in virtually every province where there are municipal police services, with some exceptions. And similar models are applied in a number of common law jurisdictions internationally. And I would note that in Nova Scotia, unfortunately, there's been fairly long-standing concerns regarding the effectiveness of police boards. So a 1981 review of the Provincial Police Act by then Chief Provincial Judge Nathan Green made several recommendations intended to address what he referred to as the inertia of municipal police commissions. And I would note that boards actually only became mandatory for the first time in the 1989 Police Act. Bill has already referenced the 2002 study by Parvell and Taylor. And that study also found that the Halifax Police Board was not meeting its legislated obligations, in part because the board did not know three things. First, what questions to ask the chief. Second, how to assess the veracity of the responses received. And third, what to do with this information. And as a result, the report made several recommendations relating to board member qualifications and training, which largely went unheeded. And major amendments to the Police Act came into force in 2006, which for the first time identified the board's functions and duties. And before this time, boards only had those duties that municipal councils gave to them. And the Marshall Commission noted that this arrangement allowed municipalities to tailor the role of its board to its choosing, quote, granting it as little autonomy with respect to its police force as it chooses. And while these amendments were first proposed, when these amendments were first proposed in 2003, the Halifax board chair at the time stated that, quote, the board does not have the resources or the time for the more in-depth involvement proposed in the new act. No plan was put in place to implement the changes included in the new statute, such that a period of uncertainty, misunderstanding, and, quote, functional drift resulted. And there I'm quoting from a self-study that was done by two former board members, Fred Hansberger and Mike Morash, in 2016. And that's a document that BCCLA and East Coast Prison Justice have provided to the Commission for its consideration. And notably in 2013, the outgoing chair of the board acknowledged the board's public image as, quote, a coffee and lunch club. Notably, during this time, board meetings occurred at HRP headquarters in their board members, such that they were not easily accessible to the public. And actually, I spoke to Mike Morash yesterday, who was a board member from 2011 and 2015, and he indicated that before the change was made to have meetings at City Hall, there was never once a member of the public attended a meeting. You know, members of the media would sometimes attend, but members of the public were effectively barred. And I would note that as recently as 2015, solicitors for the HRM claimed that the drafting of policies was beyond the scope of the board's authority and jurisdiction under the Act. And finally, as I've noted already, a 2016 self-study of the board by the two former board members concluded that, quote, the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners has failed to meet its legislative governance requirements under the 2006 Police Act for the past 10 years, end quote. A failure which the reviewers attributed to, quote, long-standing systemic flaws in the framework and support network of the board. For example, the self-study found that as of 2016, the board provides no policy to the police, approves no existing police policy, and does not assess police compliance with policy. And unfortunately, this is a state of affairs that has continued to today. And this is despite the fact that in a legal opinion provided to the board in 2017, a solicitor for the HRM confirmed that the board's duties go beyond mere recommendation of policies, and in fact that the board can prescribe and direct the police to implement certain policies so long as it doesn't butt up against or override its jurisdictional prohibitions.
Harry, if I can just jump in, thank you for providing that history to the Commission. As you say, it has been shared by East Coast Prison Justice and BC Civil Liberties, and we're grateful for it. Conscious of time today, I wonder if you would mind fast forwarding to your experience as a board member and your reflections on the differences in the governance structure between the board role that you play with respect to HRP and the advisory role with respect to RCMP.
Sure. Well, I think the main distinction is that, you know, the board has really only, as I've mentioned, an advisory and recommendatory role in respect of the RCMP. You know, it's not able to provide direction. It plays very little role whatsoever in the setting of the budget and the review of policies. the determination of priorities for the RCMP. And I think, although the board on paper and under the terms of the Police Act has more power as it relates to the municipal police force, I think there's effectively kind of four major areas, if it's all right, and I will go through those, that kind of undermine the effective significance of the board's role. And so the first of these is a lack of understanding regarding the board's jurisdiction, what the board is allowed to do. And I've already touched in some detail about what those prohibitions on the board's jurisdiction are. And, you know, this is something that's been discussed at length in the Morden report. It's been discussed by Justice Sinclair that this is a fairly common issue with police boards around Canada, a lack of understanding regarding the board's jurisdiction. And I think there's two recent examples that really speak to this. So for instance, after the receipt of the Wortley report at its April 15, 2019 meeting, the board received a legal opinion from its solicitors that first, that street checks were legal and authorized by the common law. And second, that the board's, quote, authority is largely limited to policy directions, such that its ability to act on the recommendations in the report was limited to, quote, forwarding the recommendations. And I would suggest that this is incorrect. A prohibition on street checks is clearly a policy matter, something that the board, if it had a proper understanding of its jurisdiction, could have enacted so it choose, and without overriding its jurisdiction. And I would also identify some conflict that arose with respect to the board's jurisdiction to initiate an independent civilian review of the handling of the August 18th protests. So in that case, I wrote a fairly lengthy legal memo outlining, based in large part on Justice Morden's interpretation of the Police Act, the view that the board was authorized to initiate an independent civilian review. You know, this was, there was some disagreement between myself and solicitors for the HRM about whether this was allowed. But ultimately, an independent legal opinion that the board obtained confirmed that the board did have the authority to do this. And in fact, the board's enumerated duties under 55.3 provided a stronger basis for initiating an independent civilian review than was the case in Ontario. Second, I would speak to the issue around information sharing. And this is again a point that Justice Sinclair and Justice Morden have touched on extensively. You know, and to that point, Justice Morden, he recommends the creation of clear information sharing protocols between a board and the chief, keeping in mind that the board can't ask questions about information that it doesn't have. And in fact, Justice Morden recommended, and Justice Epstein in her 2022 review conducted by the Toronto Police Board confirmed this recommendation that the board should really be receiving information about everything that Justice Morden referred to as a critical point. So that's any kind of police operation or plan that engages senior management in some respect, right? The board should be given a briefing either before or afterwards because of the possibility that, you know, this plan or operation might give rise to policy concerns. And I want to suggest that this has been a major area of issue and of concern for the board. And I would note that at its work plan session in February 2017, the board at that time committed to creating a policy on the flow of information from HRP to the board. However, this was never done. And I would suggest that there are some fairly long-standing concerns with respect to transparency and information sharing. And so I would note, for instance, and I'm happy to speak about this in more detail a little later on, that HRP is second behind only the Department of Justice in refusing to accept recommendations of the Privacy Commissioner to release information requested under the FOIPOP Act. This is, you know, a long-standing concern going back to 2003.
Harry, I'm going to jump in again and just remind you of the mandate of the Commission and the particular focus I think that we have on the kind of structures of board governance and less so on the day-to-day with respect to board governance of HRP. I wonder if you would mind sharing just your third and fourth points in somewhat briefly so that we can move forward.
Okay, understandable. Yeah, the third point would be an issue with respect to support from the municipality. So the board's budget up until this year before the hiring of the staff was under $14,000. And it had been that way for the longest period of time. You know, all the members of the board who are civilians are volunteers. As a result of a lack of staffing, the board has effectively no research capacity. So, you know, it making it difficult to fulfill its policy mandate and in effect requiring it to rely on the police services to do research for it. I would also suggest that Justice Morden has raised that the arrangement whereby municipal solicitors provide advice to the city, a police service, and the board also raises concerns, and it's one that's present. And then finally, I would speak to support from and engagement with the province and the provincial Department of Justice. And there, there's concerns with respect to the timely appointment of members. So I would note, for instance, that of the 30 advisory boards in the province, it's currently 18 provincial appointees outstanding. I would note that under Section 54 and 67, members of boards and advisory committees can be mandated to complete training as provided by the Department of Justice, but that there is no such training that's being prescribed under the regulations. And that there's otherwise fairly limited engagement or consultation between at least the Halifax board and the province. So we had a meeting yesterday, and it was discussed that no current member of the board has been involved in the ongoing policing standards review. But there is some involvement from police chiefs and the chief superintendent.
Thank you so much, Harry. Much appreciated. Scott, I'm going to turn to you, and Harry's alluded, of course, to your report in 2019 on the practice of street checks in Halifax. I'm going to ask you a few questions about your report and about the work you did at that time. And I wonder if I can begin by inviting you to provide a brief explanation of the methodology you used for that study.
We tried to, first of all, employ a multi-method strategy involving both qualitative and quantitative approaches to this issue and our research questions. Of course, we did receive over 10 years of street check data that have been collected by both the RCMP and the Halifax Regional Police Service, documenting street checks. We also merged that with eventually through a number of requests with data from general occurrence reports in order to capture some of the histories of the individuals involved in street checks, because we wanted to explore the hypothesis that many people involved in street checks had also were known offenders who were just being monitored by the police and the community. We also eventually received a small sample of the narratives from street checks. There had been a lot of talk about the basic demographic information about street checks, reasons for street checks, the age, gender, and racial background of those checked. But we wanted to also analyze the narratives that officers were writing, the intelligence purpose. That took a great deal of effort because a lot of information had to be redacted before we were allowed to look at it. At the same time, we were also interested in how the public was perceiving the street check issue. So we conducted a large number of interviews with leaders within Nova Scotia's Black community. We conducted a number of focus groups and community meetings in various locations in the Halifax region, including many of the traditional Black communities and neighborhoods with high Black populations within Halifax itself. We did a number of consultations with Black leaders, and captured their views. And importantly, we also consulted with police officers themselves. So we had a number of interviews and focus groups with officers at various, holding various types of positions within both the RCMP and the HRP. We also conducted a survey, an internet survey. In many ways, I would question the methodology there. What we wanted to do and what the commission was very concerned with is that people who couldn't show up at community meetings had an opportunity to voice their opinions on these issues as well. Methodologically, it wasn't a random sample of the population, like a lot of the other work that we've conducted over the last 20 years, but it did produce results that were largely consistent with both the quantitative data and what we were hearing from the communities.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Scott. And just to back up a little bit, and this is on me, of course, the context in which you were commissioned by the Human Rights Commission to do this work was a growing concern about the practice of street checks disproportionately targeting African Nova Scotian community members in Halifax and Black community members. In particular, part of that history was a recommendation having been made by the Human Rights Tribunal in 2003 that a study of this kind be done, and that recommendation not having been taken up. So just to give people the kind of backstory and the context in which the Human Rights Commission ultimately decided to commission you to do this work. Now,
if I could comment, sorry.
Yeah, go for it, please.
If I could comment a little bit, I mean, I think this is one of the issues that emerged and probably didn't receive as much discussion as it should have. Was a tribunal recommendation stemming from a 1999 case with Kirk Johnson to study the issues of police stops. So the language of street checks had not been coined or widely used. It's a term within the Versadex software program that has been adopted by many police services in North America. The study was supposed to focus on police stops and not necessarily street checks. The recommendation was done in 2003. In 2004, I was brought out from the University of Toronto, had a 4-day trip where I consulted with both RCMP and Halifax Regional Police Service officials on how a study might look like. So it was not a study itself. It was kind of a consultation on how you would study these issues and fulfill the obligation of the recommendations from the tribunal. After leaving that trip, it was an interesting trip. Got to learn a lot about policing and Nova Scotia. Returned to Toronto and never heard anything back. It was only until a CBC reporter 15 years later contacted me and said, "What about your study that you were supposed to do in 2003? Were those results ever released?" And I said, "Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I was never commissioned to conduct a study." I figured the police services in question were conducting their own study or had gone with other consultants. And I think that led to an inquiry by the CBC with respect to what happened with that recommendation, which ultimately led to the release of the street check information to begin with and the inquiry. So there was a long gap between that recommendation and a study actually being conducted.
Yeah, it's very helpful history for you to share in terms of the sort of dynamics of how these things happen. So thank you, Scott, for adding that piece. Your report does a lot of important things, and I regret that today we can only focus on a very small portion of it. One of the things that you report as a finding that came through a number of those methodologies that you adopted is that the question of civilian oversight and police complaints was raised by participants in several forums, including your interviews, community meetings, and survey responses. You note that these questions were particularly likely to be raised by African Nova Scotian community members, although some white survey respondents also raised the question. But you also note that police participants and officials didn't raise the question of civilian oversight or police complaints at all in your consultations with them. What did you hear from community members about the role of civilian oversight and their sense of the accountability mechanisms that were then in place in Nova Scotia?
Community responses expressed a great deal of cynicism that the system was performative, window dressing, public relations to give the appearance of civilian oversight without, in a word, having any teeth. That complaints were always going to be investigated, for instance, by the police, and therefore the odds of a complaint being successful and leading to any kind of disciplinary action were very slim, which led to an apathy, I think, for many in the African Nova Scotia community particularly, but also among some of the white community members that we talked about, that it was a waste of time to complain, that it was going to just be an exercise of frustration, if not mark you as a malcontent within the community that the police would note with respect to future interactions. So there was a very strong sense that the current system wasn't working, that the current system needed to be reformed, and a great level of distrust towards the mechanisms that had been established.
Thank you. And so I imagine in response to what you were hearing, your recommendation 4.11 at page 177 of your report suggests the formation of a committee that includes community members, police officials and government stakeholders to study the strength and integrity of current police complaints processes, both for HRP and for the RCMP. In the course of setting out that recommendation, you summarise the concerns you heard from community that you feel should be examined by a committee of the kind that you envisage, and that recommendations should be made for improving the current public complaints system and increasing community confidence in those processes. To the best of your knowledge, did that ever happen?
To the best of my knowledge, I haven't been privy to kind of internal conversations, but I don't think major changes have taken place. Perhaps consultations have taken place, but I'm not aware of whether they've led to direct action.
Thank you. Harry, I'm just going to pick up on that and ask whether you, from your vantage as a member of the board, know whether that committee was ever struck and whether progress has been made on that front.
Thank you, and apologies, Emma, for sort of prattling on there a little too long before. My understanding is, I'm just going to pull up the 2-year boardly summary that was published by our board, because our board does have supervisory authority over, or sorry, not supervisory authority, but it does oversee the implementation of the recommendations, at least to the extent of our jurisdiction. And so here I'm looking at what's included under 4.11. There's references to changes to the police regulations, a concession that the exact actions in this recommendation have not been actioned, but other steps have been taken to address its spirit. So I guess my short answer would be that no, there is not a committee at this time that's sort of studying this issue.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I'm going to move on. Scott, thank you so much for sharing your experience with the Wortley report, and we'll loop back to some of your other work in a little while. But for now, I want to observe, and indeed Harry's remarks have made clear in other ways, that the Wortley report is far from being the first to recommend reform to the delivery of policing services in Nova Scotia. Jane, if I can turn to you, in 1989, the Commission of Inquiry into the wrongful conviction of Mi'kmaq man Donald Marshall Jr. Envisaged a transformative approach to criminal justice in Nova Scotia for the Mi'kmaq. Police-focused recommendations included increased attention to the recruitment and hiring of Indigenous police members, a review of the delivery of police services across municipal agencies and the RCMP, the need to maintain the independence of the police commissioners, or now called the boards, and the implementation of minimum standards for policing. Jane, what can you share about the implementation of the Marshall Inquiry recommendations?
From an administration of justice perspective, there were a lot of boxes ticked. There was a good deal of energy put into making the low-hanging fruit get picked and eaten. The longer, more systemic changes that the Mi'kmaq would certainly prefer to see were very sporadic, uneven, and largely unfulfilled. There were efforts to recruit, and significant efforts to recruit Indigenous members into police services. And there were programs that were successful in doing that. And particularly those programs that gave close attention to mentoring and the constable program. There was I think it was called the Aboriginal Cadet Program, which is no longer in operation, but it it was led by Indigenous members, did a good job of recruiting. But over time, the recruitment focus was diluted by other factors, and people were not being successfully recruited into the ranks. And then I think within the system, within various police services, there were a lot of challenges that people were facing internally, and then it became more difficult for them to be mentoring in terms of recruitment. The standards of what was required in order to qualify, and the testing and the way the approach, right, from polygraph testing to the standardized tests of determining eligibility and meeting those criteria, I think all had cultural biases that remain today problematic. Did you want me, Emma, to focus more on the policing aspect, or do you want me to speak to those recommendations that came from Mi'kmaq and the criminal justice system?
Thank you for the question, Jane. I think for the time being, it would be very helpful if you focus, particularly as your remarks have done already, on those recommendations that focus on policing. But I wonder if we can shift the conversation ever so slightly, because I think you've given us a flavour of the approach that has been taken and the things that have been implemented, and to a certain extent a pattern of partial implementation and perhaps moving away from implementation. But please tell me if that's not a fair characterization of what you've just shared. But I was hoping to invite you to pick up on that portion of your book about Donald Marshall Jr., Truth and Conviction, in which you relate the history of the Unama'ki Tribal Police Service. And I wonder if you could please share a little bit about the origins and the experience of this police service.
Well, not an explicit recommendation of the Marshall Inquiry, 82 recommendations. The Mi'kmaq took the totality of the Marshall Inquiry and used it, I think, with great political acumen to leverage and get their voice, because the idea was, let's not just indigenize the Canadian justice system, let's make sure that we use the Marshall Inquiry to produce the justice system that Mi'kmaq people want. And so they didn't really want to be consumed anymore. While they saw that as an important step, it wasn't the only road forward, because they knew very clearly that just by indigenizing the Canadian justice system, you're not going to really alter those colonial oppressive structures that impede people's experiences of justice. And because the idea of policing their own communities and having the trust issues that certainly were completely destroyed, not only because of Marshall's wrongful conviction, but because of the centuries of police interaction with the racism and centralization, residential schools, all of those factors needed to be addressed. So the chiefs came together, and I think it was also something, and Heidi can probably speak to this with greater detail, but the coming together between the province and the federal government and the Mi'kmaq leadership to put forth an Unama'ki tribal police that was to represent and serve the jurisdiction of the 5 communities, Mi'kmaq communities in Member 2. And this was a very exciting, welcomed opportunity for people to return to a policing in a style, in a manner that really reflected community needs and community dispute management, and build that trust and response times, and you knew what you were going to get. The community expectations, they thought, were going to be met by the services. Mi'kmaq speaking officers, Mi'kmaq people with the cultural understanding, Mi'kmaq people who were not going to judge the ways of living, which was always a huge perception amongst Mi'kmaq members. And it took a lot of negotiation and challenging ones. And by the time that it was established, it had very few members serving at an extensive jurisdiction, and it was unclear what the jurisdictional boundaries were. The relationships with other police services were never formalized or not very clearly. And there was a sense that this police service was just set up to fail, that it was something that was going to be, and that failure would be put on the backs of the Mi'kmaq, not on the lack of resources, not on the lack of formal relationships, not on the lack of others, but that deficit was put on the Mi'kmaq. And so it was tragically closed within 5 years of its establishment. But the success of the program was indicated that the call rate to police for help, for services, went through the roof. And so people really, really were wanting that service to happen. And because it was just so sparsely populated, it was unable to do that. And then, of course, you fall very quickly into community criticism of the service.
Thank you so much, Jane, for relating, I think, that very important history and a really innovative reform of, as you say, a hard negotiated and hard fought reform that perhaps was set up to fail. And Heidi, I would like to turn to you now. And you mentioned in your introduction that you participated in the negotiations as a relatively young lawyer and as a member of Member 2 First Nation representative. What can you add to what Jane has shared, and what are your perspectives on that whole experience?
I think Jane shared a very, very great picture and history of how that happened and exactly what happened. And then being at that table, it was like, I mean, when we were at the table with with people like Senator Dan Christmas, who was very humble and quiet, in comparison with late Brigadier Captain Alec Denny, and so those were my mentors back in the day, and just that experience of that negotiation process, and how I just remember one thing that always stuck to my head and still does today is that the policing service at the airport had more funding than the tribal police. So that to me was an indication of how much effort and how much resources and how much even care that like the government of Canada and the province and how much they invested in our communities, and to me, like we faced obstacles right at the beginning: funding, overworked staff, jurisdictional issues, like Jane mentioned, was the biggest one as well, and also people didn't realize that the trauma that our people would face while policing their own communities. We bring that trauma home with us every single day because you know who it is, Being at the Jane Paul Center just reminds me of that. Like funding, like we still have no funding for the Jane Paul Center. Like despite the MMIWG report, despite all the recommendations of that report, there is no funding. So we've been struggling right now for 8 years. And despite no funding, we kept the doors open. And that needs to stop. I know I'm getting off topic a little bit, but I know that, while we're still trying to improve community safety and public safety, but we still have all these issues and obstacles that are put in our way. So we need to take into account in order to develop and change any policing structures or policing in communities. We need to take into account culture, the different governance structures in each community, and then who are they accountable to? That's the biggest issue when you look at all police commissions and boards, and when you look at the Indian Act, there's no accountability to our people. It's all embedded. It's all accountable to the minister. So
Heidi, I'm just going to jump in and say, far from getting off track, it's fabulous to hear from you, and I hope you don't mind if I just jump in and say, well, I have cut you off. That's fair. I would love it. And I think the commissioners would be very grateful to hear a little more about the Jane Paul Centre, about its origins and the work you did to set it up, the services that you deliver, the women that you serve through that work, and say a little bit more about the funding environment that you're operating in. I think all of that's a very important part of this conversation.
So right now, I was one of the founding members of the Jane Paul Indigenous Women's Center in Sydney, and there was there was a bust called the John Be Gone in Cape Breton, where 60-something Johns were charged, and I think 98 or 99% of the street workers were indigenous, Mi'kmaq women from the Cape Breton regional area. So there was a police task force formed. A chief's task force. I was on that task force and participated in several meetings, but then the task force kind of just didn't happen anymore. And then I was working for the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association on a different levels and just doing my consulting business. And I get a call from a youth health nurse and an Attica worker that a 13-year-old girl that was one of her clients at the youth health center was working the streets. So I went to go meet with them, and we try to figure out a strategy. But and I just said, well, we'll open a resource center for our women, And I know that there was already women on the streets and stuff, and we had strong advocates like Bernadette Marshall now, who was the president of Nova Scotia Native Women's Association, and so we had advocates in that regard. So we started with no funding, absolutely none, like not even a penny, And so things just kind of fell into place. Like, well, I had to volunteer for 2 years, and it was just kind of burnout because we had nothing. We kind of just opened up with nothing, and so we got a little office on George Street. Just had probably a little tiny room as big as my trailer here, probably right now I'm sitting in, and we just started, allowing women to come in because these women have been lost their homes on the reserves, were involved in street prostitution, like street work. Some are being trafficked. It was when you look at the definition of trafficking, the police still didn't consider that human trafficking because of the colonial criminal code definition of what human trafficking is, and so it's not, so we need a more cultural indigenous definition of that. That's still pretty hard to, really do. So according to police in Cape Breton, our women aren't being trafficked. That's always what I hear from human trafficking police and from the police. Or are you sure they're being trafficked and things like that? So those are, and so a lot of our women are still living are on the streets. They're homeless. They're addicted to drugs. They're involved in probably IV drug use, and involved in trafficking, homelessness issues, just all kinds of issues like that. And so so our women at the center lost faith in all the systems, not only on the reserve, but off the reserve. They have no faith in the leadership, in policing, in Mi'kmaq legal support. They don't trust any of those systems because they're all colonialized. We all have to agree to some type of funding agreement, some type of model, and we all have to report, and so we need to, and sometimes people don't think out of that box and things like that. So we still accompany people to court, even though we don't have a court worker program at the Jane Powell Center. So a lot of so we have a crisis navigator right now, and we're just hiring a housing support person. We just hired a new director. So I've been getting called back in over the 8 years because it's really hard to maintain a director because we take that trauma home with us every single day. We get calls at 3 in. We get calls of women being stuck somewhere in the Waterford at risk, And so just things like that happen a lot. And so it's really difficult. So we have a high turnover of staff, as in all frontline work, that there is a high turnover of staff, more so in our area, at the Jane Powell Center, because right now I think we're going through probably the third crisis navigator this year, and I don't expect this one to last as well. You can already know the fits. You could tell the fits when they're there, right? And it's really difficult to administer and run a center. Like the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association that administers the Jane Powell Center. Because of funding issues, we have no funding, whatever. And so it's really difficult to be administered by an agency in Truro, and you're trying to make decisions to save someone's life that particular moment, no matter what time, And so those are things that are really difficult. So even when you look at policing, those are things that probably happen with the tribal police, things as such that, we're dealing with right now at the Jane Powell Center, and saying that's 30 years later, these problems are still here today, and people don't realize. So we have to establish those relationships with police. It's not just an Indigenous responsibility. It's not just a Mi'kmaq responsibility. Like everyone has a vested interest in this. Like, like the Cape Breton Regional Municipality does, the police do, we all do. Even with the John B. Gunn, like removing the women from the streets, and they're going back alleys now, and like having just doing like sex trafficking over the phone, via the internet, in dark alleys. It has put them at higher risk. So there are times, even when I'm not at the center working, I still drive the back alleys in Sydney to make sure our women are safe. And why do I have to do that?
Absolutely, Heidi. Thank you for sharing those
I
insights.
can say much more.
I'm sure you could. And one of the things I want to make sure we capture for the record is that you shared with me that the Jane Paul Centre offers a housing support worker, a counselling worker, a child and youth space to support the children and youth of the women that you're working with,
Yes,
food security services. And all of this with no, as I understand it, stable core funding, but on the basis of grant and project funding. And as you quite rightly said, despite the recommendations of the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women Inquiry, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
And I think that that needs to be advocated not only at the Nova Scotia Women's Association level, but at the higher levels, and not only of the Assembly of Nova Scotia Chiefs. It has to be at a national and provincial level at a high-end negotiation, and we need to begin that process right away. And we need to start developing partnerships. And I really appreciate Jane's expertise. I think her and I talked about this. Like, we need to ensure that this doesn't, because we accept the women where they're at in their lives, whether they're on the road to recovery or whether they're not. So I'm just in negotiations right now, and I'm going to be gone. So I hope those negotiations continue. I'm just negotiating right now with on the Nova Scotia Health Authority to get a nurse practitioner and an RN there. So hopefully after I'm gone, like next week or the 21st, that continues, because so it's really difficult when you keep changing directors, because people know me, and they, so it's a lot different when it's someone that's been involved for like 10 years or 20 years or 30 years. And so someone new, they don't get that, those quick conversations happening right away like I do, And so those are things that I think are important to make those relationships, And I know that they wanted us to share with the Ally Center. I said, no, we need an Indigenous nurse. We need someone Indigenous to work with these women. It's because we have women that are working on the streets that are still trafficking, and they're still doing street work, that are pregnant, and they're living on the streets too. We have a client in the hospital now. We have a client, where their husband just was missing, and he was just found. And we have clients like that at the center, And so in saying that, and I'll wrap up now, is that in saying that, we need something for the men as well, even far more desperate, I would say, because our men are being excluded from all this. I'm feeding the men outside, because they can't access the center. They're hanging out outside because they're hungry. I'm giving them blankets, in the winter to sleep, because, and so I have to, and I know for a fact that we can't let the men in. I know some people were prior, when I'm gone sometime, but I have to tell them you can't, because it triggers our women. And when someone starts, they shut down again, and but we do need a space for men, like 100%, a free space. And I think that we need to meet with your MP and with your municipality to find a space for the men, and to start something similar as the Jane Paul Center, because they have no place to go right now, none at all in Sydney.
Thank you so much, Heidi. And I think if I can just amplify and make sure I heard correctly, a couple of the things you've shared with us. The first is I think your very important observation that the Jane Paul Centre is now filling part of the gap that was left when the Unamagi travel service broke down, that the kind of culturally competent community safety services that Unamagi was imagined to deliver are now being delivered by Jane Paul. And a second is your observation that why are you the one who's driving the back alleys of Sydney at night to make sure that women are safe? that these are functions that others might imagine might be performed by police services, but part of what I'm hearing you say is that there's a trust and relationship element to this, that your capacity to work with the women you're working with depends on relationships. Is that a fair encapsulation of some of what you shared with us?
100%. Just like I said, like I know that the work that our community is doing is excellent. Like with MLSN, like I work with them quite a bit. You know, with victim services, with the health centers. But it's that feeling of trust. Like they had a hard time trusting me. Like prior to me coming back to the center, and then because of COVID as well. But we had no clients coming in. Once I was back and I started, recruiting people, letting them know, we probably have like 40 people a day. Our food bank is empty. Like if we don't have even money to maintain that food bank, but we are, because we're probably, and maybe we don't qualify for something like Feed Nova Scotia because it's a whole process in itself, and so, and so we're probably spending $3,000 to $4,000 a month just to stock that food bank, and there's no funding for it. So we rely on donations. We rely on just, on the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association, like their general services and their, general accounting, like they're just funding it based on like their extra, their admin dollars. And plus we're funding projects and stuff like that. I'm just applying for funding all over the place, and partnerships are so important to, to provide those types of services, right? Yeah, partnerships.
Absolutely.
And also, yeah. And I think that we need the building trust, assessing issues, engaging community, and to develop like some planning. Those are so important. We need to engage everyone, and lived experience is so important because we can't continue to assume that we know what's best for them. And so I think that's so important. And it's similar to policing. Like we can't assume that we know what's best for our, that the community that we police, especially when your only interaction with the community is always not a good experience based on violence, based on crime. That's their only interaction. So that needs to change, in all aspects, not only with women's issues or not only with policing, but at all levels.
Thank you so much, Heidi. I'm very moved by what you've shared today, and I suspect I'm not the only one.
I may have to leave around 12:15, and because I stayed in my trailer last night. I meant to go home, but and so I'm about 15 minutes out of my draw. Usually I'm like an extra 15 minutes on. So I want to get to my class like by 1, and then I'm not going to stay in there too long. And we have lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. So it'll be perfect. I'll only miss 15 minutes. I have to pick up my course syllabus at the university and stuff like that as well. So I have to get there like by about 1:45.
Of course, Heidi. We're so grateful to you for
just to let me know.
No, thank you for fitting us in this huge first week of school, and we do appreciate.
I'll stay on until 12:15.
That's
just
great.
In case any questions or anything like that. And if there's any questions this afternoon as well.
Thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. Jane, I wonder if I can just turn briefly back to you, and you already alluded, I think, to the ways in which the Unama'ki Tribal Police Service was arguably set up to fail from the outset. And I think we've heard that from Heidi, and we've heard that from you with respect to the resourcing that was devoted to it, that the lack of clarity of jurisdiction and questions of relationships with other police services. But you've also alluded, I'm just going to invite you to expand on, you do a lovely job of this in Truth and Conviction, to the ways in which, even starting from that base, to a certain extent, the Unama'ki Tribal Police Service was a victim of its own success. That the trust relationships that they were able to build initially became the basis for a demand for services that overwhelmed the resources that were available. And we talked a little bit in yesterday's roundtable about the challenges of measuring police efficiency or police performance based on things like call rates or arrest rates or crime rates in a given community. And I wonder if you would mind expanding a little further on the ways in which the arguably successes, the cultural successes of the Unama'ki Tribal Police Service actually led to greater challenges in some respects, in some important respects that arguably contributed to its demise.
Thank you. I think a key success was the availability of officers who spoke Mi'kmaq and could engage in very tense moments and de-escalate very easily. And so people, when they saw that happening, said, oh, you know, it's safe to call, rather than when an officer comes in and it escalates the situation. There were also, I think, a lot more opportunities for Mi'kmaq officers to negotiate and to help people work through. So some dispute management that would occur right there on the ground. And when you're seeing those relationships build, and the officers were in the communities when they could be, when they weren't on the highways and moving from, because the territory in which they were responsible was really significant from one community to the next. It's at minimum a half an hour drive, and if you've only got 5 officers, if your complement is super small, it becomes a huge challenge. When the call rate did go up, the arrest rate, I don't think, was something that was significant to the community to measure. They didn't want people being arrested. They didn't want people being removed from the community. They wanted the matters resolved by somebody getting a ride, removing somebody from the house for a temporary period of time. They weren't really interested in lockups or things like that either. And when those jails did come into, or lockups did come on community, I think that there were some challenges with that. Major crimes were happening in the communities, and it was expected by the communities that the tribal police would be able to solve those. But those investigations were hampered by the lack of resources, the lack of equipment, the lack of training, the lack of formal agreements that I hear people are talking about now between services and being able to stop gaps, because of course no tribal organization in those days was ever established with the full set of resources that you'd need to do for forensic investigations, for example. And then there is that culture of don't talk to the police, because no matter though they're tribal police, they are still a police service, and that threat doesn't ever go away ultimately. But when the consequences of an arrest are going to lead somebody to the same system that wrongfully convicted Donald Marshall, that has oppressed Indigenous peoples for a very long time. It was very difficult for the leadership, so the police chiefs. There were, I forget how many turnovers of police in the short history of the Unama'ki tribal, but those chiefs were burning out just from the demand, from the complexity of policing their own communities. The accusations of favoritism, nepotism, turning the other cheek when families are committing wrongs, and trying to negotiate that presence. The question of independence becomes particularly challenging when you're policing your own. Even now, when we talk with Mi'kmaq RCMP officers, for example, they say that the level of burnout is much higher when you police your own. Your sustainability, your stamina is undermined, because it's just, as Heidi was alluding to, the extra weight that you have to carry. So services really need, and Mi'kmaq, Unama'ki tribal police did not have. They had a trauma-informed sensibility, but not necessarily anything to support those officers to work through their own PTSD and so on. Does that get sort of to where you want it to go?
It absolutely does. Thank you, Jane. And before I turn back to Bill and Hayley, I think the last question I'd like to ask you for the time being, Jane, is what are the lessons that we should learn from your studies of the Marshall Inquiry and its implementation, the life and demise of the Unama'ki Tribal Police Service, as we're considering making recommendations for police reform in Nova Scotia?
The challenges of implementation are many, and creating recommendations is one thing. It's very important and very difficult to create good recommendations that are going to resonate, but you definitely need to have champions for that. So many of the recommendations of the Marshall Inquiry, while early on taken up with great fanfare and optically had to be done by the province and the Department of Justice and police and so on, then just sort of went into this static moment, and people thought one and done. And the Mi'kmaq community members were, our former Ornomagi tribal police members, Walter Denny, for example, for many, many years was saying, we need a review of the Marshall Inquiry recommendations. We need a review. We need a review. And it took the deaths of John Simon, a police-involved shooting in his home in Wagmatcook community. It took the death of Victoria Paul and how it related with Truro police. It took the advocacy of Cheryl Maloney at the tripartite forum table and many others to mobilize a full investigation, a full assessment or evaluation, if you will, of the Marshall Inquiry recommendations many years on. So my advice would be to build in the champions right at the beginning. That accountability piece is not something that's actually really written into the Marshall Inquiry recommendations. The tripartite forum, which was a recommendation of the Marshall Inquiry, which brought together the province, the federal government, and the Mi'kmaq leadership to address matters of concern to the Mi'kmaq, is and remains an important, effective tool for those accountability processes to be implemented and sustained and enhanced. But those have to be the right people at the table. If you've got people that can't make decisions or don't have any authority or are not good networks, people that come to the tripartite table to get their Indigenous education, step everything back a million years and we can't move forward. So there's that, the significance of a dynamic set of recommendations, something that aren't static, is critical. It's also a matter of patience. And what the Marshall recommendations, I think, would have benefited from some timeline goals and have an accountability mechanism that would force people to check in and regularly check in. And those sorts of things would have helped advance the advocacy. But that advocacy, we met so much resistance from both the federal and provincial governments on doing that evaluation because they thought they were doing everything that they needed to do. But they were certainly falling short of Mi'kmaq expectations. And we're still seeing this today. And we're seeing it in the project funding for the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network. And the key things that should be in place to implement those recommendations are, from Mi'kmaq perspectives, are being marginalized.
Thank you for sharing your tremendous experience and insights with us, Jane, and commissioners for the value of the benefit of the record. The evaluation that Jane is referring to is an evaluation of the implementation and efficacy of the Marshall Inquiry recommendations in Nova Scotia, which has been tendered as part of the roundtable package today. And the John Simon and Victoria Paul inquiries that Jane referred to, as well as, of course, the Marshall Inquiry, all form part of our environmental scan and so are available in that way. Jane, thank you very much. If I can please turn now to Bill. Bill, having listened to Heidi and Jane's reflections, I'm very interested to hear your sense of how Marshall and the other inquiries that Heidi alluded to, such as Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, are shaping the landscape and the understanding of the reform of police services today in Nova Scotia, and how they have historically shaped that landscape.
Thank you. certainly in relation to the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, while I was with the CCP actually had standing. So I attended a number of the sessions and was there for the closing remarks. So I think it has brought a recognition that this is not just an Indigenous issue. I think this it's all of our issues, and it was alluded to in some of the comments earlier. One of the things I would suggest is in not only these inquiries, but something we were having a discussion about just the other day, is a mechanism that when these inquiries and recommendations are coming forward, that there is an accountability mechanism. I think Heidi mentioned this, that there is a means that, number one, that the recommendations are brought to the attention. It should not be a hope and a wish that a police service decides to download the recommendations, reads the recommendations. That shouldn't be the process. We should have a bit more of a formalized mechanism to be able to identify, go through, if they're applicable, then what is the implementation process with timelines? I mean, these are generally good goal setting approaches. Be specific, have it measurable, have checks on it, checks and balances. And I think that is one of the pieces that would really assist in the broader policing ecosystem, is a systematic way of having these things brought in. In the world of recommendations, not every recommendation can or should be implemented. But if you're not going to do something about it, then let's be purpose-built to be able to say this is the rationale for not doing this, or what, so that at least there's a clarity and there's a closure of the issue. Having them floating out there, to have them be brought up multiple years later with another issue, and then we look back and we've not learned from our previous, I won't say mistakes, but let's say mistakes for the use of the word. Not learning from our previous mistakes and doing it over again, that doesn't work. It reduces our legitimacy. It causes more trauma in the community. And so I think while with CCP, I did some work with the First Nation Chiefs of Police Association. One of their representatives was on our board. And we did a lot of work. And one of the things that we talked about a lot of our meetings was doing it with the First Nations communities, not doing it to them. And I think one of the things is we need to have a stronger Indigenous voice in the creation of operational plans and strategy for policing as we move forward. It's not their issue, it's our collective issue. And that has to be brought, I think, a little bit more to the forward. In my Halifax time, we had the Native Friendship Center, but really that was our one connection. We had no reserve in the Halifax Regional Policing area. So I believe that a lot of people thought that this was not a police. We don't have a reserve here, but when you look at it, we had many people living off reserve in our areas, but it wasn't really, I would call it a high focus, to be quite honest with you. But I think that is a focus of the past, and this is becoming more and more of an issue. The simple fact that we've been in the Canadian context talking about residential schools, talking about missing and murder, talk about truth and reconciliation. These are consistently being in the conversation now, which is positive, but I think there's a lot more room for us to actually understand the intergenerational trauma and how that affects our policing responses. Those are the conversations that I think we have an ability to do much more work on now and into the future.
Thank you, Bill. Hayley, if I can turn the same question to you, how has this history of recommendations from Marshall, from the National Inquiry on Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls TRC report shaped Nova Scotia's approach to police reform, including the current policing standards process?
Certainly, I can say as well, Public Safety and Security Division, its original iteration actually came out of the Marshall Inquiry. So the reason that this division in government exists is in part in response to that inquiry. And I think one area that is of utmost importance that we continue to develop moving forward, keeping that in mind, is the police audit program. So we've talked quite a bit about standards this morning, but also what came out of that inquiry was the importance of holding police accountable to the recommendations made, and we're operationalizing that through the police audit program, where members of the Department of Justice, through our division, actually go out and audit police agencies for compliance with the provincial policing standards being developed. And I think that process and the modernization of that program that we're currently going through now is of the utmost importance, because setting standards is one thing, but ensuring accountability to those standards and reporting on how they're meeting those standards is just as crucial as we move forward. And then identifying what gaps exist, and then how we serve to close those gaps in service provision. More broadly, I think there's certainly an effort to ensure that we're engaging with broader groups of stakeholders as we work through community-based programming plans, policing strategy plans, frameworks for addressing certain challenges. We're recognizing that the ripple effect or the groups of stakeholders that we need to have at the table needs to be expanded quite a bit to ensure diverse perspectives are taken into consideration. And we're understanding that we all come from our own perspective, but we have to learn from other people's, and that's certainly how we're approaching our work.
Thank you so much for sharing those insights. Harry, if I can turn this question to you, what is the Halifax Board doing in this regard with respect to the implementation of Commission recommendations?
Thank you, Emma. So I would say that perhaps I would echo some points that were raised by Bill, that there's no clear mechanism in place at the board level to act on recommendations. And I would kind of go back, obviously I'm here in my personal capacity speaking just privately, but something that, some work that I did before being on the board. So in 2020, as part of the Policing Policy Working Group, we circulated a survey to all municipal candidates who are running in the municipal election. And we asked questions regarding what candidates' views are regarding the implementation of the Wortley Report and the MMIWG report. And we found that 96% of the 50 candidates who responded to the question supported implementing these reports. And I think one that's kind of quite close to home for me, and it's been an area of focus for me in my time on the board, is victim services. So victim services is contemplated under Call for Justice 5.6, where it's recommended that victim services must be independent from prosecution services and police services. That's currently not the case. There is an HR, victim services is a unit within HRP. It's obviously made up of civilians. This is a concern that I've raised, and I'd hope to. We did receive a presentation from victim services, so there are some ongoing discussions about what it might look like to consider moving some non-core policing units from outside of HRP into the public safety office. And I know Dr. Siciliano was here yesterday, and victim services is probably top of mind for me. But there's other ones like the Youth Advocate Program and even school crossing guards that are within the purview of the HRP budget, and I think really could be placed more appropriately within a public safety strategy. But I would say the kind of discussions around victim services are still very, very preliminary. But beyond that one recommendation, that being 5.6, I would say that there isn't currently any plan in place to look at implementing the other recommendations at a board level.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights, Harry. Commissioners, I'm conscious that we've got about 10 minutes left until the lunch break, and so I'll turn it over to you for any questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Emma. Do we still have Ms. Marshall with us?
No, she had to leave, but
Okay.
she will return this afternoon. So I'll make sure that when she does, I turn back to you, Commissioner Fitch.
Okay. I will go back. I have, I think, 3 questions, so I'll try to make them quick. One is to Haley, and we've covered this in other discussions, I believe. But my question is, what happens when national policy conflicts with the provincial policing standards with respect to the RCMP? Which policy is it adhered to? And I recognize that they're not detailed to the point that they're more overarching. But what happens, and specifically related to our mandate, I would use the example of police standards in Nova Scotia with respect to intimate partner violence.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this question. So as the provincial police force, so contracted under the PPSA, the RCMP are required to meet or exceed any standard implemented by the province of Nova Scotia. That being said, there is a parallel process of consultation that is ongoing through our standards development process, whereby we consult with national headquarters as well to ensure that they have awareness of the standards that we're looking to develop. So at this time, we have not come to a place of any conflict between what our standards state and what national headquarters policy states. We've been quite directed in our work, and yet that conflict has not taken place thus far. And so if it does come to a place where there's a discrepancy between a policy at the national level and our provincial policing standard, that would be a negotiation process between the province and National Headquarters Policy Centre to work through a way in which we can ensure our standards are maintained, but respect the national policy as well.
Thank you. And my second question is for you as well. When you were talking about the PPSA formula for costing and billing per officer rates, you'd mentioned that part of the formula may relate to equipment, obviously salary. Can you confirm whether or not in that per officer billing rate, things such as medical benefits and pension contributions are included? Is that absorbed in part by the province and municipalities?
Thank you. Yes, I can confirm that salary and benefits are a part of the cost breakdown per officer. I'd like to also take this opportunity very quickly to clarify. So when I said the organization of police costs, including that per officer billing funnel, is not independently established by DOJ, I'd also like to say it's not independently established by the province. It's actually through a negotiation process with municipal government. So the two levels of government come to an agreement on that arrangement.
Thank you. The reason I asked for that was for clarification for our inquiry records. I believe that one of our former participant roundtable members talked about cost savings in terms of such things with respect to the PPSA agreement. So thank you for clarifying that for the record.
Just wanted to thank you, Emma, for a wonderful facilitation so far. I have no questions, but I do. We'll have a chance to speak later, no doubt. But just want to state how very helpful and how much I'm learning here this morning. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks. I wondered if Jim and or Bill could comment on some of the aspects of Harry's contribution with respect to police boards. The assertion that police boards are kind of cleaving to this operational policy dichotomy when perhaps they could be more engaged as in terms of operations in while respecting the prohibitions in the Act first, and then also the notion of the annual engagement with the budget that could be happening, but doesn't sound like it is necessarily happening in some municipalities. And just to get a sense from you of your thoughts with respect to the submissions that he's made. Thank you. Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure who was going to speak first. Just going back, I think it was when we talked about the Perryville and Taylor report in 2002, was referenced by Harry. There was one of the recommendations. There was a full training program put together. Actually, I put it together for the board that was actually used to talk about what was done. But the problem was it was never sustained. So what I would say in relation to the board, I've used this analogy before in policing. I see it as a triangle with the chief of police on one, the city administration as two, and the board as three. Each one of those entities has roles and responsibilities in a well-functioning system. They know their responsibilities, and power does not reside or flow to any one of those three more than the other. My observation would be is over the years, there has been changes in that triangle. In some cases, there have been times when there's been a strong city administration that has maybe taken and reduced the power of the board. And there's been a time where Mr. Morash and Mr. Hansberger, they did a very good job, in my opinion, writing their report. But very shortly thereafter, they were removed from the board. So my response is there is a role certainly for the board in relation to this. I think Harry's comments in relation to the board understanding it, the board then actively moving forward. The board has been, over my experience, been very, very involved with the budget at some points, and in other cases, due to the circumstances, have not been very involved with the budget. So there's not been consistency in relation to the board's impact. And I just, on the integrated side on this, is that there's also been a different way of approaching business planning. Early on in the integration HRM, the regional RCMP and HRP did joint business planning together, and we presented those together. But as we move forward, there was direction given that not continue by senior leadership at the time for whatever reason that was done. So as a result, we ended up moving apart in relation to direction. So my comment really is that it has changed depending on who was in leadership positions, which again goes back to the personality pieces and the like. But there is still strong. I believe the board has to be involved in the setting the direction. The policy and operations piece, I don't see that as an issue. I think that if there is a good set of board governance, I've been on a number of not-for-profit boards. I chaired the HRM pension committee, and we use a Carver model of governance in which the board sets the parameters, the means, and the end statements, basically creating the walls or the box, if you will, to allow operations to occur. As long as there's no violations of those policies, then the lead or the chief of police has the ability to direct operations, but they still have constraints by the board, and then there's a reporting mechanism back, much like it was mentioned in Morden, in relation to being able to say, are those operational decisions consistent with the policy direction provided by the board? So I know there's been a lot of discussion lately about what's operations and what's policy, but I don't see it as a huge issue. I think that the board has the ability to set the strategic direction, provide the policy framework, and then it's up to the police leadership then to work within that policy framework. And if there's a clash, then that's through the time when you go back to the board and have a discussion around, do we either loosen this or tighten it or change it? But I don't fundamentally see it as a huge issue. It becomes one of practicality and people actually doing it.
Thanks very much. Over to you, Jim.
So I agree with Bill's assessment on the kind of the three pillars of the governance piece. I know in Campbell, for example, the CAO kind of manages the administrative policies for the town. Certainly how the budgets are spent from a procurement type of perspective. I view the board as a strategic governance role, and my role is operations. I know Harry disagrees with that. I'd actually like to have more discussions, understand how that functionally would happen on an operational level. My board will attest, I vigorously defend my role as the chief when it comes to operations, probably much to their dismay, but that's certainly been my perspective and my understanding. I'm certainly welcome to new understandings of the Act and the interpretations of the Act for sure. From a budget perspective, we talk about budget every month. I provide a monthly report to the board, so there's no surprises from a budget perspective within Kentville. They know exactly how much has been spent and which cost centers every month. So the ask and the budget preparation piece is never a surprise to them. They've been part of the discussions all along.
Thank you. And it sounds as though, in a sense, going back to what you said, Bill, with respect to if the structures are in place, then the personalities are less germane to the equation, and so to another point of Harry's, if there's no capacity for the board to, for example, do research and to know which questions to be asking and so on, then you have a collision of both potentially a matter of who is in the chair as well as a lack of capacity, which can cause accountability issues. So strengthening some of the structures of the boards, and so that they have a better footing upon which to provide that civilian oversight and accountability, it may be an area of focus. And of course, it would be uneven as between forces. I mean, Jim, I think your circumstance in Campbell is obviously different from some of the other municipalities and forces relationships with boards. And of course, I have all kinds more questions, including with respect to the degree to which Nova Scotian police forces have taken on board Senator Sinclair's review of the Thunder Bay Police. But I see that once again, I am the commissioner between everyone and their lunch. And so I will turn it back over to Dr. Cunliffe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. So I propose that we take the lunch break now and that we reconvene at 1:30. Thank you all very much for the morning.
Oh my God. No names, never a fucking name. Nobody has balls. Nobody has accountability. Nobody can stand up. They can't even point fingers at each other hardly. These people, wretched. They're going to be known for all time. All of them. You know? The bus will go bump over a bunch of them. More is going to come out. They're all going to get known. And the clown lawyers up there, I can understand the grifters, somewhat, trying to get their piece of the pie, a little bit more here and there. That part I kind of get. They're just kind of along for the ride. Rod Giltaca had a really great video. One moment.
Did Justin Trudeau and
Hopefully he's not going to get angry. This afternoon should be interesting, but they better do this one. I'm going to read some more of that report. It's pretty fucked up. And that's just the summary. You know, they wanted the tapes destroyed, everything, anything to do with that. Of course, they're not destroyed, I assure you. And then they used that as leverage on other ones. But I could play some Scottish music. Where's that? Is that going to put it back in a good mood? I mean, I feel bad in a way yesterday just because I like to have a record, but it's getting to be too much. Now, this is getting fucking unreal. just sitting here thinking, you know, it's like a waiting game. They think, I got all fucking my life. No worries. Seems like a lot of you have the patience of Job too. But I think they mistaken the patience for like, don't care. Oh no, other cheek isn't turned. Giltaca. Oh, sorry. Okay, so he put this video out the other day. Hopefully he's not going to get too upset about me using it. I've never had a conversation. I never try to really open up dialogues with people, which I don't know, might be my bad. But
did Justin Trudeau and his RCMP commissioner attempt to obstruct a sensitive RCMP investigation in an effort to score political points? Those are the shocking new allegations made by 3 RCMP officers and staff in an explosive new report into Nova Scotia's 2020 mass shooting. The report alleges that
this is just their thumbnail for their page, but actually I'm going to let it play through.
To shore up support for the government's hastily arranged decision to ban and confiscate thousands of firearms from law-abiding gun owners, RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki demanded the details of the weapons used in the shooting be released to the public, even though there was an active police investigation at the time into where and how the shooter had acquired the firearms in the first place. But RCMP commanders on the ground, aware of how this could jeopardize what was now an international investigation with the United States, refused the demand, which allegedly angered the commissioner even more and led to her revealing that she had, quote, promised the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister's office that the RCMP would release this information.
There are tapes somewhere of this. Plus there's notes. The notes are around. Wink. I know about the notes. Where are they? Of the meeting.
Going on to tell the investigator, quote, that they didn't understand, and quote, this was tied to pending gun control legislation. Now, on one hand, exploiting a tragedy, even a mass shooting for political gain is bad, but hardly original in Canadian political history. Like it or not, it's what politicians do. But interfering and possibly jeopardizing an RCMP investigation to score political points is something else entirely, especially as it would later turn out that the firearms in question didn't end up originating from Canada at all, but were instead smuggled in illegally from the United States. And while this doesn't exactly look great on the Prime Minister, it looks even worse on Commissioner Lucki, who appears to have worked to aid and abet Trudeau's efforts to use the tragedy to pass firearms legislation, even at the expense of an active investigation.
Where is Commissioner Lucki? With Saskatchewan? You know where she is right now, eh? Regina. Crickets. Crickets. Oh, not a thing to say, Brenda.
Which is wrong, not only from a fundamental moral sense, but also because as the leader of the RCMP, you have a duty and legal obligation to not just play a part in the Prime Minister's political agenda, but to much more importantly, uphold, respect, and protect the rule of law.
You know, and it doesn't matter, I think, where you sit on this topic. And are there people in here who are not pro-gun? I think most people, regardless of where you sit on the issue, are frankly pissed. First of all, the emails really only cared about the guns, which is disgusting. And you can tell for an hour and a half, that's basically all they're talking about. Guns. Can you get me the guns? They do ask, but it's an hour and a half later before they even come up with something which is just shit. Doesn't even have Wortman on there. Internally, I don't want to go off into other areas, but that's what they cared about for an hour and a half. They didn't care about the families. They didn't care about, what happened. They were caring about the guns. And then you have, it's all the interference. You have Blair sitting there telling on Politics Today with Vasi Capellos. Oh, trust us. Canadians will understand when they hear about the guns, which they knew. They knew. They will understand why we're pushing forward with this gun legislation. All built on lies. Because they knew. They had the papers in front of them. Oh, smuggled, doesn't have a firearms license. Okay, that's fine. We'll just come out and we'll lie. And we'll exert pressure on the RCMP. Frankly, again, that's I would say it's not that cut and dry. The RCMP doesn't bend and fold to anybody, really. But there's agendas at work, and he's going to talk about it. So again, I put the links in to his video and his channel. And what is it called? CCFR's Rod Giltaca reflects on Nova Scotia incident and others offer. Oh, sorry. My apologies. This is not the video I'm looking for. Where is it here? Oh. Here we go. This one. Rod Giltaca confronts Australian researcher. Thanks. You know who sent this to me? Tara. These families are just pulling out their hair. They have been for almost 2.5 years now, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Quickly cut off by mass casualty. And it's a good mix he's got here.
As a policy success, they see it as something that differentiates them from the American experience. When there is a mass casualty event in the US, there's often a flurry of commentary in Australia about, we're glad we don't have these types of events because of our policy settings. And John Howard, as a politician, can be a polarizing figure in Australia, but even his political opponents, people who view him negatively on other aspects of his legacy, view the Port Arthur response as something that they commend him for. And so you'll have people say, John Howard, he's terrible, but what he did with after Port Arthur, that was amazing. That type of narrative and respect, even from those who would traditionally be his political opponents.
Thank you so much for that very informative presentation, Dr. Nagan. What we're going to do now, after you...
Look at his fucking face. Don't forget it. He's going to live somewhere, maybe in Nunavut. Maybe that's where they go. Look at his face. Smiling, laughing. He knows it's all a fucking joke.
political opponents. Thank you so much for that very informative presentation, Dr. Nagin. What we're going to do now, after you've had an opportunity to have a sip of water, is move to our invited participants today and allow people to have an opportunity to ask you some questions about your presentation and paper. And how we'll proceed is each participant will have 5 minutes to ask you some follow-up questions, and then we'll move on to the commissioners. So I'm going to start with Mr. Rod Giltaca, who is joining us from Vancouver today. And Mr. Giltaca, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. It's 5 minutes is not a lot of time to discuss and vet this report. The report's lengthy, and a lot of the data has been circulating around a lot of these communities for a long time. Many papers have been published on this material that are highly critical of it, but there's just not enough time to get into that here because 5 minutes is just, it's not even close. But anyway, I think the question that I would like to pose to Dr. Nagin has to do with...
No comment on you, Mr. Giltaca. It's 5 minutes more than family, Scott. We can talk about IPV, we can talk about reserves, we can talk about all kinds of other shit that has nothing to do with anything. Ad nauseum. Not even one moment. It would be great if somebody would do the math on how much has been devoted to everything else, but
how this applies, how all of his research applies to what happened in Nova Scotia. So just to be clear about all that stuff, we've had a real problem in this commission with parties coming in and standing on top of what happened to promote and to push their agendas for changing Canada, for whatever their agenda is. And it's been a very difficult thing that I think the public largely rejects. But to be clear about what happened, so to set the stage for my question is, we had in Nova Scotia on April 18th and 19th, 2020, we had an individual with a decade or decades-long history of bizarre and violent behavior. It's my understanding he even threatened the life of his parents. He said,
I'll beg to differ on this one a little bit because it's not. This one has been far from proven. Far from proven. We've got a bunch of paper with nothing. I can spin out paper saying anything. Yeah, papers, funnily enough, affidavits sworn from people who are like, I don't remember anything about that. Sorry. That's where we get and the media, the fucking machine, which was just going buck wild, pumping out stuff. So I'm going to beg to differ with him on that, but his point is true.
Had several interactions with law enforcement throughout that entire period.
Mm-hmm.
So he was not flying under the radar. He was well known for these things. Didn't have a firearms license. Didn't have any connection with the lawful firearms community. He smuggled firearms across the border from the United States. He dressed up as a police officer driving a police car and committed the largest spree shooting in Canadian history. So my question is being that the commission has spent millions upon millions of dollars to find out what happened in this circumstance, what in this report, what measures were implemented in Australia with the National Firearms Agreement would have prevented or mitigated this shooting spree.
Process. Thank you, Mr. Giltaca, for the question. So first of all, I just want to be clear.
So it's a cutscene. It's a cutscene because he's probably got to filter out a ton of garbage. But he finally gets to it.
Brief was to write a report for the commission on the Australian experience. In terms of the relevance of the Australian...
Our brief was to write a report on the Nova Scotia. No, Australian experience. Because that's very relevant. Certainly has tons to do with it. Tons. No disrespect to Australia.
Australian experience for Nova Scotia specifically, or for Canada more broadly. That was not what we were asked to do. The decision.
Not asked to do. Not even asked to put it in a perspective for Nova Scotia. Only for Australia. Please write shit to do with something else, somewhere else, doesn't apply. Please, that's what you paid for. That's what I paid for. I want my underwear back. And I want a fucking full audit on these bastards. All of them. I want to see who's getting paid what. Never get the book deal stuff. We'll never get the secret handshake stuff. But this stuff has cost, seriously, I'm not kidding with you, over $100 million. I'll put money on it. Very easy between all of it.
On relevance of our work or any of the other work, presumably, on the Canadian policy future is ultimately up to Canadians and to the Commission. We hope that what we present informs and shines a light on some aspects, but we were not asked to look at it specifically in the context of the events in Nova Scotia.
We were not even asked. Like that takes a little bit to absorb. And I believe he says other people. I believe other people weren't even asked to. In respect to their individual stuff. How many of these people even know what happened? I asked that question way back. I don't think any of them have a clue. They just do their junket circuits. This guy's not even from Australia. Where's he from? He's probably getting 5-eye, 6-eye money. Because that's all these junkets do. Mass shooting, mass something, fly around, talk about something that's not anything to do with anything, bore people, put them off. Don't worry, those people will just go away. Oh, he's Canadian. Good. Good. If you were a professor and you were down at the University of Sydney and somebody asked you, not this fellow, but asked you to write a report to do with guns and the mass shooting in Nova Scotia, and you're Canadian, and they say to you, don't talk about other stuff. Don't talk about Nova Scotia. Please just talk about Australia. Wouldn't your first reaction be, I want to make this applicable to people from my home country, so you can F right off? I'll try and make it, try and bring some perspective that makes it relatable. We weren't even asked. My apologies. I miss a lot of stuff, and I haven't gone into his background. I'd be interested to go into his background. Because frankly, these people, they do. Time and again, you'll see them. They're on a circuit. Remember the one fellow, Uvalde? Oh, I got to go. I have an appointment with the Uvalde one. I have to speak on that too. That's all they do. It's a fucking traveling circuit. They just fire them up. They'll go over. Something happens in Norway. They'll be over there. Boring people, fucking people up there, telling people, just don't worry, go to sleep, it's fine.
In 2020. So I take your point in 2020.
Sorry.
It informs and shines a light on some aspects, but we were not asked to look at it specifically in the context of the events in Nova Scotia in 2020. So I take your point that the individual in question had a history and conducted the mass casualty event. In terms of what we think the Australian experience could do specifically for that individual to have prevented that, that's not something we were asked to look at. But I'm
not even asked. Okay, so don't put it in a Canadian context. Don't look at anything. I got a message from a family member. They are told. That's why you don't see on certain days. Like literally, they are told, do not bring up anything to do with Portapic. Don't mention it. Not because it's trauma inducing. Let's see that tweet. Okay. Have you bumped it down? No. Either didn't get the memo, doesn't give a fuck about the families, which seems to be a problem all over the RCMP. Or perhaps it was that just white shirts that previously appeared were embarrassed and ashamed. This was a concern. Mass Casualty has confirmed that no police officers wear uniforms while testifying. Oh, sorry, Inspector. Oops. Oops. I guess he's not ashamed of his white shirt. Lots of people in the RCMP, lots of good people were and are, but they left. That's why they're opening it up to everything, dropping the standards. Please come. We need you. We're fucked. All of our Vision 150s and everything.
There are lessons in terms of firearm registration, licensing, engagement with mental health services, working with general practitioners or family doctors to ask questions about mental health and whether people have firearms, sharing of data across jurisdictions. I mean, those are parts of the National Firearm Agreement, and whether those are policy components that would be of relevance to Nova Scotia and Canada is ultimately a matter for the Commission.
So it's for the Commission. He hasn't read anything. He hasn't read any reports. He has no idea. He was asked not to. Just talk about your own shit over there. Please talk about apples. We're dealing with oranges. Notice the common theme. Talk about, I don't know, Indian police band chiefs of police and stuff like that. Fisheries. Stewart. There's nothing going on there. Stewart. Nothing at all. He'll know who I'm talking to.
So it really there's nothing in that report that would have mitigated or prevented
Look at
what
the,
happened in Nova Scotia. Does that
I'm
sound
not
accurate?
in a position. I'm not in a position to answer that question. I don't know enough of the details. I haven't been involved in the commission's work, so that's a question for.
I haven't been involved. I don't know anything. Why am I here again? I have no idea. Oh yeah, thanks for the money. Thanks for your money, my money. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. All of you! I won't forget.
For the commission, ultimately, that's not something I can say one way or the other.
So in fact, the report itself just contributes to a conversation. It creates a response to the opportunity presented by the worst spree shooting in Canadian history to talk about gun control. That's sounds like that's what's going on.
And Mr. Giltaka, Dr. Duggan will respond, and then we'll move on to
Just
Mr. Zach.
shut her down. Shut her down there, laugh boy. Your fucking hair.
And
I don't know. Maybe God cursed you. You look like a clown. Even with the gray sideburns. You look like a clown. With your traveling circus. I'm not saying that to be deprecating and throwing out, but he does. These people look like fools, and they should. They should be fucking ashamed of themselves. Your law degree ain't worth shit. I just wish you had sat in my grandfather's courtroom. He would have had a fucking field day. Where's Burl? Balin Burl.
I can't comment. You're asking me to comment on motives of other people, and that's not something I'm in a position to do. I wasn't involved in that.
Okay.
I'm not in a position to because I haven't had to read anything. I just got paid. That's all. That's all. You fucking idiots up in Canada, my former countrymen, you fucking paid me. You like my car? It's great. It's great. It's built on blood money.
Okay, thank you. And this was a commission report, so the commission paid for this. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Giltaka. We'll move on to.
See? They went intentionally and solicited studies, paid for them. Not they. You did. I did. To fuck families some more. This entire process. Paid for the policing to fuck them. Paid for the cover-up that's going on. Paid for the fucking fake agenda bullshit that everybody lied about. And they don't care. They don't care. Where did you get your law degree? Out of a Cracker Jack box? Oh, mine's better than yours. You have none. Try me. And I certainly know a lot more about this shit than you do. Or at least appear to know. I would suspect you know a lot more than you're fucking saying. They all do. There's no way you can look at those papers and have that kind of face. Unless you're really going downhill. Morally decrepit.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in that.
Okay, thank you. And this was a commission report, so the commission paid for this. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Gilpacker. We'll move on to Mr. Zach now.
You notice how they always have the buffer terms, the taxpayer, the commission, the stakeholder. Who is that? You. They're all, because if you actually saw, and they're like, you paid for this, so-and-so paid for Peters paid for the study, Robert paid for the study, Robert Klink paid for the study. Sorry. Blue Nose paid for the study. Julia paid for the study. Seamus paid for the study. Then you'd start to be like, what the fuck did I just pay for? Give me my money back. You have these assholes who sit up there and all they do is read stuff that's been cleared by Nova Scotia Justice this morning. I want my money back on that too. And I want my money back on who wrote it. Because if you don't even know your job, you're fired. Oh, but we have to be careful. We don't want any liability. So just don't even use names on anything. It's the board's fault. It's something over there. See, the RCMP's got that one, right? Every time, even when they talk about themselves, they'll just use titles. They're literally talking about themselves, like Darren Campbell's affidavit. Perfect example. He's talking about himself. He's referring to himself in the third person. Have you lost your mind? No, you haven't. That's called obfuscation. Everywhere. Nobody has balls to say, oh, this is what I did. I'm responsible for that. Yeah. Dalhousie. We are witnessing the culmination of decades of preparation, creative destruction, aka continuous revolution. Can you imagine your life if you didn't have to deal with this stuff? You didn't have to constantly turn around everywhere you go. Okay, you walk away from the mass casualty. Oh, okay. You turn on the news. Your kids go to school. They come home. They're pipe full of shit. You're like, no, stop talking like that. Teachers who are like, I know better than you. The system, and if you talk up, we're going to take your kids. It's the same place that Logan got his doctorate degree. They got but they somewhere along the line, they lost they sold their soul. Quite literally. Literally. Somebody came and was like, here's a bunch of money. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah. Morals? What was that again? And then they sit around and piss their pants when something happens to them. Because the bus rolls over them too. And they don't give a fuck. That's the system. That's the system. Just bump on over, unless you're really special. Then you get a pass. Notice how the bus is rolling over Lucky, say for instance. No problem. Just drive right on over the commissioner. Wiley, not a problem. We can make it so that if you want to report in media, you have to do a drawing. A drawing. Did they do that over in the OCC? With supposedly drunky O'Brien? Supposedly. I'm not sure I'm even buying that anymore because he's all over the radio and giving orders. I think he wants to hide behind his drunkenness. They just pick excuses. Rod Giltaca, yeah, Rod Giltaca. Sorry, I'll link his stuff again. You know, and
did Justin Trudeau?
I don't think it matters, like where you sit on the political end of the spectrum, because they're all the same. They're all the same. Not being run in this country. So Wiley's okay. Rod McDonald is okay. Dorrington, by and large, is okay. Lafferty is okay. You know, a lot of these people are okay, but you have no problem. The commissioner running right over. I'm not saying she doesn't deserve it. What I'm saying is always watch the people that are protected, the ones they don't want to talk about. There's even more that they don't want to talk about. And that's why the extension date has been done on this, because, as I said before, the documents piss out slowly but surely. You got to keep it going. Stay true. You know, maybe we can listen to some music and keep ourselves invigorated. Keep getting those documents. Keep reading them. Well, I will. And I know many of you are too. And finding stuff. Oh dear's got a bunch of great stuff she's come across on the 911 logs. Drown people in paperwork, but the problem is this time you really fucked up. You got a lot of people. I don't care if you want to come along and remove views on my video. Frankly, I don't give a shit. Well, what difference does it make to me? Because I know the message gets out. That's what I care about. You guys help. You guys bring your research, your thoughts, your good ideas. Giltaca asks a good question. Shut him down. You only get 5 minutes. Out of here. We don't want to talk about who funded that. Because then they might know that they're all being screwed by the likes of that. Odd. There's no way reading through these papers. There is no way you could sit up there and even mention, I don't believe, intimate partner violence without saying, we need a lot more, so bring us the proof. And still have a lot agree? Ouch. The clowns that sit at the top of this, well, you got the three, right? And then whenever I say three amigos, I'm not referring to that. See? It's gonna come. What was Rodney McDonald's real previous history? School teacher? Good morning, Stella. Waiting for the next task. Is that like a task report task? Oh, or something to read through. Creative destruction, all institutions, is a prerequisite to the Great Reset. It's a phase used by political insiders, another term for blow it up. They don't want this system to succeed. They want it to implode. I mean, I could go off on so many other areas. Look at the money supply. But staying focused, I try to stay focused with April 1819 because families need answers. And frankly, I don't want like what we're building over there in Saskatchewan. She's asked, of course, about that. You know, oh yeah. Yeah, we'll just do the upcoming inquiries and stuff like that, the reviews and whatever. More jobs, more money, more recommendations that we won't read. And the system continues. But you can't even say the correct things. You pull numbers out of your ass.
We have already conducted over 150 interviews with witnesses and victims, with more anticipated to take place in the coming days. There's nothing about motive. No, and unfortunately, now that Miles is deceased, we may never have an understanding of that motivation.
If you listen to them, that's always what they say. We just never know. Sorry. We have all these tech goodies. We have everything. We bring in everything under the sun. But, we'll never know about anything. Any of these events that they like to call them. We never know. McNeil out there, day 2 or day 1. Day 2. Next day. Well, we're never going to know. So don't bother. And then they start the machine again with the inquiry. And, well, maybe we'll find out something and we'll talk to somebody in Australia who has nothing to do with anything. We'll talk about, and I'm sure in the native one, they'll talk about African Americans and whatever, street checks and things that have nothing to do with anything. They won't want to talk about the alcohol problem on the reserves. They won't want to talk about that. They'll want to go into all this other stuff about residential schools and things like that, to which I don't discount. But, there comes a time when you'll have to just say, okay, now I've got to live my life. My parents got fucked. I went to boarding school. And I got all kinds of stories about that. But, you know what? You have to live. Negative things happen to lots of people. You want to talk about what happened? Why was that person, why did they have a problem? Why did, say, in Saskatchewan, he die? And then they say to you, look at the horns. Fitting, isn't it? And the buffalo. Was the rogue used on Saskatchewan? Sorry, I know I'm going into Saskatchewan a little bit, but it is really fucked up. I should put this one up because they have the cut version. Global may still have the other one up because that's where she makes this amongst a few blunders, pulling.
Already conducted over 150 interviews with witnesses and victims, with more anticipated to take place in the coming days.
Very emphatic.
No, nothing about motive. No, and unfortunately, now that Miles is deceased, we may never have an understanding of that motivation. And we've conducted 120 interviews to this point. There's more.
Oh. $150 to $120. You have the script in front of you. You can go through the stuff to do with Nova Scotia and you can see there's a pattern. They don't talk to people until their heads are full of other stuff from media. The worst example, the worst. I want you to think about this one. Put yourself down, because you guys have all seen that intersection of Highway 2. Highway 2. Poor pick, right? So put yourself there mentally. You're a police officer. You're looking across the road. You pick up a paper. It was in a variety of papers. Right after this happened. And it says, Nancy and John Hudson. They're talking to the media. The red flags. The story kind of evolves a little bit. Right away. Put yourself there. You're looking across the highway. You see the news vehicles going and talking to these people. Now wait a month. Do you see what they say? That seems like they know something. And what was it? Somebody said, I kept seeing the news vehicles pulling up to their house. And then you don't talk to them. No, maybe it didn't cross your mind right away. Maybe it just didn't. I'm very sarcastic. Very sarcastic. Of course it did. But when you see the media coming there, and you actually see it on a piece of paper, because Privy Council office and RCMP monitor everything. Absolutely everything. You ask them to pull all the files on any particular thing. Look how much they have. They have every single reference to anything. They will have any single reference to Nova Scotia shooting. Wherever it was mentioned. Over in India, whatever. So you don't think that they know? Yeah, sure they knew. Right away. And then their officers are like, well, there seems to be a lot of news vehicles going over there. Don't worry about it. We'll let that marinate in their heads. And that's what they were doing with witnesses. Marinating. Darren with his 400 witnesses. Because what does it do? Pollutes the mind. Pollutes the mind. And then their statements are tainted. And you can, they literally say, some of them in their statements, they're like, well, I don't know if I'm getting this from the media. That's where I heard. But nobody cares about what you read. I can read. Rhonda can read. You can read. People actually care about what did you see firsthand. You don't wait until you have polluted your witness pool. Like you don't have many people in the being interviewed at the same time. Like you don't do mass casualty with multiple people at the same time. You know the Milton Mills thing? No. You just weren't there. Yeah, whatever, man. Meeting, yeah. That was before Lisa came out. Or sorry, that was after Lisa came out. Had been evacuated. No, you don't know. That's called crosstalk. That's why police have always interviewed people individually. But how many witness interviews have I read where there are unknowns or there are other parties named? Usually they're unknowns. You've totally, intentionally destroyed the witness pool. Why do they give you the transcript rather than the audio? Because then they can say whatever the fuck they want to. Even officers who read their own words in sworn affidavits are like, I don't remember ever saying anything about that. Or I don't remember hearing
welcome
that.
back to the afternoon
This
session of
should
our
be
roundtable
interesting.
today on the structure of policing in Nova
No warning.
Scotia. This
Get
afternoon,
right into
we will be joined by a larger group of participant representatives, in addition to those who participated in the morning roundtable. Given that our numbers have been increased,
a couple of introductory remarks, and then I will invite you to reintroduce yourselves relatively briefly. The first is that, as you may be able to see from the Hollywood squares on your Zoom screen, we're now quite a large group this afternoon. And so for that reason, I'll invite you, please, to keep your remarks short in response to my questions and prompts today, in order to ensure that everybody can have a fair opportunity to participate in the conversation. Second, please don't aim for brevity by speeding up. We do have accessibility partners who are responsible for a variety of simultaneous translation and ensuring that our proceedings are subtitled, translated into sign language, and it makes their job far more difficult if you speak quickly. So I'd ask you please to aim for concision rather than speed. The third note that I wanted to share before we turn to introducing our new participants and reintroducing those who joined us this morning is just a reminder about the facilitation approach that I will moderate the conversation as facilitator of today's discussion. I have a discussion guide in mind. If at any point you'd like to weigh in on a point which is being discussed, please use the chat function in your Zoom interface to let me know that you'd like to be added to the speakers list, and I will gladly do so. So with the administration out of the way, let me please welcome those of you who are joining us for the first time this afternoon, and extend a particular thanks to those of you who joined us this morning for the very significant contribution in time and expertise that you're making over the course of today's roundtable. I will begin by inviting those who are joining us for the first time this afternoon to introduce themselves briefly before turning to the roundtable members from this morning and inviting you to reintroduce yourselves similarly briefly at this stage. And so, Emma, if I can please begin with you.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for having me. My name is Emma Arnold, and I am currently an article clerk with the Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia, although I've worked with them in the past in varying roles. I was nominated also by the Elizabeth Fry Society, and it is an organization that works with women and gender diverse persons who are currently navigating the criminal justice system, and it's through this work that I've had the opportunity to engage with and work with varying police officers.
Thank you so much, Emma, and welcome to the conversation today. Darren, welcome, and please introduce yourself. Okay, it may be that Darren is still in the process of joining us, and so I'll turn then to Danielle, please.
Hello, I'm Danielle Desjardins. I'm with the RCMP and H Division, specifically the Strategic Planning and Client Services Unit. Focus here would be on contracts, analysis, so perhaps like the things that we'll be touching on this afternoon.
Many thanks, Danielle, and welcome. We're very pleased that you can join us today. Dawn, welcome back. It's really lovely to see you again today, and thank you for taking another half day out of your time. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Dawn Ferris, Executive Director at the Cumberland County Transition House Association in Amherst, Nova Scotia, and representing FANS, the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia, and our coalition with Be the Peace Institute Nova Scotia and Women's Shelter Canada. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dawn. Christina Fifield, if you could please go next.
Hi, I'm Christina Fifield from Avalon Sexual Assault Center. I'm a trauma therapist, and I'm in a coalition. Avalon's in a coalition with Wellness Within and LEAF.
Thank you so much, Christina. Brian Carter, welcome, and please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm representing Steve Graham this afternoon. Steve was supposed to be here, so what I'll be talking about is from Steve's research into policing capacity, into a comparison between different departments across the country, as well as responsibility, whose responsibility policing is in the province.
Thank you so much, Brian. It's nice to see you again today. Chief Mark Kane, welcome back. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Chief Mark Kane, with the Annapolis Road Police Department, and I'm here nominated by Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police as well.
Thank you very much indeed. It's nice to see you again today as well. Chief Daniel Kinsella, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to participate today. My name is Dan Kinsella, and I am the Chief of the Halifax Regional Police.
Thank you. Welcome. Thanks very much, Daniel. Professor Benjamin Perryman, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Perryman, and I'm an assistant professor at the University of New Brunswick Faculty of Law. I was nominated by the coalition of BC Civil Liberties Association and East Coast Prison Justice Society.
Thank you, Ben, and welcome today. Superintendent Dustine Rodier, welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dustine Rodier. I'm the Administration and Personnel Officer for the H Division RCMP.
Welcome, Dustine. Thank you for joining us today. Mr. Rob Stone.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rob Stone. I work with the Contract and Indigenous Policing section with the RCMP here in Ottawa. I've got two areas that I think are of interest to the Commission. First, the management of the police service agreements, and as well the GDPRM model, which being discussed throughout meetings. So I look forward to participating today.
Thanks so much, Rob. We're glad to have you with us today. Mr. Mark Taschereau.
Yes, good afternoon. Mark Taschereau. I'm the manager of contract policing at Public Safety, where I've been since 2001.
Thank you, Mark. We're glad to have you with us today as well. And Julie Thompson.
Good morning. I'm Julie Thompson, or good afternoon. I'm Julie Thompson. I'm the Director General of Policing Policy Directorate with Public Safety Canada, newly minted in the position, so relying on Mark for a lot of advice. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today, Julie. And Darren, I understand that you've rejoined us. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Darren Campbell from the RCMP, and sorry I was having technical difficulties with my audio. It's a pleasure to be here again.
Thank you for joining us today, Darren. It's good to see you. And if I can now please turn to the members who joined us this morning. Jane, starting with you, please.
Good afternoon, Jane McMillan, St. Francis Xavier University.
Thank you for joining us again this afternoon, Jane. Harry Critchley.
Good afternoon. My name is Harry Critchley. I'm here solely in my private capacity, but I am an article clerk at Nova Scotia Legal Aid, member of the Halifax Board of Police Commission and the advisory board for the Halifax District RCMP, and the co-chair of the East Coast Prison Justice Society.
Thank you very much, Harry. It's great to have you back with us this afternoon. Scott Wortley, welcome back.
Thank you. Scott Wortley, Center for Criminology and Sociolegal Studies, University of Toronto.
Thank you so much for rejoining us, Scott. It's nice to see you again. I believe that Heidi Marshall hasn't yet been able to rejoin us. Those of you who were with us this morning will have heard that she's starting a class today, but has promised to rejoin us when she can. And so for now, I'll turn to Jim Butler.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jim Butler. I'm the current chief of the Campbell Police. I've been in this role for just over or under a year after a 28-year career with the Halifax Regional Police.
Welcome back, Jim, and thank you again for joining us. Bill Moore, welcome back.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Bill Moore. I'm presently the Public Safety Project Lead at the Halifax Regional Municipality. Prior to that, I was the Executive Director of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, and prior to that, I completed a 31-year policing career in Halifax, retiring as Deputy Chief.
Thanks so much, Bill. Welcome back. And Hayley, welcome back.
Thank you. Hayley Crichton, Executive Director for Public Safety and Security Division with the Nova Scotia Department of Justice.
Great. And just because our list for this afternoon has been a bit of a moving feast, I'm just going to pause and ask, is there anybody that I haven't yet invited to introduce themselves? I just want to make sure I don't overlook anyone. Okay, well, thank you to the team who helped me get that list right. It's much appreciated. Let's turn then to the substance of this afternoon's conversation. This morning we had a very robust conversation about the structures of policing in Nova Scotia as they presently exist, including the ways in which the Nova Scotia Police Act governs certain aspects of both the civilian governance with respect to the operation of police boards with respect to municipal police services, but also the police advisory boards that are set up with respect to RCMP. We looked at the patchwork of police services and of regulatory regimes under which that patchwork is delivered between provincial policing services, municipal policing services, federal policing services, and the policing services that are delivered on Indigenous communities in Nova Scotia. We also explored the theme of past recommendations from past commissions of inquiry, most notably the Marshall Inquiry, but also past inquiries that have touched on topics such as police governance and oversight. So commissions of inquiry such as the Morden Inquiry into the G20 in Toronto, the Thunder Bay Policing Inquiry, as well as past inquiries that have considered relations between Indigenous people and police services in Canada, such as the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls. The roundtable members shared, on the basis of their expertise and experience, a mix of perspectives on questions of governance, of oversight, of the implementation of police reforms and the criteria and conditions necessary for successful police reform. And so I hope to pick up on these conversations with this broader group today. Before I turn to a set of new questions for the group, for this enlarged group, Scott, I would like to pick up on a question that I'd really been hoping to ask you before lunch today. And it builds on the conversation we were having at the very end of this morning's session in a couple of ways. It also ties into your work on street checks and race-based data. And so, as you'll recall, we heard from a number of roundtable members today about some of the challenges of implementation of past recommendations and the role that various agencies have to play with respect to ensuring recommendations are implemented or accountability when implementation doesn't take place. We also heard this morning from Harry some of the history of implementation or challenges in implementation of the recommendations you made in the Street Checks report in 2019. I'm conscious that you've spent your career thinking about questions of data collection and transparency and effective oversight of police discretionary decision making. And I'm going to invite you to weigh in on those topics now before we turn to some other issues.
As was mentioned earlier today, one of the keystones of the democratic policing is transparency and access to data. These are issues that I've grappled with, since 1994, when I was a PhD student and a researcher with the Commission on Systemic Racism in the Ontario criminal justice system, and the profound resistance that you would receive from police services with respect to access to data in general, not the least of which would be, data on the race of individuals involved with police interactions. That has continued, I think, quite consistently for the past 20 years, despite increasing calls from community members for the release of such data. And although there still is, I think, resistance, I've seen much more movement, with respect to the collection and dissemination of this data over the last 2-3 years than I have in the previous 25. So there is some optimism or good news in terms of the final release. I want to stress that I think that this data is not only important with respect to research and pure research exercises, but also it's a form of police accountability to monitor trends, to see if recommendations are working or not. One of the other keystones of democratic policing is evaluation. And I think that evaluation is very selective, particularly when it comes to certain topics, including racial disparities within policing, police community relations. And I think that, hopefully, as an evaluative framework and increased transparency emerges, we'll start to see programs develop that are actually making an impact. The final point, we've been monitoring public perceptions of the police in Ontario for the last 25 years with various surveys. Surveys cover a wide range of issues, but one of them are perceptions of racial bias within policing. Looking at different populations, Black, Asian, and white populations. And what we found is that the perception of bias in policing among Ontario's Black community, and I saw very strong sentiments expressed as part of the street check inquiry as well, have not changed over the last 25 years. In 1994, we found that about 80% of the Black community felt that police in Ontario were biased against Black people. We found that 82% felt this in 2020. Not very much movement at all. Where we are seeing change is an awareness among the general population that these are issues. So the proportion of the white population, for instance, that is perceiving bias as a problem has increased significantly over 25 years, which may be one of the reasons why it's garnering more attention and more support, because a higher proportion of the population is concerned about these issues. So this is an example of, over the last 25 years, there's been numerous attempts to try to build trust with communities, to try to increase confidence, various community policing initiatives, various forms of civilian oversight, various community consultative processes, and very importantly, a huge array of anti-bias, anti-racism training initiatives that have been implemented, everything from conscious to implicit bias. But when you look at the data, it has done very little to actually improve confidence at the community level. And we've got to be worried about that. Are these initiatives, why aren't they working, and what do we need to do to improve the situation and trust in the police and hold the police and law enforcement accountable?
Thank you so much for sharing your reflections in that respect, Scott. And I have a follow-up question for you, which will also seed a conversation I hope to seed with the broader table. And that is to ask you what a police culture that is open to research, open to evaluation, open to hearing community concerns and responding to them would look like.
I think the culture would have to change to give access to all researchers and community members who are interested in participating in the process. I mean, with all due privacy concerns addressed, obviously, I think we have to stick with standard ethical procedures with respect to reducing the impact that research has on individuals and communities. I have found that the history of Canadian policing, including evidence-based policing, is selecting, researchers who are, for want of a better term, police-friendly, entering research contracts where, the police can pull out of a project or demand that findings not be released if they're not happy with the findings. And that is against the spirit of transparency. I think in order to ensure accountability, not only do police services boards and the police themselves have to release data on various topics, and I'm not restricting this to issues related to racialized communities. I think this must exist through a broad range of issues, ranging from police complaints to police use of force to community relations. I've found historically that police agencies tend to view this data as intelligence. It's data that could hurt their image or hurt their efforts, and this is how it's viewed. So everything is a potential risk, very risk adverse when it comes to research in general and evaluation, and therefore want to take the safe route with respect to exploring these issues, including research contracts that give the police the final say on whether data is released or not. And I think that those are the types of stipulations that need to be overcome if we're going to achieve true transparency and accountability with respect to what the police are doing. And that's basically an overall observation. I can give detailed examples of this if required.
Thank you. The overall observation is really helpful, Scott. I appreciate it. Christina, if I may turn to you, what would a police culture of transparency and accountability and civilian responsiveness look like in Nova Scotia?
So I want to point on something from the defunding the police report in chapter 5, and it's about openness and transparency, and recommendation 4.3 about HRP and RCMP deliver new policies to address police code of silence and empowers officers who change the illegal or unprofessional activities of the colleagues so that they make sure that there's proper training and accountability attached to this. And from the conversations this morning that were taking place around governance and accountability and the different models of policing, right? Like, for instance, RCMP, municipal policing, and then the board and who's taking what on, right? And I would say that I think that what creates safety and the importance of transparency around this is that because of the culture that of policing, the institutional violence that has been built into policing over RCMP, HRP, and policing overall, that for the province of Nova Scotia that are dealing with different individuals, different oversight around accountability and different governance, I believe that there truly needs to be a consistent message, regardless if you're working with municipal HRP or RCMP around these issues. And I think that creating safety for individuals that are needing to reach out to police or creating trust is there needs to be transparency and openness to that. And that needs to be a consistent message of accountability. And I do believe that these recommendations have been seen in all kinds of different reports, inquiries, police reports, and through this defunding the police. And there should be clear pathways of where this accountability lies, who's overseeing that, and there's clear messages around that, and that is reflective in training, ongoing training, and that there's accountability to that. So can't stress that enough. And I believe that for individuals that I work with and individuals that are needing to reach out to police, survivors and victims of violence, that this is like essentially and vitally important for them, and that we need to make sure that that code of silence does not exist in police, and that these, that violence, there is accountability to that.
Thank you so much for sharing your perspective. If I can turn to Chief Mark Kane, as the chief of a small town municipal police service, to whom do you consider yourself accountable, and how do you ensure transparency?
I think, like any other chief, you're accountable to your board, you're accountable to the public that you serve, and also you're accountable to the province. So, the Police Act very clearly states that we have to provide all
Example, a civilian who has questions is able to ask them, that a researcher who might have an interest in thinking about the work that you're doing has access to data, as you say, with appropriate constraints. What does that look like in practice?
I think as we have our police board meetings, we certainly produce facts and figures to our board meetings. Certainly, there's some rules I think moving forward, it's a bigger discussion to be had rather than just by myself. But I'm certainly open to how do we make that work? How do we make it happen? I think all the police partners that are in the room as well, and the public, is coming to that consensus along with government. So, but right now, I'd certainly say we produce information each month for the police board on what we're doing, stats and figures like that. And we certainly get people come in and ask through a FOIP request, and we follow the legislation. And if there's information we can provide, we will. But we're always cautious about keeping identities safe and keeping information safe that could be a detriment to a person. So,
thank you very much. Danielle, if I may turn to you, I think one of the important themes of this morning's discussion, and it's arisen elsewhere in our proceedings as well, is the complexities of federalism and jurisdiction as they play out with respect to RCMP policing in Nova Scotia. As you and your colleagues will be well aware, that means that lines of accountability and lines of governance look different for the RCMP than they do for municipal agencies in Nova Scotia. And so if I can ask you, what does transparency and accountability to the Nova Scotia public look like for the RCMP in light of your provincial policing and MPSA roles?
Thank you. I do think, similar to some other comments that were made, we're accountable on a local level to the members of the public in a particular detachment area, be it through priority planning, getting information on local priorities that's managed at a district or detachment level. Provincially, we get priorities from the province, and we report them on that, along with a lot of other reporting, be it financial, resource level. There may be analysis there as well. And even within the division itself, we also have national priorities that come down too, so that generally speaking, they would all align, but allow us to focus on things that are, more specific to each province and each community, but still addressing those national priorities as well.
Thank you. And you may not be the right person for me to put this question to, and if so, please feel free to put it to one of your colleagues. What's the role that the police advisory boards play in the ecosystem you've described?
I can speak to that one as well. Our police advisory boards, with every RCMP detachment would have one. Some of them would have multiple members, if you will, depending on the makeup of a particular detachment. There may be more than one funding partner. However, the detached family would really be the lead on those, generally providing statistics, information, be a sounding board. not unlike many other police advisory boards and boards of police commissioners.
Thank you. And does the RCMP have policies and procedures with respect to the role that police advisory boards can play, the data that they can request, the ways in which detachment commanders should be working? And if so, can you give us sort of a general sense of those?
I'd have to look into that one. Generally speaking, I believe it's tailored to each individual board needs. Some may be more in the weeds, some less, but definitely I can say that in contrast between the provincial contract and the municipal contract, with the municipal contracts, the RCMP would be providing a lot more financial information, whereas that falls on the province to do that under the provincial contract.
That's helpful, thank you. And I'll just pause and invite any of your colleagues who might wish to weigh in on this topic to do so before I move on. Okay, in that case, Brian, I'd like to turn to you if I can. How do you think moving forward the RCMP should be accountable to the Nova Scotia public and ensure transparency?
From what we looked at it, from the research that has been done by the RCMP vets on this topic, we've done quite a bit of things on it. So accountability, as Scott said, it goes beyond just accountability of the police, but it goes to accountability of police boards and police commissions that are looking after the advisory boards. So they're accountable as well. As an example, we've noted that the Colchester Advisory Board hasn't met in 2 years for a period of time, and under the law they're supposed to be 4 times. So there's some problems with the system with respect to that. As well, I certainly agree that all police agencies, including the RCMP for sure, are accountable to the public. And if the police advisory boards are the way that we do it in this province, it's not really effective. We have to look at some other methods, and that is only one measure. The other measure is through communication and other things. But policies have to change, absolutely, to make it better. And I think there's some good recommendations from Dr. Chris Murphy and his research that list a ton of recommendations, and some of them point directly to this. And but definitely accountable to the people we serve, in our case as veterans who we used to serve. And it's a complicated situation, and the more pieces of the puzzle, the harder it is to solve. So if you have, in Nova Scotia's case, we have the policing services were delivered to the municipalities from the province, which has complicated it a great deal, because you now have a whole bunch of groups you have to deal with for accountability versus dealing with the province itself.
Thank you so much for sharing those reflections, Brian, and I appreciate that you've been attentive to the process throughout and able to kind of reflect on the process throughout. If I may turn now to Benjamin. Benjamin, from your perspective, what might transparency and accountability in Nova Scotia look like in the wake of this inquiry?
I think to your question about culture of openness and transparency, it's one of those things where practice makes perfect, and that acculturation takes time and repeated behavior, both for legal systems and elsewhere. And I wanted to start with a positive example, which was the Halifax Regional Police's development of this training module called Journey to Change that they developed recently. And what was different about this module is that it was not developed strictly in-house. It was the first training module, in my understanding, that the Halifax Police actually went to the community, in this case, the African Nova Scotia community, and said, what do our officers need to learn? What do they need to be taught? What needs to be in that training module? And through that community consultation process, developed this new training module that is now being implemented. There's challenges to implementation. It's in its early stages, but it's an example of police service being willing to engage community in this important project of training police and looking for that expertise elsewhere, and then incorporating that within training of its own officers. I think that type of example is commendable and is something worth exploring. Touching on the effectiveness of police boards, one of the reasons why I think this is critical to this commission's work is that it's going to be one of the institutions through which the commission's recommendations are implemented. And just to give some context, my bottom line point is that these boards are funded to fail in Nova Scotia. And to give some comparison, the Nova Scotia Utility Review Board, which is responsible for public utilities in this province, receives $2 million of funding from the province and a further $4 million per annum from other sources. It has a full-time staff complement of 40 people. The Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission has a program budget of $2.7 million per annum, has a full-time staff equivalent of 23 to 25 people. And then building on what Harry shared this morning, they have a $14,000 budget. They have 0 full-time equivalent staff. Their board is comprised of 7 people. 4 of those are civilians who are effectively volunteers. 3 of those are municipal councillors who would be paid through the city but have other responsibilities. And one of the things that we've heard the past couple of days, including today from police representatives, is that policing is becoming more complex. And the governance structure that exists to provide civilian governance oversight is not comparable to the task at hand. It's not comparable to the size of police budgets in municipal budgets. And it's not even remotely close to the type of operating budgets that other administrative review bodies have in this province. So it's funded to fail despite people's best efforts and intentions. And we're not talking about huge amounts of money when we look to Utility and Review Board of $2 million, or we look to Human Rights Commission of $2.7 million. But here we have this budget for Nova Scotia's largest municipality of $14,000. It's moving up to $140,000, and it's frankly far too low to provide any effective or meaningful oversight. And I guess my final point, and coming back to my comment about the HRP's willingness to engage community members in the development of this journey to change a program. When I think of community involvement or engagement in governance, I think of a spectrum between no or almost performative oversight to what Dr. Jones talked about yesterday of community control, where decision-making is delegated to community members, or somewhere in between. I think most of our governance is at that left end of the spectrum of no engagement or no involvement. We rarely get to the right end of the spectrum, and so our culture exists at the minimal engagement. We're not used to it on either ends of the spectrum. It's something that we need to change and do. We've heard about the development of policing standards. That's fantastic. We've also heard that there has not been much community engagement at the early stages of the development of those standards. The people invited to the table are police chiefs. They should definitely be there, and some select board commissioners. But we see no engagement with civil society. We see no engagement with communities that are directly affected by policing. So the status quo is about limited community engagement and minimal governance. And if we want to move that towards a more thick understanding of democracy where community is engaged, then we need to be willing to fund police boards to do their job. And we need to be more accustomed to inviting other folks to sit at these governance tables early on in the process.
Benjamin, thank you for sharing those reflections and for alluding to the conversations we're having this morning and yesterday as well. It's much appreciated. Daniel, given that you've just been praised, I think this is a good moment to turn to you. What does transparency and accountability look like to you as Chief of Halifax Regional Police?
Well, thank you for that, and my thanks also to Benjamin for highlighting the journey to change. You know, we have to be accountable. We have to be transparent. We have to maintain the contact with the community. I'll get to the journey to change piece a little bit further into the discussion. But everybody knows trust building isn't something that happens overnight. We also know that we can lose trust fairly quickly. We also know that there's going to be obstacles. There's going to be setbacks, and there's going to be things that do occur. For the Halifax Regional Police, you know, we have to stay engaged, maintain, and we have to continue to keep the conduit of information sharing and accessibility of that information sharing open. And I firmly believe it needs to happen at all levels of the organization. So, you know, we work on that, and we will always have to work on that, because that's, you know, something that you know, falters from time to time. So we need to be consistent, we need to be persistent, and we need to stay with it. When we do, that helps the community see that we are committed, and that builds, in my view, public trust and confidence as you go along, and also helps us to rebuild, because there always is a need to make sure that we are rebuilding. We also have to have mechanisms and follow through to make sure that we are, you know, evaluating that. We're making sure that if we're missing something, then we're going to close the gap, and we're going to make ourselves available. Part of that is the community's ability to come forward, and it was mentioned earlier, is having a safe environment for the community to come forward. And, you know, it's always safe for the community to come forward, or generally when you know, there's some good news coming in. What we need to be more in tune with as police organizations is when the information coming in or the examples coming in is something that we need to look at, and maybe is not as flattering as we would like. That takes us a little bit to culture, and within culture, it's been talked about quite a bit through the commission a little bit here today. For the part that I've been sitting in on, it is the single most hardest thing to change. And we have to maintain that ability and the openness of that conversation. And you know, we have to recognize that there's going to be challenges, and there's going to be things that occur that we have to overcome, that we have to, you know, keep moving forward, and have an understanding that, you know, there's, in my view, always areas for improvement that we have to look at. And the other piece I would say is about data and the sharing of data. It's exceedingly important to share the data. We need to, and I think we're headed in the right direction with a lot of the work that's being done, get to accurate and standardized collection of data. I know through the Wortley committee that we struck, that is has multi-stakeholders from a number of people on screen, the organizations, and Dr. Bryan and his report that recently came out. So we are, in my view, definitely heading in the right direction. We're thrilled to participate. One of my deputies sat as a co-chair of that particular committee. And then we need to make it available while at the same time protecting investigative integrity, protecting, you know, whatever other safety mechanisms need to be protected, privacy issues, and they've all been raised, and we have to pay attention to those. But fundamentally, we have to find a way to get the data out so informed decisions can be made by, you know, the people that are participating here today. Dr. Wordley, Mr. Critchley, others that are coming to the table with a genuine, you know, here's how we can help, but you need to help us. And that's the team version of it. As far as just going back to culture change for a minute, and then I'll sum up. And Ben talked about the journey to change. The journey to change came from community. The journey to change came from consultations, many consultations with community. And you know, I'm still grateful to this day that the community was willing to guide us, to inform us, to spend that time with us, to share that information, to try to share that lived experience. And then beyond that, and through the conversations that we were able to have, that course is facilitated by members of the community who are willing to step up and and participate and share their experience, share their information. And there's a lot of great learning that's been done from that. And I can tell you, I try to open every course and close every course. I see a demonstrative change in people's attitudes that have the opportunity to attend the course. And the beauty of that is they bring that forward within the organization, within the community, and we are headed in the right direction. Still lots and lots of work to do. Still going to be times when the perception or the reality is that transparency isn't there. We also rely on our boards to assist us, to direct us, to provide information and guidance on what we might be missing. And we as police leaders need to be open to that. So I'll end it at that, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And I've got a couple of follow-ups for you, if you don't mind responding briefly to them, as I'm conscious of time. The first is a question that came through to me from the chat, and it's about the Journey to Change training. How is it evaluated? How is the effectiveness of it evaluated?
So one of the ways that we do, certainly there's the participation piece. There's feedback throughout the course after every presentation in regards to participant feedback. There's also feedback that is gathered from the facilitators, presenters, because they really are the ones that get a sense of how people are engaging. And so that's part of it. The other part of it is the growth of the course and the interest in the course. And we started out and continue because we can't provide it quick enough internally. And our goal is to get every member of the service trained, volunteer, civilian, sworn, and we've also had inquiries externally from other agencies. Could we get some spots on the course? So that part of it is the feedback of participants, the feedback of the facilitators. And I can tell you that on occasion, it takes a little while for some of the participants to fully understand and make that transformation, as it were, to understand where this lived experience comes from, to understand 200 years of trauma, to understand the impact and effect of the street checks that had been occurring. So that's the evaluation piece. So we have some documentation on it. We have facilitator feedback, and we continue to monitor that very closely and adapt and adjust as required.
Thank you. And then my second question, you referred in your response to the Wortley Committee. I wonder if you can explain what the Wortley Committee is and what it's been charged to do.
So we formed a committee that is co-chaired by one of my deputies, Deputy Chief Don McLean, and Ms. Kimberly Franklin from the Human Rights Commission. And it is basically a research committee that got together based on a recommendation from Dr. Wortley's report to talk about street checks, the collection of race-based data, what is a police stop, and I think Dr. Wortley mentioned that earlier, particularly about police stops. And he's right. This is about police stops and police interactions. So that committee came together with two co-chairs. We had participation from all of our law enforcement partners, the NSCPA, the RCMP, community members, and they came together with Dr. Bryan to have that dialogue, to identify some definitions, to move forward on some recommendations, how we can better, in my view, be accountable, collect the appropriate data, and make sure that we do something with it. And they took the time to make sure that they got the input. And as we all know, the report recently came out, and it needs to now be put into place. We've got a lot of talk. I'm not going to go into it. I mentioned it on the 25th of August about how we can try to get recommendations done. But now we have to move forward with the accountability mechanisms to put those important recommendations in.
Thank you. And just one more follow-up, and then I'll give you a break. I don't know if you were able to monitor this morning's proceedings, but we touched on recommendation 4.11 of the Wortley report, which suggested the implementation of a consultation committee to consider oversight and review mechanisms. And the evidence that we heard from Professor Wortley and from Harry Critchley was that at this stage that recommendation didn't seem to have been implemented in the form in which Professor Wortley imagined it. I just want to touch base and confirm that that's your understanding as well, or if there's some initiative going on there that those speakers weren't aware of.
Well, I'll start by saying I wasn't able to monitor this morning, so I don't know the exact gist of the conversation. But what I can tell you is that, in my view, we can do better with the recommendations that are in Dr. Wortley's report. We have been working on it. A lot of the recommendations require the input of multiple stakeholders. And that's why I believe that the committee that was formed, specifically for some things, but we're, I'm sure talking about many other things around the table. And, is there more work to be done? There absolutely is. Is there more people that need to come to the table to provide input? There certainly is. And we have to, be more collaborative and put that together. The other piece is, all of this takes time because we've got, and I'll just share a very quick example, the Know Your Rights campaign that the Department of Justice, and I won't speak for Haley, but the Department of Justice has taken the lead on. We've come to the conclusion, and that has come from Dr. Wortley's report as well, among other things, to say a Know Your Rights campaign shouldn't, in my view, be put together by the police. It should be put together by input from the police and the community and the Department of Justice and our academics and all of those people that might be affected. Because fundamentally, if you're going to be stopped and encounter the police anywhere in Nova Scotia and quite frankly, anywhere in Canada, the rights should be the same. So if you're stopped in Halifax or you're stopped in Antigonish or wherever that might be, the interaction and results should be the same. And to get there, it can't be just a decision that was made in HRM by HRP and RCMP. We need consultation across the board from not only the policing partners, but the community. And all communities are a little bit different. Policing is fairly similar, but communities are a little bit different and communities have different expectations. So we have to take that into account. And we also have someone, to the points earlier about who's going to look after the implementation. And I commend the Department of Justice to take this on. To say, yeah, we're going to look at this. We'd like everybody to contribute, and we are. Unfortunately, it's not moving as quickly as we would like, and there are ways that we can move quicker, and hopefully we'll get there through some recommendations from the work of the Mass Casualty Commission and the work of everybody.
I'm going to jump in there. Thank you so much for sharing those examples and insights. I will keep moving as I'm conscious of the size of the table and the number of things we have to get through today. Dawn, if I can please turn to you. What does a transparent and accountable police service look like from your vantage?
I think I agree with all the points raised so far. So I just want to add another layer to that, just to be, somewhat not repetitive. I believe it looks like taking the pulse of the public that is served. We are talking about the fact that, and we keep hearing through yesterday and today that there is mistrust, distrust, and there's a belief of the lack of accountability. We have lots and lots of examples that we could go through as to the reasons why people still don't feel there's an ability to trust that the change, and that we acknowledge that it's hard. It's a culture that's been hard to implement change and have that change both be recognized and implemented and move forward. So personally, I know that in 2007, the Chebucto Road, the decision to widen the Chebucto Road led to a bunch of those people living on that street to protest, and some police brutality, the lack of who was wearing the uniforms and the masks led to the decision to say that police officers should wear badges, except for when the policies were put in place, which I think took a couple of years. There was a loophole that said, except for in extenuating circumstances that weren't really explained as to what those circumstances might be. And so I was shocked earlier this year, even to read in the Halifax Examiner, that there were still ongoing issues with Halifax Regional Police being identified during the peaceful protests when people were being pepper sprayed by people wearing face masks and uniforms. And so thinking about how we could change that is that lots of organizations do internal temperature checks on, so doctors, organizations, we get MSI random selected people who went to their doctors to do the report card check. It says that you went here for this day for this reason. What was the outcome? Did that happen? And then that's sent back to be looked at. And I'd like to see us implement means of getting back random selected people who've had interactions with the police to actually see and hear a report card produced every year as to those things. Because I think you know, we have a process in place clearly that people in the civilian population can launch a complaint. There's the Nova Scotia government's website that says how to do that. But how do we report back so that everybody's aware of what's going on and what's being reported on? And then the HR component of that is that if we have members who are unwilling or unable to make the changes needed or are given the training and still don't make the changes, there's some big consequences that came up in the roundtable discussions a couple weeks ago about serious consequences. And I think that those things, it's a long road to get to, but I think that we can build back trust when there's more transparency and accountability from those being served by police forces. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights, Dawn. It's tremendously helpful. Emma, I'm going to turn to you if I can. From your vantage, what would transparency and accountability look like for EFRI and particularly for the women that you serve?
Yeah, so transparency and accountability are so connected. And right now, I think one of the major concerns is that it's hard to hold police agencies accountable to be transparent. So there's no real way. So for example, we tried to request a policy about victim services intake procedures. And we're told that we could not have it because there was reason to expect it would harm law enforcement. And there's no way to hold them accountable to explain why that is. There is a legal test. The Supreme Court has indicated a legal test. Our Office for Information and the Privacy Commission has reiterated the test, but there's no way to hold them accountable. Technically, you could go to the office to ask them to review it, but they're still reviewing complaints from 2017 as of February this year. And the only other option would be to go to the court system and judicially review the decision, which is an inaccessible means for many people. So to not be able to access the policies means we don't know what we can hold them accountable for. And there's no way for us to put a gendered lens or a racialized lens or intersectional lens on any of the policies to see if they will actually benefit the community and if they are the best they could be, or if they need changes and need restructuring, and have that input from community members and community organizations to ensure that the policies are the best they can be. But right now, there's no way for us to analyze these, to review them, and even for citizens to know what their rights are as provided by the policies. So the big concern I have is the idea that transparency is so key in creating a trusting relationship between the public and the police agencies. Yet at the same time, there's no way to achieve or no way to hold them accountable to achieve that transparency. And the Defund the Police report did say, or one of the recommendations was to get the police board to direct HRP to make the policies and procedures publicly available online. And potentially that is a route to go and a recommendation that I believe should be followed. But again, it's a complex procedure when really we should be able to access these policies to see exactly what treatment we're owed and to be able to judge them and say, no, this policy isn't right, it should change before something bad happens. Another just brief example is we worked with a client who had a police complaint against the RCMP, and she, as her resolution, there was an informal resolution that was promised there would be amendments to certain policies. After they gave time and said the policies were amended, she asked to see them, to see the amendments to make sure that the informal resolution was completed. But again, they denied her access to see the amended policies. And that is, there's no transparency in that to even see if what they promised they would do was actually fulfilled. So really, again, it's the accountability as it ties to transparency, I think is key in creating that trusting relationship between the police and the community.
Thank you so much, Emma, and thank you for sharing those very helpful examples. Rob, if I can turn to you, we've heard some examples of concerns at times about transparency and accountability within the context of the contract policing services provided by RCMP in Nova Scotia. What's your perspective on how the RCMP presently ensures transparency and accountability, and how it might address some of the concerns we've heard at the table today and throughout our process?
Yeah, thank you. I did have one thought that during this discussion, more along the lines of transparency, and I know that just recently the RCMP began active release of mental health and wellness check reporting across the country. So I think that's I view that as a positive first step in transparency of data reporting from the RCMP. I know that we're also currently working on a new race-based data information reporting to come from the RCMP. So to me, those are positive steps forward from a national organization to be releasing that information, and it's as I said, proactive release of that data.
Thank you. And if I can pick up again on an aspect of my question that I haven't heard you address yet, and that's the particular concerns that have arisen in Nova Scotia and in the context of contract policing in Nova Scotia. What is it, if anything, that you're thinking about with respect to ensuring that transparency and accountability is present for the province of Nova Scotia and those who live here?
Well, again, in terms of a Nova Scotia perspective, to be included in that release, again, difficult. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, I guess, as a federal organization. We have, we release this information. It's generally with a national lens, which means we would be releasing information in Nova Scotia. Again, I can't think of a particular example for Nova Scotia, but what I can say is I believe model of contract policing and the breadth of the program, I think, while it's large, I think sometimes it lends itself to be flexible to other areas. And earlier this morning, there was discussion about harmonization of policing policy, or policing standards between them. And while that discussion was happening, I was thinking of the Clare's Law example in Saskatchewan, where at first it contradicted the Privacy Act. But the RCMP was able to work through that. And now, because of that, we're in a position where the Nova Scotia and some other provinces have adopted similar laws to Clare's Law. We are now prepared to participate in those release.
Thank you for sharing that example. Mark and Julie, if I can turn to you and to the perspective from Public Safety Canada and your responsibilities with respect to contracting and the PPS process and the MPSA process. I recognise and I acknowledge that the complexity of the RCMP Act and then the questions of contracting kind of sitting within that. But from your perspective, from a policy perspective, is there more to be done with respect to ensuring transparency and accountability on the part of the RCMP to its contracting partners and the residents of the provinces where they provide police services? And if so, what work are you doing in that regard?
Maybe I'll start and I'll let Mark add as we go. It's a bit of a difficult question to unpack, I think, in the context of the contract. So I think Haley did a really good job this morning describing that the policing priorities are set at the provincial level for policing services that are provided within contract jurisdictions. But I would note, for the purposes of the conversation, because it's been very rich, and I've very much appreciated the perspectives and views of participants around the table, that I do know the RCMP is working very hard at a national level on a number of initiatives that are underway to think about transparency, accountability, and improvement of the service. And for me, I look to the Vision 150 document that the RCMP is actively working on that lays out a number of activities inside the organization that sort of get to this point as well. I don't know if that was a very helpful introduction, but it is something that does catch my attention. I'll just look at Mark to see if he's got anything additional to add on this particular front.
No, I don't think so, Julie. I mean, it's an ongoing dialogue and process, and improvement is strived to be made on a daily basis. I mean, clearly the RCMP works not just at the provincial level, but with a number of municipalities across the country, and you know, they attempt to be as responsive as possible to those needs, to those priorities, and to have those open and frank discussions to you know, to improve on transparency and trust where needed. But it's an ongoing process, but they're definitely committed to that process.
Thank you. Scott, this conversation started with you, and I'm going to loop back to you now, and then give other members of the morning roundtable an opportunity to weigh in. What reflections, if any, would you like to share about what you've heard in the conversation the last little while? I'm sorry, Scott, I think you may be on mute.
I once delivered a whole 2-hour lecture on mute one time, I think so. Thank you for just a couple of comments. I mean, as a university professor and instructor, I have a high regard for training and education and how that might improve relations and provide new skills and cultural capital with respect to the policing role. I do have a couple of concerns about training. You know, it has always, you know, since the 90s been the go-to, like a recommendation that is often immediately adopted by police services when facing crises over race relations. Police associations often quickly accept it as something that they will encourage their members to engage in. But historically, there's been very little evaluation, and until recently, I think a lot of it has been window dressing. It sounds good. We're doing training. Everybody's getting training. One of the big weaknesses with training, however, is although it may be made mandatory, there's no need to prove competency. So you have these are courses that you often have to take, boxes that you have to tick, but it does not necessarily mean that those taking the courses are engaged or trying to acquire new knowledges. So it would almost be like you having a university stats class, but saying all you have to do is show up. You don't have to write a test. I think that this sends a message to organizations, policing organizations, about what is important and what is not important. The Ontario Police College candidates, new recruits, have to swim 2 lengths of a swimming pool in order to pass and become a police officer. They only have to attend kind of race relations, anti-bias training programs. So I think that if we are really going to improve the impact that these training sessions have, there has to be some kind of measure or testing of competency to ensure that those attending are taking it seriously and not seeing it as a box that they have to check. Data, I mean, I think it's, for instance, you know, there were some comments in the chat and some comments made on camera about evaluation techniques being employed with respect to training and other issues. One of the important things is whether that is actually being reported. I know that a couple of years ago, the big rage with respect to training and North American policing was implicit bias training. There were some rather expensive programs that were developed. I believe that the Halifax Regional Police Service adopted that training. And I actually think they were conducting an internal evaluation of it. But it's often not reported, right? You know, where is that? What was the results of those findings? It might be internal evaluations. They're assessed by police leadership without it actually being disseminated to the public, so that they know whether this training is working or not, whether the money was well spent or not. And I think that that's happened quite a bit with respect to internal evaluations, internal data collection that is never transparently reported to the public. I do think that with respect to training and some of the community consultative activities that have been taking place, they sound great. But ultimately, we want to know what the bigger picture is and whether they're achieving their objectives. So if you look at something like training and community consultative work, we want to know if these efforts are going to improve relations, improve overall confidence in the police. And often, so getting feedback from officers, getting feedback from the trainers, that is all positive. That's an important part of a well-rounded evaluation technique. But also in the long run, is this improving relations or not? And part of what we're finding out now is that negative interactions with the police have a much more powerful impact on public perceptions of the police than positive interactions. Study after study is demonstrating that trying to offset aggressive policing tactics by having some positive interactions, positive ticketing, community events, doesn't necessarily work. We recently did an evaluation of Edmonton Catholic School Board's School Resource Officer Program, and it was a very positive evaluation. The youth that we talked to, the parents, the officers themselves, all loved the program. A very positive review. But what we also found was that while the youth, particularly minority youth, really loved and respected their SRO officers, it wasn't changing their opinion of policing in general. And many youth in our interviews would comment that, the SRO is great, but the real police are the officers that I deal with after 10 o'clock in my community, and they're a very different breed. So the overall objectives of the SRO was to improve police-youth relations. Positive relationships were being formed, but it wasn't necessarily achieving that larger goal of increasing confidence. And I'll be quiet.
That's great. So thank you very much, Scott. That was very helpful. I'm going to turn a little selectively now to a couple of members of the morning roundtable, and then move on to the next set of questions, given the time. Jane, I think I'll begin with you if I can. You've been engaged in a process of many years of work of seeking to build a more transparent and accountable approach to policing of Indigenous communities and evaluating those processes that have been put into place. Do you have any comments that you wish to share based on the conversation that we've heard so far?
Thank you, Emma. Indeed, community engagement is hard work. It's costly in terms of time resources, and I think Chief Kinsella was pointing to that. But it's absolutely essential for it to happen if there's going to be any meaningful systemic change that really characterizes and brings forward Indigenous perspectives. So I think that piece is vitally important, and I don't think it can just be at a board level, because we haven't seen Indigenous participation at board levels translate into good community dialogue, good community participation that stays elevated at a place where it's not approachable, it's not accessible. The issues around access, I'm astonished that one can't even access a policy about victim services intake. That to me is an absurdity that must be addressed immediately. And I agree entirely with Scott's comment regarding training and its value. We are very interested in Indigenous perceptions training and its outcomes. It looks good optically, but again, is it really driving the change that is needed on the ground and in those community relations? So it's one, but very small step forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jane. Bill, and if I can turn briefly to you, we haven't had actually much of an opportunity to talk about the work you're doing in the Transforming Policing project, and this may or may not be part of it, but would you like to share any reflections? Again, I'd invite you to do so briefly, if you don't mind, on the conversation we've been having about transparency.
Certainly. Working very closely with Dr. Siciliano on the policing public safety renewal, conversations, in the transformation project, we did do some community consultations, but what we heard loud and clear from community members was, you've asked us a lot of things, a lot of times, what we want. And that has been well documented in a number consultation reports, and, certainly the funding report by the commission and the like. But what we're hearing is the community wants to be involved. They want to be part of the solution. They have strong opinions in relation to who should be delivering the service. And I think something that hasn't really come up with today is conversation around should police really be doing some of the things that police are doing? And I understand how we achieved this, or how we got to this point, and the fact that police were there, and they're the only ones that open at 2 a.m, and for some reason they took it on. But there's a strong conversation around having a hard look at whether police should be involved. And I'll use, for instance, mental health crisis response. There was work done in creating a mobile mental health crisis team, but there's a great deal of discussion now around should police even be in the primary responder. And in our conversations with the community, there was a strong voice to say police should not be involved at all. But when we talked it through, there was a recognition that yes, police are probably going to have to be part of the solution for a small percentage of those interactions. So we moved that needle. But what we decided was that police maybe are not the first, second, might be the fourth or the fifth spot to visit on the way down. So I think in those discussions, what we're talking about is maybe police taking a step back from these roles. It can't be just as a switch. We need to do a gradual, because we're talking about some of the most marginalized and most increased harm potential for individuals. So we don't want to have any more people falling in the cracks. So through this transformation, what we're really seeing is that there's a stronger move to provide the right services provided by the right individuals to those in need, but to have those individuals be involved in the conversation of how they want to be treated, as opposed to, I think I mentioned this morning, this concept of doing it to them as opposed to doing with them. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things that came through.
Thank you so much for sharing those insights, Bill. Darren and Dustine, I'm very conscious that you come to today's conversation with a unique perspective on the work of this commission. And I would like to begin by thanking you for your courage and the integrity that you're showing by coming to this conversation, which is focused today on recommendations. And I'd like to invite you, if you wish to do so, but with no obligation, to reflect on transparency and accountability to the people of Nova Scotia as you now understand it today and as you hope it might look in the future.
Well, I don't really want to jump in and cut Dustine off, so I want to make sure that I'm very brief here to allow Dustine to add her views as well. Notwithstanding the formal accountability mechanisms that would exist within police accountability, I think more importantly is the informal and most important aspect, which is the police are accountable to the public. And in order to do that, what we have to have is trust with the public, and that trust is, I think, only accomplished through connection. And for us to be able to have that connection, that's the heart of community policing. Because I can say this as a member of the RCMP, whatever community that I've ever served in, I saw that as my community, even though I wasn't necessarily from that community. And I have luckily been able to go back and do some policing within the communities that I would consider home to be. But I can tell you that our members do many things to connect with the community, not just in their work, their daily work, but also in their personal lives as well. They do see their postings as their new home, and I want to be able to say that. In terms of accomplishing that connectivity and that trust, there's a number of things that are very important for us to do. We talk a lot about consultative groups. One of the things that was mentioned by, I believe, is a professor of law from UNB. He was talking about a course which is very similar. When I arrived actually in Nova Scotia, there's a course called the ACE course, the African Canadian Experience. That was developed well before my arrival in Nova Scotia. And it was actually developed in consultation with the African Nova Scotia community, as well as a number of our officers who are actually from that community that are actually posted here to Nova Scotia. number of initiatives through that. In fact, that course was delivered to many of our officers in Nova Scotia. We offered that to the Department of Justice in Nova Scotia, other police agencies. We shared our course training material and standards to other agencies. In fact, we're providing that course nationally as well. There was Dr. Worley had asked about how do we measure the success of that course, much like what Chief Kinsella had mentioned. The measurement of the success or the impact of that course largely comes from the participants. And I've seen much of their feedback. And those participants are not just members of the RCMP, but there are other agencies as well that do speak specifically to the impact that that material had on our officers, including the facilitators as well. Very positive feedback coming back from that. Just further to that, Dr. Worley also mentioned, and it's very important, is the sharing of data. In order for us to be able to connect and for us to be able to understand the challenges of others, I think it's a two-way street in terms of others understanding the challenges of policing. And data is one way for us to be able to give some concrete evidence in terms of the work that we do, the challenges that we face. We do have to find much better ways of being open and transparent in terms of data, not just from an internal assessment perspective, but also from, I think, importantly, external assessment perspective as well. The challenges that we face often are things like legislation, privacy laws, being able to protect integrity of investigations. There is an element of intelligence within that, but I think one of the challenges that we face as well, and I know this has been something I've spoken about in my testimony at MCC, is just the resourcing challenges. For every time that there's a request for data, there is I don't want to call it a burden, but there is a requirement for the police to be able to pull that data, vet that data. And, much like FOIP ops or ATIP requests, that is a labor-intensive process. I don't think that it's often a cultural issue for police not wanting to share that data. It just becomes very challenging sometimes to be able to share that. So I just wanted to speak to that. In terms of other community connections, it's not just the African Nova Scotian community. I think that's it's a very important community, obviously, for Nova Scotia, but also nationally. There's also our Indigenous communities and a number of the courses that and community outreach programs, blanket exercises, Indigenous policing members. We have Indigenous policing liaison member. There are a number of initiatives within Nova Scotia. In fact, what we have is a briefing note cycle. When there are issues that affect Indigenous communities in Nova Scotia, we actually send out briefing notes to Indigenous chiefs across the province to make them aware of some of the challenges or the issues that are unfolding within the province. We have community cultural training as well. I'll just stop there because I don't want to take too much time. I want to give Dustine an opportunity because training actually falls under Dustine now as the administration personnel.
Thank you very much indeed, Darren. Dustine, what would you like to add to Darren's reply today?
Darren actually covered as eloquently as he always does quite a few of the things that I was going to mention. But I just wanted to expand a little bit on the race-based data piece. So we're happy to take part, or have been happy to take part in the work that Dr. Bryan's doing with along with the HRP. But over and above that, the RCMP is doing their own race-based data project, and the Halifax district has actually been identified as a pilot site for that. So in talking with their executive, the national advisor on that project, I thought it was really important that we connect her team with Dr. Bryan's team. So I'm happy to say that that's happened. They can share the information. We also let the national team know that it's critically important that if this is going to happen, that they need the input from the communities here in Nova Scotia. And they've assured us that that's going to take place. So not just our fellow agency stakeholders, but also, the public and community groups, that kind of thing. So just on the training piece, I think it was discussed earlier in the Mass Casualty Commission proceedings, but I did want to highlight that we have a memorandum of understanding with our training academy in Regina. If any recruits are recruited out of Nova Scotia from African Nova Scotian communities or Indigenous communities, they can come straight back to the province, and we've seen that happen. And there's also been a new recruitment and retention task force struck nationally, and they're going to be looking at everything related to RCMP recruitment and retention. So overcoming barriers, looking at the recruitment process, and how can we make it more more streamlined, more attractive to members that may not necessarily have an interest in policing. So those are just a couple things that I just wanted to highlight. I know that on the recruitment retention piece, that's more like a broader national discussion, but we are taking it to heart here in the province as well, and we're happy to discuss that further. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing the information about those initiatives, Dustine. And just to remind all who are listening, the national initiative with respect to retention and recruitment is something that Superintendent Dan Morrow spoke to in our rural policing roundtable, which I think from memory was the 30th of June. So Heidi, welcome back. I'm not sure quite how much of the conversation you were able to catch, but we've been talking about transparency and accountability of the delivery of policing services, and in particular accountability to the communities who are served by police. And I wonder if you can share your reflections on what transparency and accountability looks like from your vantage as an elder in the Membertou First Nation, and your perspective on what we've heard from others. I'm sorry, Heidi, I think you may be on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think we talked this. I have some notes also from this morning, and I've been kind of reflecting on this anyway. So I think first of all, accountability means transparency, and I think that putting an Aboriginal person as a token on a board or a commission is not accountability. Knowing you need like people like the police need to have a understanding of the lives, the local realities of each First Nation. Remember to look like a beautiful, beautiful First Nation that's economically viable. We have a lot of business, but then we're close to the city. We have issues of trafficking. We have issues of drug abuse. We just had a suicide where the guy was missing for 19 days. So we have issues, and he was a fisherman. People like there's so many issues in our communities, and your only interaction, the police with our community is negative. Judges, the whole justice system, and so when you look at victim services as well, like I work closely with MLSN, and I work with the most vulnerable Indigenous population in Nova Scotia, both on and off reserve. So I can say that in all honesty, that it's the most vulnerable population I've ever worked with in my life. I have like 4 degrees, and I've learned more from them than I did in any institution, any policing conference, any law conference, as far as what it's really like and what the realities of our people are. So from my perspective, if we're going to be engaging Indigenous people and be accountable to Indigenous people, you're not only accountable to their leadership, the leadership's accountable to us also, but we're accountable to people like within the community. For instance, when you look at one example that I always have and I always give people, like when you look at the matrimonial real property legislation on reserve, the police aren't even don't even understand or grasp the concept of looking at the different jurisdictional issues on reserve, and the whole EPO process is different. So even under the Family Homes on Reserve Act. And so when, so when you're dealing with that, we have, like a police officer needs to understand, like when they come to a door to to look at it, like to give an EPO, it's a whole different process on the reserve as far as length and time and things like that, right? So police officers need to be trained not only in cultural, like culturally, but also legally within the jurisdiction, like with respect to the jurisdictional issues, looking at the different laws on reserve, looking at even some of the like there's so much conflict, like even the guy that was just found, his Edwin Christmas, his son Roddy is a police officer that had to be involved in the investigation. So those are things that we're involved with, and he pleases our community. So what's the, so people don't understand that we bring that trauma home every single day, and then to be accountable to us means more than just putting one a person on the commission. That doesn't help us. It may help as far as one person, and I'd like to understand, but then how do we give that information to community members? How do we allow I think that this morning Jane really talked about the accountability mechanisms in any inquiry, like in particular the Marshall inquiry. And I look at those inquiries like more importantly, like the MMIWG, Marshall, Ipperwash, Manitoba Justice, they all say the same thing. So we're spending billions and billions of dollars on that on inquiries just to say the same thing. So who's it for? Us or them? Anyways, I speak bluntly, sorry.
We very much appreciate it, and I am hesitant to step in after that mic drop, Heidi, to be perfectly honest, but
myself.
fools rush in, as they say, and so I will. In fact,
national headquarters totally fucked themselves. This is so funny.
So I'd just like to take a moment to lead back to that if we can.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, Heidi. For you or Jane, if you would, I understand in member 2, there's a quadripartite agreement with First Nations, federal government, provincial government, and Cape Breton Regional. There's a similar quadripartite agreement in Fredericton, New Brunswick, as well. And I think there's only 2 or 3 of such agreements in Canada. And I'm just wondering if you can share your thoughts on how effective that blending of policing arrangement is in Nova Scotia. I have my own experiences from the province of New Brunswick, but I'd be interested to hear from you on that.
I would, Jane may have a little more perspective, in a different way than I do. I have more lived experience, so maybe Jane can go first and I'll jump in. Because I think the lived experience thing is very important as well. I understand the dynamics as well, but I just think that I know the needs of the community, so maybe Jane can kind of answer that first and I'll step in.
Super, thank you.
Don't mind, Jane?
Sure, thanks Heidi. There are times when the relationship is very positive and productive, and times when it is not. There were concerns within the community about getting their dollar for value in their contract, and times when the services were inadequate to the community expectations. Indeed, I think the efforts they have around community policing, the dialogue is open more, and I think that the Cape Breton Regional is able to better respond to the community needs than it has been in the past. So there are some positive moves happening there, although the moves still underlying would be a greater independence of police services that Indigenous communities are member to as well, wanting to have greater control, greater community control, and definitely making sure that they're getting value for money. That's just a very simplistic look at what is actually quite a complex relationship and historically a fascinating story. But Heidi, over to you.
From a community perspective, I'm not involved with the law a lot, but as far as like on that side of it anyway. But it's like I think that there are issues of just like any other communities with respect to non-indigenous policing, non-indigenous lack of understanding of our communities and our way of life, and people thinking that member to that there's no crime in member two, or there's no this in member two, and it's everyone's wealthy and well off, but that's not the problem. And I think there's still like some lack, we still have those issues that other First Nations face within all of Canada and all of Nova Scotia with respect to policing. You still have that, the institutionalized racism. You still have that. That's still here, no matter what. In that case, like even though you can have the best, nicest police officer, just like the human trafficking police, I have a really good relationship with them. But it's the institution and stuff that they can't change that. So I think that they need a better understanding. Like we need a more holistic approach. Just like, yeah, I know I got cut some stuff on mental health and on this. We need a more holistic approach. Like and so I think that that's the issue that's missing, that cultural part of our way of life, and how you look at, there are times, one example, for instance, like if your child, because a lot of our children are in care, and if your son or daughter has a criminal record and they live with you and that's their parent, you have to choose between your child and your grandchild. That's not our way of thinking. You know what I mean? So those things have to change a lot, And so I think that so police need more knowledge on how to handle an emergency protection order on reserve if your community is in a family home, like it has their own their own MRP law, their own matrimonial property. They don't understand it, and they don't need to, and they realize, like, if it's a non-indigenous woman that they come to the door that's being, that has a protective order against her husband, and the husband, she's alone in the community, and the husband has all the support from his family members living in the community. Those are things that people don't know. You know what I mean? So there's still issues. I don't know if I'm answering the question, but I'm just kind of alluding to some just some examples that we have to deal with, that we have to look, like for instance, I have a neighbor that the police are there a lot. They're gonna find her someday because I don't think they take her call seriously. Because we have issues of alcoholism, of drugs, as we're so close to the city. And so I think those are issues that we need to understand. Just like the racism, I think I was talking to, I know we're short of time, but I'll just give you one example. I was talking to Emma yesterday just about, I have an Indigenous, I'm for people that don't know, I was one of the founding members of the Jane Paul Indigenous Women's Resource Center, and I'm currently the interim executive director until another couple of weeks. Looking forward to that time. But anyways, we had a girl that was taken into custody for breach, was sent out to Sackville. And so I get a call from the social worker in Sackville and say, do you think that you can provide transportation back to Sydney for this client? And I said, I don't think that's our responsibility. I think that's your responsibility. As I'm not going to put our client more at risk, where she's already working the streets, and they expect me to transport her home, and she's already on breach, and she's already said she wants to go to Glasgow and not to Sydney, where she was supposed to be taken to. So I was in the middle of a conference, and so the sheriff weren't going to bring her home. They expected me to buy her a bus ticket and send her on her own. And I just said, that's absolutely no, I said. So I called Lee Fry, we worked together, and we ended up having her come home on, like the sheriff said, to end up transporting her. But that's what we have to deal with every day. That type of, I said, you guys took her there, and so those are things that we have. So on a whole, that's how the system treats Indigenous people, especially when they think they can't advocate for themselves, especially when they think they have no one there to advocate for them. And that's why it's so important, like I said, with the Jane Paul Center, we're their only advocates right now. Like they don't trust, they don't trust our systems and the non-Indigenous systems. So in answering the question more, there still needs to be work at the higher level. We can have the best, we can be best of friends with there's 3 police officers that are Indigenous that work in member to Tamara Christmas, Roddy Christmas, and and I think it's Lawrence Doucette. Those are the three officers that come to member two. There's three of them, but they're placed all over the place as well, not just member two. And so it's a trying process, but I think we still need to be, there still needs to be more accountability. And there needs to be more understanding of the local realities of each community, and don't make assumptions. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heidi. Commissioners, I'm conscious we've been going some time without a break. Can I suggest that we take 10 minutes and reconvene at 3:20 Atlantic?
They didn't even wait for an answer. Just got it. Can we suggest? Oh. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, I'm just laughing my balls off over here, because they opened this one. They opened it because they were like, well, we'll talk about everything else and we'll talk about the Indigenous. I want to see then the LGBT community come in, right? Want to bring in the women's groups? They're all going to turn on you now. You fucking idiots. You are so stupid. You don't have foresight. This is why you shouldn't work in a think tank, because you can't think. Poor. Yeah. Her issues, all these other issues, they belong somewhere else. But they thought they could use it. They're like, oh, okay, we'll get everybody else turning over here, and they'll all be running all over the place, and they won't know what the fuck people are doing. Now look at them. It's kind of boomerang back. That was a stupid move. Derp. Yeah, ding dongs. Big time. Big time. And the Aboriginal community, funnily enough, it's not funnily enough, they have some very serious issues with the RCMP, or the RCMP has a big problem. You shouldn't have done this. I don't know what dumbass down in Ottawa in national headquarters thought this would be smart back on April 19. Oh yeah, well, that's what we'll do. We'll just get this other stuff. They won't know. Oh, now you are fucked. Look at them all. I don't necessarily agree with a lot of the things that sorry, I should rephrase that. I don't disagree per se. You want to bring in women's stuff? You got Susie Bootland. Here's some other cases. Let's see. Here's another classic. Down in Halifax. Carrie Lowe. And I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering correctly, I'm pretty sure the officer that was involved at the McDonald's with Tara, same officer. One of the two that's being sued. And where is it? He says, the investigator, one of them, who is not named in court records, told Lowe he was instructed by senior officers to shut it down. Shut it down. This case is gross. It's really, really sad. It's about a gang rape of I'm not allowed to say that word, I think. It's about a gang sexual assault of a woman reported, and they totally destroyed the evidence, basically, never picked up anything, never did any interviews, never did any follow-up. Like, horrendous. Make it go away. But supervisors continue to tell him to make it go away. And I'm pretty sure the officer that was involved in this, one of the officers that was involved, at least is involved in the lawsuit, is the same one that was at the McDonald's, for those of you who remember, Tara, and the mask incident, of course, because that was pure accident. Not that you haven't been harassing, targeting, doing things to people who ask questions. Trying to run down some beating up chief. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, there is both sides to the story, and there are some stories that are questionable, and there are other ones that certainly, and the RCMP has had a rampant history of racism that was the foundations of the RCMP, was Indigenous stuff, and not in a good way in many cases. And then you have, like, do you know how much money you spent on all this? Can't clean it up. How about the women's groups start bringing in Susie Bootlin and stuff? Start asking questions about that. Yep, Queen died. We talked about that. You can stick here, albino. I'll try and keep you up to speed. Thank you to good people who help around. Let me know. So she's, I would, and a lot of us were saying this doesn't belong here. But of course, it's just their strategy. It was always their strategy. Oh, we can talk about all this other stuff and it won't really matter. The problem is when you do that, then they're going to come back and ask questions. And they're going to say, well, okay, fine. We talked about our issues, about everything else, but we actually also have issues with you. And then the boomerang comes back, but there's no hand to catch it, and it kind of hits you in the head. Because you're kind of stupid. So, let her go. You go. You rip them a new asshole. Because they deserve it. She was making a lot of good points. Yep, absolutely. Darren's getting texts. This is not going to go well. I don't know. The media is their friends, right? We'll see. Maybe some stuff might come out. They're just as happy to draw a diagram. They don't even challenge Wiley. Oh, yeah, no, okay, we can't talk about that. That's fine. They're the ones who were piping out the story about Lisa. Let's go. No evidence. They had nothing. They had Brenda. I can't remember I'm in the media, Brenda. I wonder what Support Ducks will have to say about that. Yeah. Be interesting to see what kind of goo they're going to run around now. This woman should know her place and not speak to be bad, hardworking, free. Yeah. yeah, I mean, maybe somebody will drop something about the protest down in Ottawa in there. It could just go really sideways. They didn't even give, yeah. I think that we should have, it was a question, as it always is. I think we should maybe take a break. No answer. They all point, yep, even the domestic violence ladies came out. I was like, I thought, oh no, this is going to go badly. Look, absolutely. Oh, they're going to come back here. I think I can hear some fuzzy. Where am I here? This one. Maybe they actually did take a break. Probably everybody's getting a scolding. Let's see if there's a change of tone. Don't talk about stuff. We'll give you some more money. Just shh. Shh. This stuff has cost so much money. And if you've got legitimate beefs, let's go. Bring it on. You open this door. That's what a judge would say. You open this door, you're just going to walk through it. Sorry about you. You're the dum-dum. It just doesn't belong in this inquiry. Absolutely not. Well, it's not an inquiry. It doesn't belong in this sham. But that was their intent, the war room intent. All along. Well, yeah. This is the way they do shit. Same thing with the panel. It's got tons of people on there. They thought we could throw in other people and they're not really going to talk. They're going to talk about other stuff. Well, no. But it was because you made the decision a long time ago. Why not bring in the Scottish people? Why not bring in the Irish or the Australian people? Bring in the Norwegian people. Maybe they've had negative interactions with the RCMP over in their country and they're not happy with it. Bring in the LGBTQ community. I'm sure that they've had some negative dealings with the RCMP that they would like addressed. Hey, if you want to have a buffet, then you better eat up. No, well, it's not a lot of. This is why certain people shouldn't work in
Good afternoon and welcome back.
And some should.
Recognising the time and our goal to end today's session by 4 p.m. Atlantic, our final round of questions is one for which I'll give everybody fair warning. I will hold you strictly to a 2-minute rule with respect to your responses. And so I'd be very grateful if you could please help me with that, as that will ensure that we give everybody an opportunity to weigh in. Before I ask this question, I do want to remind everybody, participants and the public who may be observing proceedings today, the media, that we have commissioned a very comprehensive report about police resources in Nova Scotia. And so the report on structure of policing in Nova Scotia by Barry McKnight, which was tendered very early in our public proceedings. The report itself is lengthy and it contains a series of significant appendices, all of the major documents that touch on, for example, where RCMP detachments are located, where municipal police services are located, where integrated services are provided. The total is about 1,500 pages, which is a bit overwhelming, but the narrative portion of it is well over 100 pages. And so I just refer people to that if you do have questions about specifics about the size of Kentville Police or what happens with respect to canine services. But for now, I'd like to continue our focus today on broader policy questions. And the question that I will pose at the outset, and I'll remind you, of course, or put it in the chat if it feels like people are losing sight of it. We have heard a great deal of evidence in our proceeding about challenges that presently exist in the relationships between the RCMP, the province, and the municipal police services. And we've heard differing accounts of the nature of those challenges and of their impacts. But certainly, I think it's clear that service exchange is a pain point for municipal police services and has been a source of consternation. It's equally clear that there have been times when the difficulties in the relationship have, notwithstanding my appreciation for Chief Butler's remarks this morning that on the whole the working relationship remains good, and I'm very pleased to hear that. There have been moments where challenges in the relationship have caused a regression from a collaborative model, and so I'm thinking here particularly of the evidence that we've heard with respect to the HRP and RCMP integrated model of major crime unit and the fact that that is no longer an integrated unit. So I'm not asking you to comment directly on that evidence, just to be perfectly clear. However, in light of that evidence, I think there are questions that might arise about whether there might be structural changes that can be made or should be made to the structure of policing in Nova Scotia to ensure that police services are delivered in a manner that doesn't give rise to those sorts of concerns. We've had evidence, and perhaps the clearest example of this is in the commissioned report prepared by Cal Corley and Chris Murphy, about which we heard yesterday, that there may be a range of possible options for the future of policing in Nova Scotia. The present model is a mix of RCMP detachment policing with a model of relatively large detachments for the most part, servicing relatively large rural and small town areas, combined with municipal police services, some of which service very small towns, some of which service larger towns like Halifax. It's possible that the future of Nova Scotia policing could move to a regionalised model, so a model of regionalised police services being delivered where there are numerous regions within Nova Scotia and police services being delivered in that way. Or alternatively, Nova Scotia could choose to follow the approach recently embraced by BC and consider moving towards a provincial policing service. There may well be other options on the table than those I've elucidated. And so my question for each of you is, what do you think the future structure of policing services in Nova Scotia can or should look like in light of the evidence and in light of the conversations that we've had today? And I recognise it's a big question. And so for that reason, Scott, it feels like of those who are at the table today, to a certain extent, you're a little outside of the kind of Nova Scotia context. And so I'm going to invite you to weigh in first and perhaps on principled basis. And again, 2 minutes, and then I'll turn to the next person.
Yeah, I mean, these are really difficult questions. When you look at the broader literature of related to large outside police services providing local level policing, there's definitely, strengths and weaknesses. The strengths being that, training and recruiting responsibilities can be downloaded onto the larger agency, which already have, well-established entities for engaging in those activities. You can also provide, the larger agencies can also provide specific services when crisis emerges. So small towns, for instance, often don't need a homicide unit or a forensics unit or an organized crime unit, but these problems might emerge where the larger agency can provide expertise in these areas. I mean, the biggest issue, and this is what emerged in my own research, was the feeling that the larger agency like the RCMP consists of outsiders. So you risk the kind of occupying army type of analogy. And this is a big issue, even in large urban police services across North America. In Toronto, a recent study indicated that over 90% of Toronto police officers do not actually reside in Toronto. They reside outside, often because of the affordability of real estate within the Toronto area. There were some mixed models, whether that is moving to a more provincial model to provide municipal services where there may be a little bit more community understanding, everything from the geography of a specific place to understanding the individuals who reside there. I think you can also look to some of the special. I'll talk about one thing that I was
Actually, Scott, I'm going to call your 2 minutes. Thank you very much for what you've shared.
I understand.
Much appreciated. Benjamin, Benjamin, if we could turn to you next, please.
It's a big question. I think the record before the commission raises real concerns of whether or not the RCMP, particularly the H division, is capable of change within the time frame that the public expects. That is something that needs to be addressed. And there are also questions of the amount of money that is spent on policing. This is not a comment about the RCMP per se, with minimal evaluation or analysis that the public is getting a return on its investment in terms of public safety. And I think I'm going to leave my comments there.
Thank you so much for being so concise, Benjamin. Dawn, if I can turn to you next.
Thank you. I guess representing a coalition, and we had not had this topic or question discussed as a group, I would only be able to give my personal opinion about what I would like personally. So acknowledging that I may be speaking at an opposite type of view for the coalition itself, I feel strongly that a provincial organization of policing throughout the entire province on an equitable basis, and I say that coming from Cumberland, where everybody says we know that the province seems to end at the Cobequid Pass, and so the fear would be that our area would somehow be diminished in having representation in the area might actually happen. So I guess I'll just leave it at that and say thank you very much for being able to participate.
Dawn, thank you so much for sharing your perspective. And just to reassure you, of course, the coalition as a participant will have an opportunity to make submissions on this question, among others. And so we appreciate you sharing your personal view. And we also appreciate your brevity. Emma Arnold, if I can turn to you next, please.
Yes, thank you. It's been mentioned a lot today that each different community has its uniqueness, and I think this should largely influence whatever decision is made or the structure of policing. But I also believe that it really depends on ultimately what services the police intend to provide and what they are going to provide. Again, if we trust community organizations or give responsibility and funding to community organizations to take care of some of the responsibilities like attending mental health calls, then it may be a different system than what it would be if they continue doing the responsibilities they have right now. And that needs to be at the forefront, kind of the end goal of what we want to happen, and every decision made should be with the purpose of getting to that end goal. So if we want the community to have more of an engagement, they might be able to do the tasks that complement the uniqueness of the small town communities or the local communities, where having a larger police force to do the kind of bigger picture scales, or potentially moving to a system where it largely is dependent on the community and the police are kind of the second option instead.
Thank you so much, Emma. That's a really nice summation, I think, of much of what we've heard in the last couple of days, and in very good time, which is much appreciated. Jim, if I can turn to you, what's your perspective on this question?
Sure. So obviously it's a very complicated question that many of us talk about a fair bit. I think before we even decide the model, we actually have to decide the role of police. And I think Bill alluded to that earlier. What is the actual role of police in communities? Recognizing that municipalities should decide for themselves, I guess, what service they have. I do believe in the short term that these resources are there. And I think if we actually went to a bit of a hybrid model and really stopped talking about agencies, but requirements, we could actually rationalize the resources we have, whether they're like frontline patrol in communities already existing, but specialized services, what level are they exist now, and maybe have district models, including municipalities that have their own town police or city police in those kind of RCMP center district models. I think we could actually look at a short-term model which we rationalize with current resources and meet the needs, as opposed to changing wholesale.
Thank you so much for sharing those insights, Jim. It's much appreciated. Brian, if I can turn to you next, please.
Yeah, from a veteran standpoint, we would simply say, look at the Quebec model of policing, because it covers the things that we've been discussing. It allows you to have one single set of standards, one single set of training. It increases your training to a 3-year program, not 6 months. It does so many things. It gives you all the resources you need for everything. It's broken into tiers based on your population. As one example, if you don't have 50,000 people, you don't have a police department. If you have 100,000, you only do basic type policing. If you have 500,000, you're allowed to have an ERT team. But everything's under the provincial body. The problem with that system for us is we cannot afford a provincial police force in Nova Scotia and supply all the equipment, personnel, and everything else that we need. It would cost us billions of dollars. The only way we could do it is through a contract agreement.
Thank you so much for sharing those insights, Brian. It's much appreciated. Danielle, if I can turn to you next.
You know, we already talked about service exchange, and hopefully that will address some of the cost issues that may prevent the necessary resources that are needed in some communities, whether it be for frontline policing or specialized policing units. I think with a provincial regional model, you know, you're still going to have that presence, a physical building, a detachment. So, you know, if those go away, you know, that just increases the issues in terms of visibility or lack thereof, and community engagement. I think really one of the biggest things that we can do is remove non-policing tasks from police officers. You know, we've seen that through the GDPRMs and resourcing studies that have been done, that there's just way too much time being spent on things such as like mental health calls, leading to less time for proactive policing duties, and burnout there. So I think that's really a way forward. What that will land up in terms of a model per se, you know, I think definitely a provincial regional model would probably be the way there. This fractured policing structure that we have now, I don't think is sustainable long term.
Danielle, thank you for sharing your insights. Daniel, if I can turn to you next, please.
Sorry, was that for Darren?
No, actually it was Daniel. My apologies. My Aussie accent gets me again.
All right, thank you, and I will be brief. So what I would say is that I'm going to speak strictly from a policing perspective, and we need a model that basically recognizes 3 things. Number one, we've got to have roots in the community. We've got to make sure that anything that we look at, whether it be regional hubs, regionalization, or provincial policing, looks at, you know, has a sincere dialogue around that. And to Chief Butler's point, what are the needs and what are the requirements? And once we have that sincere dialogue on what is needed, we need to recognize community expectations. And we also have to make sure that we have a plan that, number one, lets us get back to our core function, and number 2, provides for the ability to respond to critical incidents. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Daniel. Darren, why don't we turn to you now?
Sorry about jumping in there. No, I agree with what Chief Kinsella just had to say. I think that what we all have to recognize is that whether you're within the policing community or outside within the public or special groups, we all want the same thing. We all want to be trusted and we all want to be safe. And we're at this crossroads right now of diverging expectations, and Chief Kinsella mentioned that. You know, we need the softer side, we need the connections, but at the same time, we need that harder side, the ability to respond to emerging threats. And that's difficult. And I think that the only way for Nova Scotia or any province really to be able to balance those is through efficiencies. And efficiencies are created through integrated policing models. And there are many examples of, I think, efficient and effective integrated policing models across the country. I would encourage the Commission to look at those. The Vets Association did talk about a tiered policing model in Quebec. I'm interested in that. I also mentioned in my testimony the integrated policing model within the Lower Mainland of British Columbia. This is all about the efficiencies created through that, but also opportunities for connections between agencies, joint management teams, identifying priorities, Those integrated units providing opportunities for other officers to contribute together on shared priorities and on those expectations of the public. So I'll leave it there. There's so much more that can be said on this topic, and I'm hoping that there'll be further consultation for some written documentation from all of the participants on the matter here. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Darren. And of course, our consultation and our process is ongoing, and documents relevant to this conversation are welcome and will be gratefully received. The sooner the better, given the passing of time. And there will be an opportunity to make submissions about this for those who have participant status. Mark Taschereau, if I can turn to you next.
Sure, this will be brief as well. I mean, we recognize that the administration of justice, including policing, rests with the province. So, I mean, ultimately, how best to police Nova Scotia really falls to the province to determine.
Thank you. If I can turn then to Rob Stone, please.
Sure, thank you. So I recognize, I obviously have a certain lens working for the RCMP and managing the police service agreement, but I'm sitting here sort of putting myself in the shoes of a citizen of Nova Scotia. I would say that there's probably kinks in our model and the patchwork of police services we have, but sitting in my chair at the RCMP, I often take a look at the pros and cons of our model, and oftentimes we hear about turnover in officers, but at the same time, that turnover means officers are getting access to operational experience that they may not receive in a small municipal department for 20 years that they can receive elsewhere in the RCMP and bring it to your local community. So there is some of those turnkey aspects to the RCMP model that I think are positive, but for me, it's about, as Mark mentioned, it's up to the government of Nova Scotia and local governments to decide, but it's really that increasing flexibility, whether it be in the service exchange model, finding ways to get around that example that Haley gave this morning of 6 and 6 and 3 off sick. And also perhaps with the RCMP model, are there ways to work with the federal government to have the RCMP be a bit more flexible?
Thank you very much indeed for sharing those reflections, Rob. Dustine, if I can please turn to you.
I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made already, specifically with respect to integration. I think it was Dr. Wortley made a point that one of the downsides of having the RCMP in policing is that there are sometimes outsiders. I actually see that as a positive in that there's opportunities where we have many of us have worked in agencies or in locations where there is true integration, and it's the efficiencies Darren talked about. Multi-agency integration brings training, equipment, cost sharing, experience standards, and oversight from a joint management team perspective. So I think there is opportunity to do that here, and I think the provincial standards that Haley is working on so hard is a great first step. And I think that that's going to bring a lot of positivity to the division to Nova Scotia. And from a division's perspective, we are absolutely open and looking forward to continuing to work with our partner agencies on that.
Thank you very much indeed, Dustine. Christina, if I can please turn to you.
Yeah, I think from hearing all of the conversations, especially this morning, that, and again, I can't speak for my entire coalition, so I'm going to speak myself working at Avalon, but there needs to be definitely standards policy, and I do believe that needs to happen provincially, and I think that it needs to be equitable policing service for individuals, and that creates safety. And from what was said this morning, there seems to be how is accountability? What does accountability look like? And right now, I think there's so much mistrust or distrust because we don't know where to put things at, right? We don't know, people don't know what that accountability looks like. And I do believe there needs to be standard policing and standards. However, it does need to meet the unique needs of our marginalized and vulnerable communities across our province. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Chief Mark Kane.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief as well. I would agree with the point that we have to look at it from first and foremost our end users, which is the public. Make sure that they're getting the service that they demand. But also I agree with the comment that there's a lot of good work already done throughout the country in regards to, I look at Alberta, I look at Saskatchewan, and I also look at the recent paper that was done on the Police Act in Manitoba that talks about tiered policing and how that model could work. But more importantly, I think we have to look at the combined response times to an incident. I think that's something we have to be very careful of, that jurisdictional boundaries shouldn't matter in an event of an emergency. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, Mark, for sharing those reflections. If I can turn now to Harry.
Thank you, Emma, and I'm going to try and be as brief as possible. I don't necessarily feel qualified to assess the relative merits of maintaining the RCMP or moving to a provincial model. I would echo points made that first and foremost, we need to begin with an assessment of the proper roles of the police, what falls squarely within core policing functions and what does not. I would say the very next question has to be how will, whatever the police force is, how that will be governed and overseen. And I would suggest, kind of echoing a point that was raised by the BC Civil Liberties Association in their submissions to the Special Legislative Committee in BC on the Police Act, that there's a need for a single unified oversight body for all policing in Nova Scotia. They commented there on the fact that having disparate oversight bodies is ineffective, it's confusing, it leads to barriers. And in particular, I would suggest, in keeping with the BCCLA's recommendation, there's a need to, if the RCMP are going to remain in the province, to look at acquiring federal provincial agreements that would allow the RCMP to be governed under the oversight frameworks of the Nova Scotia Police Act. And by that, I mean allowing advisory boards for the RCMP to have exactly the same powers as a municipal police board. I've identified lots of flaws and shortcomings of municipal boards, but I think ultimately it's a far superior model to the advisory boards, which have no directive making power. And I would suggest that a federal provincial agreement could allow that in the same way it has been done with extending jurisdiction and things like CERT. And then from there, there's a need to make legislative amendments. So I commend the commissioners to look at changes that were made to the Comprehensive Police Service Act in Ontario, mandating strategic planning and consultation at board levels. And also one point that I'd hoped to raise all day, and unfortunately I did not, would be a shift as well as part of the oversight kind of ecosystem for the police, a change in the Fatality Investigations Act. So Nova Scotia and the provinces of Atlantic Canada are the sole provinces in Canada where coroner's inquests, where an individual dies in police custody or as a result of police use of force, are discretionary. They're at the discretion of the minister or the chief medical examiner, a provincial appointment. And as a result, we do not do them in this province. There's been 2 since 2008. Comparatively, in most other provinces, it would be mandatory, it'd be automatic. And there's been a large number of police-involved deaths, unfortunately, in this province that aren't being meaningfully examined. And so I would leave it at that.
Thank you, Harry. Yeah, you are over time, but I did want to make sure that you had the opportunity to speak to your point with respect to fatality investigations. Hayley, if I can please turn to you next.
Sure, thank you. And I just want to make 4 quick points. The first is I think what would be important moving forward is to ensure that the Department of Justice maintains an active role in police oversight and develop a robust system and metrics of accountability and reporting regardless of the end state model. So whatever that looks like, ensuring that those structures are in place. Further to the comments made earlier today, I think it's important to that we move away or shift away from a reliance in Nova Scotia on informality, and that formalization means that regardless of HR transition, it doesn't impact relationships through those formal arrangements. Next, I think I'm very cognizant that we speak about the ideal state, so where 1 represents where we are, the global we, and 10 our final state, but a lot of focus really should be paid on steps 2 to 9. I think that's where all the crunchy work really takes place. And so, for example, when we're talking about mental health calls for service, I'm cognizant that there is consensus on what our ideal state is. However, in the interim, the police remain the primary responder to those calls. So I think it's important that we are also cognizant of that crunchy work that needs to take place there too. And my final comment is just, that I acknowledge, even from my own seat. I think that sometimes we're risk averse to being vulnerable, and I think it's important for people to recognize, I don't know what I don't know, and therefore we need to build in mechanisms to consult with individuals to ensure that we're learning what it is that we don't know, and then moving towards mitigating that challenge.
Thank you so much, Hayley. Bill, if I can invite you to weigh in on this.
Thank you. I mean, certainly policing is going to remain a provincial responsibility. So whether it's a hybrid or a federated model, I think that's the details. But I think from a principal approach, we should be looking at that all Nova Scotians have access to the same services. They may be delivered in a slightly different fashion, but they should all have access to the same services. I see that through a shared services model that would actually increase efficiency. There's no need to have multiples of the same thing if you're only using it every once in a while. Should be standardized through MOUs. The model needs to be flexible enough not only to be able to handle major events, but also be reflective of local community needs. It should be requirements based. And that would mean that those requirements would be audited on a regular basis. Need to be consistently able to leverage other service providers. Those need to be fitted into the system, and it shouldn't be necessarily different between one place and another. And the last thing would be a clear governance model of accountability and oversight across the board. People shouldn't have to go to multiple places to get what they need out of our services. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much for sharing those principles, Bill. Heidi, if I can please invite you to weigh in.
Yes, for sure. Well, I'm speaking, like not for the Aboriginal community, but from being in looking at the justice system and working in Aboriginal communities for many, many years. I just think that anything with any restructuring model or future structure of police service should have a really mechanism with engaging the Indigenous community, in particular the leadership, and also the women's groups, and also all the advocacy community members, people that are, so, and we also need to be like accountable, and we need to have like looking at some sort of arrangement with respect to the type of agreement we're going to have with the Indigenous communities, because I say really it can't be how it's going, like how it has been happening. So we need to build trust. We need to assess those needs. We need to do more community engagement and developing some type of plan on how to move forward with Indigenous people in policing. Maybe it has to be a legislative change, similar to what they're doing with the child welfare legislation. And I think that those things are really important to discuss and looking at some of the obstacles and funding mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heidi. And Jane, the last word on this question goes to you.
Thank you. Whatever model is selected and going into the future, it obviously has to be systemic in the changes that are needed, and it needs to be visible. But it certainly has to include First Nations policing as an essential service, and that co-drafting of the legislation that's being undertaken this fall. What constitutes essential service may be a question we all need to ask and respond to and inform the commission on. I agree entirely that we have to see the alignment of community expectations with roles and needs. And I hope that can happen in a very transparent and clearly articulated, dependable, reliable, and consistent way. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Jane. Commissioners, over to you.
Yes, thank you all very much for excellent presentation. And again, I've learned a lot. I just have one question, and maybe I could get two or three of you to very briefly respond. It was pretty clear yesterday and ratified today that although we're concentrating on policing and yesterday community policing, we're really talking about community safety. And there seems to be a lot of consensus around the fact that we have to have a good hard look at the remit for policing these days in Nova Scotia and Canada, and whether they are doing things they ought not do. And I was struck by the presence of Dr. Amy Siciliano, who's the public safety advisor for HRM. And if I understand it correctly, that's what they're looking at in terms of public safety, and policing, of course, is a tremendously important aspect of public safety. It's not exclusively about policing, and it's about integrating other services. So my question would be for you, Bill, if we can use first names, and Chief Kinsella if he has time, because it's, of course, involves the HRM. Just how promising is that, and where are you in your work, Bill? And what do you feel about the public safety initiatives, Chief Kinsella? So first to you, Bill, and then to Chief Kinsella, if there's time, Emma.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would say that since I left HRM, and I'll qualify this, I was gone for about 5 years, and coming back, I see that there's actually great traction in relation to the potential, the direction from council to Dr. Siciliano to renew the public safety strategy is really a direction to reimagine what can be done differently. So things like how we're dealing with homelessness issues, how we're dealing with people in crisis, things like the sobering center, those are all very valid. Now, at the same time, we're taking I'm working very, very closely with her in relation to this. We're taking a very slow approach in the fact that we can't do everything all at once. So they want to be able to, in the implementation phase, really work to make sure that these things are going to work. And as I mentioned earlier, the people aren't going to fall between the cracks. So it's very optimistic, I would say, to answer your question directly.
Thank you.
Daniel, I wonder if you'd like to weigh in on this.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity, Commissioner. And you know, dialogue has been going on for a long time in policing. And are we going to the things that we should go to, and should someone else attend as a first responder? And in many situations, the answer is yes. And what we do have to remember is that systems are built and have been built over a period of time to meet those public safety needs as they were. But we are evolving, and we need to evolve. We need to change the way that we respond, and it is a evolution. And while the system change is considered, we have to look at the reimagining of what does that look like, and how do we respond to mental health crisis calls? Are there other opportunities for civilian-led initiatives to the response to policing? I mentioned earlier our core policing function. We have gotten a long, long way away from that over the years. A lot of it to do is because we're a 24/7 business, as we know. So we need to look at that. We need to ensure that the proper dialogue is taking, and that while we're having this dialogue and alternate responses, we have to always keep in the front and foremost public safety and ensuring that we are keeping the community safe. That is our primary responsibility, and collectively we can get there, but the dialogue needs to continue. And certainly the work that Dr. Siciliano is doing and her group with the public safety, we are in regular contact with them and working with them. So I think we're going to be able to make strides moving forward, but we've got to do it together.
Thanks, all of you, very much. It's a very helpful discussion, and of course, always it's too abbreviated in many senses, because I know many of you would have more to say. I do really appreciate the guidance, Jim, about deciding on the role of police and communities first, and then looking at the model. And it really does seem that many of you are really thinking about that role of police in the communities, and this broader model that Dr. Siciliano is engaged in terms of the overall public safety approach is important, especially in light of what we've heard from various service providers, including Dawn and others, of and in fact from Haley this morning, with respect to, as an example, when responding to a question about the Police Act requiring the minister to promote, among other things, prevention of crime, giving the example of the mobile mental health units, but that they are under the sort of support for community program. They're program based, they're grant funded, and many of these services, the service providers that are in fact really qualified to do some of the tasks that are being discussed in terms of detasking of the police. The service providers that are providing those don't have the funding, the core funding, to do them. And we hear from Professor Marshall the kind of struggles that the center that she has worked with have faced on that front when they're providing services that we heard from first responders yesterday would be people they would call right away because they would be the people to assist them with the folks that they're dealing with. And so there's a lot of layers to this, and it's always challenging because people have, as we heard, kind of as a legacy, continued to view certain services as core funded and others as grant funded, rather than making that as a conscious policy decision necessarily. But at some point it is a policy decision. Just because it's always been done that way doesn't mean it always needs to be done that way. And what I'm really struck by is that everyone does have this combined, a shared goal of community safety and figuring out how to get there from different ends of the spectrum in some senses. So it's really encouraging that all of you are so committed from whatever chair you're sitting in to that common goal. And I think that finding a way to move us forward that respects that each of you come to it differently and for different reasons, but with the same spirit is going to be a challenge for us that we'll have to manage. But Dr. Cunliffe, do you have anything in closing, or shall I close?
Only to say thank you, and I'm sure that Commissioner Stanton will expand upon that, but thank you to all who've contributed today. It's been a very rich discussion.
It really has, and we've learned so much today with respect to the challenges and the ongoing dedication of all of you with respect to this discussion on the structure of policing in Nova Scotia, how the province got here, how policing can be made stronger in the future. We really do want to thank all of you for taking the time to be involved in the roundtable today. We know it's been a long day. We really appreciate all of you taking the time. All of you have very busy schedules, and it's much appreciated by us. You bring different perspectives and experience and expertise. Thank you so much to Dr. Cunliffe and to the Research and Policy team for making these roundtables possible. It's an enormous amount of work to do the research, to be able to bring the people to the table that we do need to hear from, and to know what are the foundational questions to ask of you, and it's really appreciated. Tomorrow the proceedings will continue to be virtual. We'll hear from RCMP Deputy Commissioner Brian Brennan. So thank you all very much, and we'll see you tomorrow.
That was racist there. They left the Aboriginal issue till the very end. I think that's totally racist. Wow. Racist. No LGBT representation. No black representation there. What's going on there? Racist. Homophobe. We didn't have anybody represented from the gun rights people. I'm sure they have some issues. Let's get all in. Come on. You invited everybody to the party. Might as well. We gotta go now. No white gun smugglers. No whitish. Oh, damn whitish. Oh boy. Yeah. Today was a very, very, very bad day. I'd rank it up there with April 28th, 2021. That actually, I'd say this is far better. Now, saying all this, I'm not gloating, number one. First of all, I think it's disgusting that they let themselves go to this, but I mean, this is what people who are mad do. They're like, mad isn't insane. They have problems. The powers just blinded them, the money, everything, all of it. So, the provincial policing, provincial municipal policing, community policing model is the way to go. RCMP still will have, and that's why we have to call for a full disbandment of the RCMP, I think, because they're federal stuff. There are two panels, and I, for the life of me, can't remember what they are, but I distinctly remember it. There are two secret panels that Trudeau has, the government, irrespective of whatever, but at this point in time, it's Trudeau. He built them. That has the power. Listen to me carefully. It has the power to usurp any investigation anywhere in this country and make it federal. So basically, you may have a police force that's local. In my case, like Calgary. I suspect we're going to have provincial police here shortly. But the federal government can come in at any time. It doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter what case, and deem it a federal issue and take it over. So they still have an extreme amount of power. And this is why the RCMP can't be allowed to continue the way it is. It's gotten so out of hand. And the other part to that is, and I'm quoting, not verbatim, but I'm repeating what I have been told by other RCMP people. RCMP cannot be allowed to be hired by another force. Period. You cannot allow that. The mentality is gone. This is coming from themselves, not from me. That's what they say. Do not do it. It's a disaster. The indoctrination that we get is fucking phenomenal. And that's why you see all these people coming out of the woodwork and they're like, oh yeah, RCMP, everything. No, we didn't do anything wrong. Can't do anything wrong. Everything is super. It doesn't matter if you get a 90-year-old RCMP vet. They're going to say that. The ones, not all of them. That's obviously not true. A lot of them are really ashamed, have burned, like literally burned their red surges since this happened. They said, like, I don't want to be a part of this anymore. Like, you guys are fucking gross. And this is me. This is my life. This is what I built. This is everything that my identity, and you have trashed it. The nepotism, and in Nova Scotia, the nepotism I have witnessed, and I'm sure it exists all across this country. I'm not picking on Nova Scotia, but it's certainly something I can see, is all over the place. You have people working in the victim services and people working in the RCMP and families working in the 911 center and and everybody seems to be helping each other out, and they're all connected. Oh yeah, don't worry, I can get you a job. That's not the way it should be. It should be, you get the job, not based on the handshake and shit that they talk about in the. Now, that's not specifically in reference to the RCMP. I think that's actually in reference to Halifax, funnily enough. This wellness report is really quite enlightening. The wellness report summary. I would love to see the real wellness report, because this is like a complete disaster. The shit that the little bit that they're willing to give you. Oops. Let's look at some of the, you want to see some dumping on leadership. Here we go. Let's have a look at what Branda. Major theme has come forward from the participants of the concerned related gaps of leadership within the H division, some of it being related to a long-term inability to deal with the relationship matters discussed immediately above, and some of it internal to the RCMP and the division. A significant number participants, remember this is only white shirts, only select people, stated that they were personally hurt when the commissioner said that there was systemic racism. This one is, I mean, they just go around. Bob did it, he's like, oh, blah, 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 everything, everything's falling apart. Here we go with Matt, racist. Branda. Well, our fitness test is racist. Right, Branda. So I'm sure must be the likes working in the think tank that dreamt up your cover goo. Terrible. Need help. Existed in the RCMP. That said, it was clearly a, quote, politically motivated statement, but unless it was better explained, it made every member feel as though they were being accused of being racist. Of course, that seems reasonable. There's a systemic racist problem. Just this magical blanket of systemic, which means really nothing. It's one of their new age words. Because usually, and that is true, the people who call racism all the time are in fact the ones that are fucking racists. Politically motivated statement, but unless it was better explained, it made every member feel as though they were being accused of being racist, which there are absolutely racist individuals within the RCMP, and that is tolerated by some upper management people. All of them should be turfed and frankly charged. One said, quote, she threw us all under the bus. Bus, the bump bump. A few noted that they put their colleagues on who were Black or Indigenous in an internally conflicted situation, wondering whether they themselves were part of the problem. Imagine that. If you're in a situation, you're like, well, I'm one of these groups that you speak about, and you're calling me a racist? I hate myself? Huh? Most of those interviewed made highly critical comments about the CO. That's Lee Bergerman, who was a former chief superintendent of Halifax Regional District before Gray came in and replaced her. East Coast, West Coast, West Coast, East Coast, and was due to leave the division in the fall. They said was due. I don't know. I mean, this is I don't know when this actually happened. You guys have been without a captain at the realm for a long time. She used to still be listed on their webpage until very recently. I don't even know if she's still there. That's pretty fucked up. And they couldn't even answer that question in the mass casualty. You had who was it? Lori stuttering and farting. She didn't even know when she left. They said, given the complexities of policing in Nova Scotia, how complex is policing? I really can't see it being like just libraries full of books and all of this other stuff. No, they've made it complex so that we don't understand and they don't want us to understand. And they themselves now have actually turned themselves mental because they don't understand. They needed a competent, strong-willed leader with vision. Not the Vision 150 vision, which is scary. And they saw the CO as having none of these qualities. Not strong-willed, not competent, not a strong-willed leader, not one with vision, understanding the complexities of policing, just has no qualities. Many said they wished and tried to be loyal to her, but too much had gone wrong to hold back their comments. A representative of a number of comments below. Oh, I would love to see these. Wouldn't you? I mean, if we got psychopath and asshole describing Dan Kinsella, can you imagine? But this shows the utter chaos that is happening in Nova Scotia. That's why everybody's gone. A few blank officers indicated their concern that the CO's, Lee Bergerman's, shortcomings made it look like women were being appointed to senior roles because of their gender and not because of their competence. And this undermined efforts to enhance the role of women in the RCMP. One said that they had heard another officer, whom they did not respect, saying that they hoped they would not get another female CO. That vote is so misogynist at the top, it's crazy. Several participants spoke about gossip. It's always the people who say, point the fingers, and they're like, you. No, actually, it's you. I know you don't want to address that one, but that's the problem. Several participants spoke about gossip and, quote, trash talk, and, quote, being tolerated by the CO, and in particular, putting women down. Some said that the CO encouraged an anti-female attitude. One said, quote, it was shameful the way that she put women down. I'd love to know who's saying what, I'm having a feeling there's something about Janice here. Another said that it seemed like she was trying to, quote, be more of a man than the men, end quote. Why don't you just be yourself? And if that doesn't happen to fit in the policing world, whatever you are, gay, straight, up, down, black, white, woman, native, get out. Fire them. And this did harm to other women. Some mentioned that the CO seemed to engage in this type of behavior. and with a small group of male officers who seemed to be her favorites. Favoritism, nepotism, promotion based on whatever little splinter thing, and then they control all the little splinter things. You get rid of, probably the good ones that are in there. Well, not probably, you do. Build an inadequate force. Several participants described a small clique of officers in a mutually supportive group with the CO. Well, yeah. And others treated as outsiders. Related to this, a few participants spoke about poor succession planning based on, quote, internal politics, favoritism, personalities, and skewed performance ratings, not based on competence, indicating that the CO, this is all the yellow is, by the way, blacked out, indicating the CO contributed to this problem, but that it extended beyond H division. Oh, most certainly. Several managers were not critical of the CO. They indicated that she was in a difficult job, but that they understood that some others thought she was disorganized. Several also thought that she had not noticed that any particular divisions within her officer cadre. So it's just, sides and infighting and goop. Total and utter nonsense on your dollar. And what pays for that? You do. Not in terms just of and I do. Not just in terms of fiscal. It's the public safety that's compromised when you have something like that. This is a beyond toxic work environment. Where is Brenda? Oh, Brenda, God knows she's in a hole. She's been in a hole, hiding in Regina. In Regina. She's actually in Saskatchewan at this point in time. She's been in Saskatchewan for a bit. Before this stuff. Why the fuck hasn't she come out and said anything? Little mole, hidey hole, Brenda? Because her force is imploding before her eyes. But you did it to yourself. You and your controllers. With your Visions 150 and all of that other stuff. And now it's all getting destroyed. When you could have done the right thing. You could have done the right thing in Nova Scotia. You could have done the right thing so many times. But instead, you don't want to read reports. You don't want to do anything. You want to dream up these lofty things with rainbows and all kinds of other things that just don't apply. Just don't apply. Landry. You guys know Landry? That's who you got right now down there in Halifax. Wow. Landry's got a history. I don't think he's frankly very interested in policing. He's very interested in his other stuff. But that's what he got rewarded. The fuck, man, way up the food chain fast. He's gunning. They've got him shoot in. A few people they've got kind of picked out for the roles. Landry's one. You watch. He'll go. Landry. Campbell. I don't care. Do whatever you do. Landry. Jeremy Landry's hardcore into this stuff. Okay, so that's your replacement for Brenda. or sorry, for, oh, it's not going to let me open it. Balls. There he is here. And they're going to scream out other things and whatever else. It has nothing to do with that. Do your job. Inspector Landry chose law enforcement profession not only to uphold the community, positive change in communities. As he rose through the ranks, fast. I think he's the fastest in history. Realized change in a community required a strong, authentic leadership presence. Strive to become part of that transformation. While serving as detachment commander, Inspector Landry developed community policing strategies that contribute to 40% reduction in crime in community. In another role, initiated programs and activities for struggling male youth. Measurably reducing crimes, strong stewardship. Okay. Universities. Inspector Landry also demonstrates exemplary performance in the field. Sergeant in Alberta, first applied, first aid, injured, okay, officer commendation, of course. And the Governor General stuff, yeah. Due to psychological impacts, Inspector Landry delivered mental health training across Alberta and serves as a volunteer peer-to-peer advocate. Member of the Métis, I'm not even going to, Acadian Métis Iroquois of Nova Scotia and the LGBT community, Inspector Landry has taken on numerous initiatives to support diversity and inclusion. And outside of the RCMP, in every posting, he has volunteered in the communities he served, believing strongly in certain roles. Yeah, he's fast, man. Watch. If the RCMP survives, you watch, up and coming. So, I mean, you get this just groups of people. These people obviously are probably the ones that don't have a problem. Probably the favorites, right? They're not saying anything. They're like, oh, yeah, she's just a little disorganized. There was general commentary from blank civilian members and public service employees that they were less appreciated than regular members and not fully accepted as part of the team. They said that they felt put down and were reluctant to indicate involved in doing this. The individuals said that they could not comment on whether this was H Division problem or something to do within the RCMP generally, since their only experience was with H Division. But it's not. Many participants described the organization as would have been rudderless had it not been for the strong leadership, Chief Superintendent of the HRD, okay, so that's Janice, Chief Superintendent in charge criminal operations, Chris, and Superintendent in charge support operations, that's Darren, who became the de facto operational and ethical leadership of H Division. Ooh, that's a heavy statement. Remember, they're couching all this language. This is quintet, Privy Council, bunk. They're basically saying there's no leader. De facto. Yeah. The RCMP has way too many problems. Way too much power. I mean, I only know a little bit, but I'll tell you what I know scares the hell out of me. And I mean that literally. Like, I don't get too worried about anything. But no, these people know way too much and can do whatever. That's fucked up. Because they're just supposed to take care of us. That's all. Not supposed to go after people. They have no accountability, no transparency. It's all just a game that they've learned to play. They've built this gigantic machine. Unbelievably huge. Nobody even really knows that, and that's quite a truthful statement. There'll obviously be some at the very top that would know the web of people that they've got working there, because it's fucking mammoth. They're all over the world. They're doing all kinds of things. They just invent new titles all the time. Oh, I'm the director general of this, or I'm the head of that, I'm the manager of this, I'm the boo-boo that, and I'm wearing 5 hats today, and tomorrow maybe I'm transferring to that, and I've got another title bestowed upon me because I'm probably doing something for somebody. Meanwhile, you've got incompetent people, alcoholic people, tolerant of shitty criminal behavior people, criminals. I mean, this is outrageous. And we pay for it all. They get paid well. It's not like they get the shit end of the stick. It's a dangerous job, but you're not attracting anybody. You're just attracting gunk. Because the people that are probably in very good positions, do competent stuff, aren't ticking the boxes. You know what I'm saying? Not ticking the boxes, so they'll just get run over. I believe Brenda passed over. There was probably, I think I heard three people in terms of seniority that should have got the bump. No, she does, because she's a woman, and frankly, I'm not picking up what she's laying down in terms of raw intelligence, but maybe I'm missing something. Way too many chefs. Yeah. 3,000. Okay, so we got, that would be, so we got 22 new documents dropped. Interesting. 27% raised this year. Is that, I'm sorry. Okay, so that's probably to cover the NPF, which came in. Union bunk. Okay, and we can have, they always pull out the same rigmarole. Every time they're like, no, you can't get rid of us. You just can't. You know why? You can't get rid of us because you guys can't afford it. You have no idea what you're doing. Well, I think people know what they're doing. And you know what? If we don't, we can find people and hire them to do that. And it's a one-time cost. Maybe you need to upgrade some stuff. Maybe you need to buy some things too. But frankly, between the sharing and all that stuff, guess what? You can leave your tab behind. Get out. You can leave half of your other stuff that you bought too. Get out. We just commandeered it. Bye. And the local communities can take care of themselves. And the provincial police can take care of themselves. And hopefully that will kind of keep their stuff in check to some extent. federally because they run all kinds of goo that they shouldn't be doing. You know, like everything that doesn't want to get talked about. It was Lee that Jeremy replaced? No. No. Jeremy Land replaced Gray. So, I mean, and I would encourage reading the report. It's interesting. It just shows how fractured and divided it is. And I think a lot of people now kind of can see a lot of the underbelly about, you'll see the same names all over the place. They're related. It's just, you know, hey, yeah, no problem. It's in the family, runs in the family, generations. That's the way it goes. But then that also gives you kind of, well, I'm friends with people that were whatever the previous generation's friends. They'll watch out for me, and then I'll get the, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is getting a bit much. No, I'm going to say no. Actually, I shouldn't answer that, but I'll put $1 down. It's not going to be out for a while. They said it will be a while. And they're definitely not going to drop it before tomorrow. Not with Brennan coming in, because Brennan was around. Transcript is? What? Okay. If that is in fact so, then first of all, it's the second time today I'm eating my shoe, which is fine. I'm going to have to get a bank. Put it up here. It's $2 today. The transcript is out. Okay. So has anybody had a chance to compare the transcript to what they heard? Because I think that's really important. Odd. All these blanks, but then you have one. I mean, this is easy. This stuff, frankly, the fact that they can't put anything up and it sometimes takes them a long time is just idiotic. They're trying to tell you something that's not true. You can upload. There's all kinds of stuff. Very fast. They will change it. As long as it just hears it, AI will change it. Bang. So we can't afford not to not read it. I'm out and about. Which report? Sorry, I was just going over the wellness report. The updated wellness report. I've started to go through the updated Bootland a little bit. Well, the color of the paper, I said that it's not white. Where's that? Here. Independent officer review. And we need to get on board and call for a full, not commission, like a full inquiry or inquest into this one. Preferably an inquest would be good. With full powers. Because it's dirty. It's dirty, really dirty. Hopefully they'll do the same thing. And it's costing us outrageous. But listen, if we're going to get to the truth of exposing the horrors that are going on, and it costs us some money, it's worth it. It's worth it. As long as we get some people with some balls. Still waiting, Jane. Okay, so my apologies. I stand corrected. So it is out. Here, I'll drop the link actually for it. I do hope that somebody will review it. Am I recording? Don't you know? There you go. Whilst I was here streaming, and it was in another room. Yeah. I got some, but so there's the comm number for you. So hopefully, if somebody can have a review, I know that that's hours of your time, but and just, or a few of you would be even better. That way, then we've got, you know, kind of a consensus. Make sure that it's all basically right. But, you know, a piece of paper, and I think those of you who obviously visually watched that, the comments I remember reading in the chat were very telling. Very telling indeed, right? There is something to be said. 100%. Oh, is that for Dan Kinsella? No. Sergeant Poirier's notes. This should be it. What date? September 6th. Okay. How did I link the wrong one? Because I did. There you go. So I did. Of course, because you told me. My apologies. So there is the last link is the correct one. But you can, when you hear something, there's like levels. That's the way I've always viewed life. Written word, and it's always a hierarchical way that I've done things, try to in my own life. If I can visit with somebody in person or do it, you know, see it in person or whatever, that's the way I will always choose. If I can't do that, I'll listen to audio or talk to somebody on the phone. But I really, and then of course, last resort is written word. But throughout those stages, you lose so much about what is being said and how it's being said and what are the intentions of somebody. If you can't see what they're doing, how they're stressing their voice, enunciation of their words, etc., the movement of their eyes, the color of their skin, you can't tell if they're getting flustered necessarily. Or at least I can't. Read a text, I'm like, how do you know if somebody's being funny? Sarcastic, unless you know the person, I suppose. And half the time, I mean, people are like, what the fuck? I get that usually in my life. Even in person, because they're like, are you being serious? I'm like, yeah, I'm being fucking serious, man. Which probably comes out the same way if I'm joking. So you know, that's something that those of you who got to witness it will have, and something that hopefully, you know, you did a really great job sharing it in chat. But if you want to bury somebody that far that you can't even have a picture of them, that's outrageous. But Brenda, no problem. Bus goes over because Brenda's out. That shows you that there's much bigger players, much bigger, that work in the background. Hello. So you can drive over certain people and not drive over others. If you know someone who recorded, they can share it with you. That is not my understanding legally. That's just my understanding. So why was CBC able to air a sketch? Well, because it's a sketch. It's not a picture. It's not a video. It's not published. Published, again, has a very broad sense. Looking at exchange with Tara Miller, this looks pretty accurate for my memory. There was a lot of interrupting, maybe on purpose, because Wiley knows the transcript is being done by AI. You can't even show a picture of Wiley. Like, that's just crazy. We're having a fully transparent public inquiry, but you can't see it. You can only hear it for yourself, and if you ever share it with anybody, we're going to send you to jail, including the media. We'll threaten you with jail time. Like, what the fuck? First of all, last I checked, I wasn't involved in anything April 18 and 19. I don't think any of you were. You didn't do anything wrong. I don't think you were involved in anything to do with Susie Bootland. I don't believe that you were at the meetings that were going on. You did absolutely zero. I don't think Heidi Petraeus did. But you know what? If you talk about somebody else who did wrong, well, that makes you a bad person. In fact, makes you a worse person than that person. Makes you a criminal. That's not. No. It doesn't work that way. Maybe in their bizarre world, it doesn't work that way. They may think that it works that way. It doesn't work that way. Julie shared. Okay, I don't know anything about 100% body language tells more than words. 100%. Absolutely. You can just get a read for, are they playing with a stress stone? I mean, look at all the video that we've watched this whole time, throughout 70 days now. You can tell a lot, and that's why the visual of everything is needed. The webcams, you can get a feel for things, you can hear things in people's voices, you can match it to the transcript, what they're going to give you the audio for, because of course there's nothing to hide here, and you didn't do anything wrong, and you paid for it, and your grandkids paid for it, and will pay for it. So better get your money's worth. No, I'm fine. I don't need anything, but I appreciate it. I sail a certain way. Okay. Tomorrow, we have Brennan. Brennan, who came from Nova Scotia, went into contract Indigenous policing. Contract Indigenous policing, very important, very powerful position. And that's where they get their money. And Brennan was heavily involved in April 1819. Very involved. And I believe that he is the other end of the dotted line, or sorry, the solid line going to Ottawa is Brennan from Gray. And we need to get that one opened up. Where's John Robin? And where's his notes? And I think if that stuff starts to come out, it's truthful, not bullshit, not fuckaroonies, not we're going to, slip a few pages out and not tell you guys, and we'll give you that. See, there just was nothing there. Oh, sorry, we found it under our pillow. No, full disclosure of everything. Honest, not redacted. I think it will be very, very eye-opening. Got to fight for those contracts that they violated nonstop. Violated all over the place. Enfield doesn't even operate 24 hours a day. I mean, this is ridiculous. I don't think we have such a thing here. Well, actually, I can't say. I'm sure actually we do because we still have the RCMP. But it reminds me of like the emergency clinics that you have, or sorry, the emergency rooms you guys got down there. I honestly thought y'all were fucking kidding with me. That, oh yeah, no, the emergency room is only open certain hours. I'm like, excuse me? Like, what did you just say? The emergency room closes. Oh yeah. No, and you got to line up. You got to get a number. I'm like, well, that kind of defeats the purpose of an emergency. It's not exactly like you plan an emergency. Yes, you know what? I'm just not going to go down. I'm not going to fall down those stairs today because, it's closed. What? We had one closure because and then I started to do a real bit of research because I'd never even heard of this. And it's unfortunately that will be deleted. I appreciate it, but that one's in the junk. Just to let you know, not even open. It's the way I got to do things, man. So I researched in Alberta if did we ever have such a thing? Was it just something I'd never was wrong about? It was another dollar. No. There was years ago. There was a closure in Rocky Mount House, which is like a tiny town, for a couple of days or something like that, or a day and a half, and it made news. It literally made the newspaper. Oh, there was this big emergency, not saying that our healthcare is any great shakes, because it certainly isn't, but I mean, it just, hospitals and emergency rooms don't close. And nobody's getting doctors down there. I just feel so bad. No, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but I just can't. Come on, where I can't do that. It started years ago with a few ERs, but I appreciate it. A few ERs in small areas now is common. Yes. So I went to I went to Nova Scotia Health page, and then what did they have? Like temporary and permanent closures was a link or something, and I clicked on it, and then I started cycling through all of them, and I was like the hours, and It was good for a laugh, but unbelievably tragic at the same time. Nova Scotia has that issue every weekend. Yeah, it's permanent. I mean, it's not even like, sometime. These are like planned closures. Yeah, we're going to be closed Friday to Saturday or whatever. Fucking fuck, man. I was like, don't want. I think I had a couple of calls even about that. I'm like, well, what do you do? What do you do if you like break your leg? Well, then you just got to go for a long drive. I'm like a really long drive, like really long. I'm like, what? What happens if you can't drive? Well, then the ambulance has got to go along. Yes. Personal use. The words personal use are very important. That's a legal thing. Personal use. And there's a lot of things that you can use personal use. But once you start extending outside of your realm of personal use, then the legalities of it become very shady. So you have to be very, very careful. Like even if you were to say something like that, that's possible. Because people watch things. Just be careful. I'm not, and I'm by that what I'm saying also equally there. I'm not condoning anything. Do not. Okay, so. Okay, so they got the second Dorrington picture out. Let's have a look at that before we go. You're getting the. Look at this. I have no cigarettes. I haven't had cigarettes for a few hours. A couple hours anyway. I was like saving my last little bit. So there was a request and there was a bunch of back and forth about the fucking photo upstairs. I don't remember who. Is that with Cromwell? I think maybe. Oh, because that's the way. That's of course. Of course. Look at these clowns. Fucking yahoos. Oh, so now it has no stripes on the bumper. And why is it so crisp now? That's pretty close up. We like what? He took a picture like outside of the car. I'm smelling a lot of horse shit here. Isn't the mailbox in the other one? Oh, I think this may have been cropped. So there's nothing on the bumper. And remember the stuff to do with GCS surplus. There was only remnants of glue, not of reflection. So how is it all of a sudden you've got some reflecto? This story is just idiotic. Pretty clean windshield. Meaning on this car, or pretty clean on Dorrington's car. So he took a photo inside the car, then he got outside of the car. He took another photo. No. Now, this is just getting dumb. Yeah. See, I think I remember it's a little farther out. And I'm pretty sure that you could see the mailbox. Oh, yeah, right there. There you can see the sign. This for sale sign. It's right there at the top of the road. I'm not saying that this is a different photo, but yeah. I take photos of every car, but I don't remember. He was really aggressive. And it sticks out in my head, but I don't remember. They even labeled it upside down. Yeah, it's just goofy. Was there anything else interesting out? Oh dear, was kind enough to send me a list. I don't know how you do that exactly, but oh, okay. I have numbers. Oh, we can do a little punch-a-roonies and see what we get here. I'm not going apeshit yet about smoking, so that's good. Maybe I should quit. All right, so maybe that's what God's telling me. Takes a drunk man to remind him. Rah! Yeah, every time they would get a phone call from O'Brien, information would come out over the radio. I'm like, yeah, okay. Letter from Department of Community Services requesting information on payments made on behalf of clients. Letter report a Public Mass Casualty Commission response to request regarding this. Okay, so I don't know. These two documents hinge upon each other. Can confirm the amounts listed, total amounts paid. Okay, so is this for fucking counseling or some balls? Oh, so these are for payments to the dental clinic. Wow, 2020. Obviously not a very good year. Well, these aren't outrageously huge numbers. For both locations. I mean, I don't really have much to validate even what you're saying, but okay. I'm such a cynic these days. Now I don't believe a fucking word anybody. But I never really did. Just like if you can't fucking tell the truth about something. Okay, next one. Let's see what we've got. Request for a forensic lab analysis. Enfield Big Stop search exhibits, 21 pages. Interesting. Okay. Talk about crap documents. CTV News, Winnipeg interview with Matt Logan. Is it Dr. Matt Logan? I don't think he calls himself doctor in that one. I think it's just Matt Logan. Matt Logan joins us. Requesting information as forensics, Halifax, RCMP forensics, David place. Okay. The AN subject, as named, subject went on shooting spree in Nova Scotia. 23 people lost their lives as a result. Interesting. A search. They didn't count them. They didn't count them. A search was conducted internally for the search. For the shooter was located at the Big Stop Enfield, if that's what you want to call it. A shootout ensued, with the deceased being shot by police, and as a result of the shooting, search investigation is taking place. Weapons seized from the members involved in the shootings, which are neither confirmed nor denied. What is it? Yeah. Numerous bullet casings were retrieved. Getting shot in the left. I like getting shot on the driver's side. How that works, I'm not exactly sure. And D49, which is a travesty of epic proportions of derpness. From the scene of forensic specialists, projectiles were seized from deceased during autopsy. Analysis is required for all the above items for the to complete analysis. Bullet casing area 1. Area 2. Bullet casing area 4. Rifle. You know, you can actually just look at the bottom of most bullets and it will actually tell you what it is. It's not just a bullet casing. It will literally tell you. Okay. I like all these nondescript, it's from a pistol. It's from a... Because what do you have? Some of these weren't even specified, weren't they? Well, bullet casing areas. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, there's nothing here. Some of them are pistol, some of them are rifle, and some of them are nothing. Okay. Interesting. 1923, 24. Now we're into some more unknowns. Metal fragment. Exhibit description. Metal fragment blank. Metal fragment from body. Metal fragment in head. It's just so graphic. Everything's just so graphic. Everybody's such a pissy pant now. That's what they believe. They want people to believe. I can't read that. Let's go and watch a movie. Bullet fragments. So you can put bullet fragment body, but you can't bullet fragment all this other stuff. Bullet fragment leg. Like, what is all this other shit? I'm guessing this is head. Looks kind of sharp or short, or maybe arm. Okay, so neither of the firearms matched or were ruled out either. Okay, well, that was a big fat nothing burger. Dave Gannon. Yep, everything can be used. Oh, Dave Gannon's serve report's out. Okay. How lengthy is that? They're just saving the best for last. So, you know, it's just going to be more and more interesting as we go. But it'll be things like buried deep within something too. From Janice Gray to Dan Kinsella. Okay, 9 pages. Both of you are reading it. Okay. Put link above. Okay, did I miss that? Hello, Joanne. How's it going? You put the link above. I'm not seeing the link. Maybe it's way up there. Okay. No worries. Andrew, I believe this is to Dan. So, of course, you would address it to Andrew. That makes a lot of sense. Dan, I mean, Andrew. Okay. With all the gobbledygook. Okay, Andrew, sorry, my apologies. Andrew Matthews. Kind of, maybe. Andrew, I believe the information relating to RCMP officers shooting at civilians is inaccurate. Okay, is that the person who was doing the CERT investigation at Onslow? We have different information from Major Crime Team, as they have already followed up on this. This has got to be Onslow. Please ensure that they follow up, as even a rumor can lead to questions. Poor Janice. Where are you at now? April 28th, 2021? Very bad day. Even as rumor can lead to questions, etc., from the public or media. Now, of course, I would say that Janice is acting. When is this? Yes, she would be acting in her capacity for the H Strong 2 IMT bunk, I believe. Find below integrated CID Chief Superintendent Gray. Accept my condolences. Oh, here's Donald Steinberg. Okay, I know that name. He's ERT Halifax, or was Big Gun, I believe. Union, also in charge of the Union, I think. Boyd Derrick, Andrew Matthews, Richard Lane. Oh, yes, okay, Richard Lane, right, the Halifax PD officer. Lisa Stewart, okay, I guess she's got two emails. She's got one in email in Halifax and one also at the RCMP. And James Butler. Oh! Like James Butler that was on today. James? The one that left? James? Right. What was that tweet? Well, the deputy causing problems. It was criminal investigations. Then he moved. This was 10 days, they say. Probably 10 days he moved over to operation support. Support, whatever the fuck that is. Right, 10 days beforehand. And then he leaves. Okay. Homicides, Portapic background, Portapic, 10 o'clock. Initial received. Multiple victims discovered, residents, outbuildings set on fire. Witnesses say left the area on foot. Definitely not the first time I've seen that. Based on preliminary investigation, it is believed that the person responsible is Gabriel Wharton. H Division critical incident commander team was dispatched, assumed control of the scene. Kind of hard, the foot thing, but then witnessing a car going out the blueberry field, you know. Oh, that's right, that witness is garbage. Then it turned into a different witness. Okay, 6:40. At 6:40, the suspect's common law girlfriend came out of the woods near the scene, approximately. What time did she come out exactly? What was it? 6:33? Was it 6:33? You're home. You're finally home. Good stuff. Pardon me. Yeah, I didn't see a link, but maybe it's just me. Excuse me. I thought it was 6:33. The initial 911 call. The suspect's common law, Lisa Banfield, and if somebody does know that and is going to answer that, what time was it that she arrived at Leon's? She was taken to Colchester. Okay. Is that with Mr. Pinio? I think so. She said she thought. Yes, sorry, it was. She said she thought that the suspect would go back to his house at 193. Also said, go after the sister who lives in Dartmouth. Integrated crime and criminal investigators asked to help round up family members of Lisa Banfield, like sitting on the house that nobody was there, was able to get back to Metro. Halifax Regional Police sent family addresses, transported family members back to Garland. Well, from their residence, where CID investigators gathered information that would be helpful to locate the suspect. 9:48, dispatch received female pulled over on the side of the road facing Truro was shot, and the vehicle was headed towards Truro from the scene. Okay. Yeah. Only a couple of errors there. Or are they? 10:11 shooting at Plains Road. 10:50 officer shot. Additional shooting. Okay, so now we seem to have one left out. Additional reports of officer shot. Highway 2224. This is where was the scene where Stevenson appears to have rammed suspect. Tragedy, succumbed to injuries. Okay. So no mention really of Chad, and Chad has definitely got a lot of question marks around it. You know, kind of like those ones that say that he's driving down 224 and how he's driving, how he doesn't use the 1033 button in his car, driving with both arms shot, getting out of the hospital right away. What are some other big ones with that one? How they don't know where his car is. That's right fucked. You know where his car is. But for some reason, they didn't. Leon's call, 6:32. Okay. Thank you. Now, what time did she show up? Do you know that? Checked with my other account and it blocks my links that I have posted. Well, this account is, you posted it with a different account? You don't know. I can't quite remember. The internal document says that it's 628, I think. So with their only 4 times that they have, 628 is the one they have for there. Okay. 11:25 dispatch report suspect at Irving Big Stop. Where of course Halifax was just sitting around too for the last hour or more, or whatever. Pulled into just doing nothing, hanging out because they conveniently just, I guess, needed gas or didn't really get it either. Meeting up, Those RCMP officers. Yeah. A remarkable coincidence. I heard it on the news again the other day. I'm like, you guys, like, fuck. 9 seconds. 9 seconds from the point at which that the vehicle pulls in. There's no motion. There's no moving towards the back of the car. There's nothing. Just hop right out and start popping bullets. Boom. Not even staying, like, stopping and, like, looking over. No, it's just right away. Nothing to see there. No, nothing at all. Current RCMP remains command center at scenes. RCMP residence has been burnt to the ground. Investigators suspect they may have been inside. However, this is yet to be confirmed. Okay. How is he at Big Stop and in the house? That's not making a lot of sense at 8 o'clock at night. Serious Incidents Response Team Keith Stoddard was contacted. He requested resources integrated crime investigation section to assist in the investigation. He bailed. Did get an award, I believe, though. Integrated investigator along with Halifax Regional Police Command bus set up to the Big Stop. How many buses do you need? The snack bus. Corporal James Skinner and Larkin attended to be liaison with ICID. Larkin was the Banfield family liaison. Interesting. Who is Mark Larkin? Doesn't have any kind of footprint anywhere. I'll tell you that much. Who is Mr. Mark Larkin? RCMP requested the help of HRP analyst Cara Evans was coming to catch up and transition to help with the investigation. Also, CERT requested Superintendent Matthews, to use HRP identification service in relation to where the RCMP engaged whom they believed was the suspect, but was a member of the public. A number of rounds were fired, but luckily did not strike a citizen. The investigative team was composed of Sergeant Jason Withrow, which of course said it was on the other side of the road, and all kinds of other shit. Coordinator assigned was Constable Scott McLeod. Kind of a common name, I guess. Both experienced homicide investigators. Many tasks have already been completed. RCMP identification services have completed forensic examination at Big Stop. Autopsies completed by the medical examiners, but no police members were present at the request of the medical examiner because of COVID crisis. Yeah, I knew that part stank. That was you. There should always be somebody there. Doesn't always have to be, but it's not common. At the time of the death, toll is between 19 to 20 and could be greater. RCMP received calls from another residence. Isn't that interesting? They have a much higher number, I believe. And of course, then this morning, like I was saying this morning about the 5 bodies not identified, 5. They could not identify who the hell they were on by the 23rd. That's a problem. I don't know if they were telling people. I was looking at other entries. It is 6:28. Okay. Any relation to Pink and Larkin? No idea. Up they state he is dead and I'm missing something. Yeah. They say Wortman's residence and he may have died inside, but this is yet to be confirmed. But also they're saying the suspect is in the Mazda, unknown color. There is reference to the red Mazda, by the way. It does appear from an RCMP. Who's it, Como? Or Gibson? Where was I? Okay. Odd. Email from Sharon McClellan to many recipients, including CERT and RCMP, expressing concerns over CERT Onslow investigation. Okay. I think these may have made the rounds, but I'm not exactly sure. Please see documents sent to Sharon McClellan. She was witness. Okay, so I always get these wrong. 25th at 2:44. Okay, so you got to go backwards. Okay, here's Sharon's nice letter to Felix. What happens is unacceptable. We were left alone for a year to try and deal with this. Kyla Lonsbury. She's the one who does the transcription. Sean Green. Hope this message finds you well. Commission work. This message and its attachments will form part of a public record. I cannot offer you anonymity. Please confirm that was your intention by sending it to me. Yes, this was my intention. I have nothing to hide. Truth needs to be told. Please see documents that were sent by Sharon. Okay. As E911, Jen McCallum. I haven't been able to figure out that family tree yet. There's the 2 McCallum ladies. who I would presume are related to Addie. More nepotism goo. But her identifier is E, operator E. Okay. Wow, quite a lengthy letter. I don't know if I've seen this before. I must have, but I don't know. Okay. Good for Sharon, firing things off. Haven't talked to her in a little while. Hi again, long day. Fucker, what's that for? Wasn't she the call taker that spoke to the kids? Was she? Jen McCallum? I'm presuming that's supposed to be Jen McCallum, not Jen Callum. Okay, so Donna Lee. Okay. So Donna Lee was Donna Lee also the person who spoke to Lisa McCauley, the secreted phone call that they've never come forward about? Oh, you're just silly. It never happened. Blackberry. Okay, so this is to Derek Boyd from Steinberg, to Richard Lane, to the two Lisa's, Butler, Portapic. Clinton talked with Jen. Was it Donna Lee? I think it was Donna Lee Wilston who spoke to, was it? Spoke to Lisa. Oh dear is going to know this. I remember talking with her about it that night. Okay. 6:40, Lisa Banfield came out of woods. She also said he would go after sister, integrated crime investigators. Looks like this is kind of rinse repeat. 9:48, female pulled over. Okay. I don't know where they're getting that from. Keith Stoddart. Okay. Just is basically the same thing that they had before. From Janice to Chris and Darren. So she's passing along the was it Donna Lee that spoke to Lisa? Oh dear. I can't remember who the fuck. I've got a picture of it somewhere. David Westlake. Okay, so that's Onslow. I was then either out of my vehicle or whatever else. Approximately, maybe at 10:30, out of the corner of my eye. It's too vague at these. Approximately, maybe. I remember seeing a gray. At least it's not yellow. Unmarked vehicle. Saw one member corner of my eye, get out of passenger door, something about get down. Then I remember hearing a large, a sonic boom or cannon shot. I remember running to the entry of the fire station, which was past the monuments, past some flags, the door flung out. Okay. Dropped my radio, which had my identification of a yellow vest that said Colchester EMO. I believe the vest was orange and yellow, but okay. I had a stocking hat, and I remember the hat was blue, had a county crest on it. Wow, it's very photographic. Very. It was a yellow vest with a blue shirt underneath, like a wet sweatshirt, heavy blue sweatshirt and jeans. I remember I was going through the swinging door, shots fired, get down to down. Daryl Curry, Chief Muse, and a gentleman by the name of Richard Ellison. The other two hadn't come yet, or they'd gone for coffee. And it must have been 3 or 4 minutes later. Staff Constable Gannon and another officer who was dressed in black gear. I didn't see it. 3 or 4 minutes? Was it that long? I did notice that he had automatic weapon. I believe they call it an AR. Okay. Well, I'm going to check out some. Jen spoke with LB, but the call was about Leon Donnelly. Jen spoke with LB, but the call was with Leon, Donnelly, Jen, and Lisa. It was Donnelly. Okay. Already lost $2 today. I'm not feeling very good. Jen spoke with LB, but the call was with, quote, Leon, Donnelly, Jen, and Lisa. Okay, that's quite a mouthful. I don't even quite understand that. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to wrap it up. I'll have to review these things. All four were on the call. Why the fuck do you need 4 people on a phone call? Like, as in the log has them chatting in the background and stuff like that? Must be. You've made quite a mess. No? Got your bone? All 4 were in on the call. Hey, Cindy. Okay, well, I'm gonna wrap it up. Got tomorrow. Brandon, should be good. Do have a great evening. Now 5:40. Conference call. No, Nova is entertaining herself. She's got shit all over the floor. I feel kind of bad because when I'm streaming, she brings in toys. I've got like a big box of toys for her. So I think she gets a little lonely or something like that. I don't know. She can come always, but she likes to be in the same room. So then she'll bring her fucking toys in. So now, like every day I do streaming, there's toys like everywhere. And bones. I don't know what she's doing. Whatever makes her happy. As long as she's happy. I'm sure she'd rather just be walking or something. All right. Do have a good evening. 20 minutes to 6, your guys' time. Tomorrow, Brennan. God bless you all. God bless the 23.